Alright, should be back. Alright, cool. We did it. Managed to turn off delay successfully. So this was a Draven Mist 2-drop. Play Rek'Sai, play Draven, find Seal, Falling Star, but no follow-up. So it's all spells in hand for the Rek'Sai. Interesting. That's really bad for Rek'Sai to not have a follow-up unit. Burn 2 runes and not get Spore Lead. Cooking any Teemo list. Still need to work on it a bit. At the very least, I don't think the same Teemo list from set 1 is going to work. Oh, opponent just plays into it and accelerates the Kai'Sa. Ornn will perform in set 2 and playing well. Pretty good. It depends how many sideboard slots opponents have, but it seems like a lot of people will just have double Thermo Beam in the sideboard. And some other stuff. Both my losses were Kai'Sa's. No, Rick Marsh was on Draven, but he had double Thermo Beam as well. Which, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. But I shouldn't be losing to... I mean, if they draw 2 out of 2 Thermo Beams, then sure, I can lose to that. But if they draw 1 Thermo Beam and I have the Wind Wall, then it should be fine. And it's just sideboarding incorrectly and losing that game and then misplaying against Rick Marsh in game 1. Rex, I missed a point. That doesn't happen on GTS. Yeah, Thermo's a problem. You can play around it a little bit if you don't have Windwall, if you hide as Zanya's. The problem was if I wanted to play Ornn on turn 3, I had to play Zanya's to keep him safe against a Fallen Star. So I got my Ornn out on turn 3, but then didn't have the Windwall, which maybe I shouldn't play the Zanya's at all. I don't know. Or should I just play it and then say I have 5 outs, I have 2 more Zanyas and 3 Windwalls to draw by like turn 4 or even turn 5? All shot in Draven. He has 5 cards in hand. What does he need more cards for? Link the list? Yeah. It's this. Not sure about the sideboard. I think 5 has been a pretty good number for Guardian Angel and Zanya's. Ideally, I'd like to have 6. Ideally, I'd be on less than 9 counters game 1, but probably would go up to it after game 1 anyway, and especially against Draven, I'd rather just have all 9 counters. So they have Fighter Flights and Rebukes and Switcheroo. And Ride the Wind. The Wages of Pain is the main slot that could change, which, like, ideally, again, I don't know. I don't know if I want to play Sterix or something. Like, ideally, I just have more gear that I can play to make my Ornn big enough to be played and not be scared of Falling Star. Like, that's the biggest issue, is if I have to play around Falling Star and not play Ornn on turn 3, then I'm in a much worse spot. Because the point tempo is terrible. But in order to do that, I mean, I either need to put the 3rd Guardian Angel back in, or I would need to play Doran's Shield. Doran's Shield with any gear. But Doran's Shield is such a low value card otherwise that it wouldn't be great. Play Zero Drive. That would actually be interesting. I can save an Azir. And it's something that I can play to play the at least turn 3 Ornn when I go second. And it's also possible that Obelisk is the wrong battlefield. I can't do Vile Maws because that messes with Azir. I don't want to do Grove. I could do Grove when I go first, and just go Azir turn 3. And then they get to it on turn 2, hold it on turn 3, and then I push them off immediately. That wouldn't be terrible, to be honest. They get one draw off of the Grove, and then I immediately am able to attack into them. Or they commit a pile of units onto it, and then risk the game, and then I can go to the other battlefield and slow down flanks. And then eventually push into it. It's risky, though. If I don't have Spellsonger, I can't push into a hold. That's really risky if they just stack it. Could do, like, Candlelit Sanctum, but it improves my opponent's draws more than it improves mine, which isn't great. Could do, like, Windswept Hillock, but that doesn't really do anything. My one will just go from one to the other, gives me one more turn. At best. Could do Star Tip Peak, that's a lot less punishing. And the runes would be very valuable. But it also giving my opponent runes to pay for deflect faster though. Is double-edged. Could do Targons. Targon's Peak to help me hold up my counters. That's really strong, actually. Yeah, I do really like Obelisk for playing Ornn on turn 2, though. Obelisk when I go second, and I'd have to play Azanya as a Guardian Angel or a World Atlas to be able to play Ornn on turn 2, but that's really strong. Turn 2 Ornn potentially get point lead. Definitely don't want Sigil to Storm. What helps opponent more. Could do Power Nexus. I would need World Atlas for it to really work. I have enough spells for the Conservatory. 17. But I'm not defending. It doesn't attack into me. Horn's Forge gives 1 mana. Probably worse than Targon's. Sunken Temple's been good. I think I'll keep the battlefields as they are. Forgotten Monument doesn't do anything. It says until their third turn, so turn 1 they play a unit, turn 2 they score the other battlefield, and then turn 3 they score this. It doesn't do anything to stop scoring.
For a long time.
No, the delay's off. Delay's off. I lost. Are you still in, Tog? Looks like you are. Maybe. Maybe you're not if you came to the stream. You're in. Nice. Yeah, I'm just playing bad, but I can't keep sitting here and blaming PCG Arena and the fact that I'm on another setup. I shouldn't even bring that up. It's my fault. I'm playing badly. I'm not focused. And I'm playing on autopilot way too much. I think the deck is good, and I should have, like, I'm not losing. Same thing with Timo. I'm not losing games to the deck. I'm losing games to myself. Hey, thanks, Terracilon. I'm out too, but I'm just going to spectate. So I can't leave for a few more hours. See how long the terrorists can stay outside? Yeah, alrighty. I wouldn't even let them outside if they didn't jump on their hind legs and scratch at the door to be let out. Been a while? Yeah, I've been away for a while. Been like a month since I had a proper stream. Entertain your viewer by walk out of the frame and disappear. Need a break? Yeah. I'm going to a skirmish tomorrow. Then I'm in this Thursday night fights again. Happened to the Phoenixes? Assuming they get Fallen's third. Alright. I don't think Rek'Sai can push this, but can definitely stack the Candlelit Sanctum. Thanks for the follows. Zemnon, Spicy, and Nalakin FPS. Yeah, let's see. Garbage. Assuming he put the two on the bottom first with Candlelit Sanctum and then still found garbage. I guess no, he still plays this. He gets his Phoenixes back. Oh, and this kills two. Wait, this kills two hopefuls, right? Piercing Light doesn't need to target something in base, it just has to target battlefield. Hey. Come on. Ella. Come on, Right. Hourly 5 minutes of barking is over, and I missed what happened. You just have an accelerate and then a Darius or a Rek'Sai. Yeah, a Darius. Cool. Game 3. This Rek'Sai deck's pretty cool. Surprised to see Vengeance as a card instead of Drag Under. I feel like Drag Under would just be a better card since it's action speed. Oh no, it only hits battlefields, isn't it? That is the issue. Forgot about that. I guess this is basically a deck that punishes the like spell trick heavy decks. Like Darius. I mean, I wonder how it would do against Kaisa. If Kais is able to stop you from conquering. We have the same start as game one. But maybe this time Rek'Sai will have another unit to follow up with. And get Targon's value. That's a catastrophe for the Draven to miss 2-drop. Batsu on Darius. Darius? There's a Darius flagger in this tournament? No Under Titans? No, he's a control deck. He doesn't. Well, not a. He's like a removal deck. Aggro removal deck. Did he misplay and not play another unit before the Rek'Sai? I guess no, he would rather just get the Conquer. Yeah, it's just Phoenix looping and getting fast points before opponent can set units up. Especially if your opponent misses 2-drops and just plays 1 unit per turn, you just go and kill that unit and repeat it forever. Like Honest Broker to Targons. Ooh, we get Gutted though. Alright, that's a problem. It's not that much of a problem though. We only burned 1 rune, and the call that we played was a fake card. Oh, we got another one. That's great. Now we replay the Broker. Just kill all their units. Forge. Like Fizz. Fizz and Rasa are the only things that care about Thresh. The turn for it, Trash. Rasa. Oh, Last Rites. Rasa, Last Rites, and Fizz. I guess I don't know if anyone's playing Spectral and Phoenix. Phoenix and Spectral, Neutral, and I guess Rumble, if anyone's playing Rumble. Vengeance. Get a unit. Get Targon's value. Denied Raven. Any combat wins. Can't win combat if you don't have any units. That's a problem. Fortunately, we have enough of a point lead that we don't need to care. So this is going to take 3 removal spells to deal with completely. Or you know, a good combat win. Is this a misplay again? Should he have played another card before? Oh, no, we're just double falling starring. Okay. But yeah, we should have done this double falling star first, and then we will play the hopeful. mean, I guess we were maybe looking for a removal spell that would hit backline, so the third Falling Star or a Vengeance. And then if we hit one of those instead, we save a card. But yeah, now we don't have a Hopeful in play, which would have been very useful. Equip and pass. What does that equip play around? Piercing Light, I guess. So if we had a Hopeful here, we'd be able to send both and get rid of the Darius and get the Conquer. That would basically immediately remove the Darius, or the Longsword would have had to have been equipped to him. No, we could just set up a Darius in base at 6 points. We've got some time. Well, we literally have the third Falling Star. Third Falling Star, hold up Hidden Blade. Hide Hidden Blade. What are his last cards in hand? Has he not had a chance to play any Phoenixes? Like, is it possible that he has another Phoenix in hand? So it's a 6. If Draven has Falling Star, this is a great spot for it. That basically wins the game immediately. Well, this is still pretty good, though. Salvage. Okay. Second Phoenix pass. Don't play an open. Reasonable. So if he had that Hopeful, he would have been able to trade into Darius and Falling Star the Hopeful and win immediately. Um, or at least then Kaisa would have to accelerate over the Broker. And then Draven gets like 5 points now instead of having this many. I'm not sure what the reason was for not. Like, you could play one Falling Star first. Like, it's specifically if you wanted to hit Vengeance is the only reason to not Falling Star first. Piercing Light, clear those. That's a nice spell. Okay. That's a problem. We have like a Hextech Ray. We can still remove that Kaisa and then have a Bird Conquer. Here. I don't think there's anyone else streaming this. Nope. Sit and look at the Orn deck some more. Maybe I want the third Orn. As long as I have a World Atlas or second Spell Song, then the third Orn is good. And it also means I can play the first one aggressively. You can do stuff with like holding with both Orns together to make sure I can't be pushed, but also, I don't know, it forces me to tap out to play him. I need 9 runes to play him and hold up Windwall against any red deck. I mean, I guess I could play him in base and not hold up Windwall, and then lose the thermal beam anyway because all my gear is gone. That's we got a long break. How's the Lucius bracket going? Still going. Rip me. My goodness. Man. How goes it? The deck works. My brain doesn't, though. 1 of 3 is overlapped. Okay. Seven. 3 innocents in here. Already tricky. So if you're innocent, then all of you are innocent. And that makes 6, 7, 8, 9, which is legal. If you're a criminal, then all 3 of these are innocent, which is still legal. Can he be a criminal? He's a criminal, these are all innocents. This is a criminal. And then we have 4, 5, 6, 9. Okay, so you can't be a criminal. Row 1, 2, and 5 have equal numbers of everything. Okay, that doesn't tell me much. I don't know if you're a criminal. and then you two are both innocents. One column has exactly 2, which is this one, so you're innocent. And then all of these are innocent. One cop has a criminal button. For this combination, because it's exactly 1. So it can't be these 2 as criminals. What? What? No, you can't be a criminal. Odd number of innocents. Okay. So 1, 2, and then let's do some. Oh, there's no reason. Okay. Just rushing, trolling again, making mistakes at the end. Nope, just pouring in his ear. Not running lonely. What am I missing? But he must be innocent. Yeah. I'd say I wouldn't change battlefields, but I am curious. Power Nexus is cool. Does Alter to Unity do anything? No, because the token won't be able to score. And giving opponent the token is bad. Third Orn would be really good. Out of wages for third Orn. Would be reasonable. It was Saturday. Of course it is. Why do I think it was Sunday?
And we are back as we are inching.
Oh, just completely out of it. How's the bracket looking? Still waiting on Chief and Dairies here. Plasma continues to win. It's a Stellion and
Might have just navigated it incorrectly, or maybe it was his build wasn't well prepared into the Kaizen matchup. Whatever it was, does get eliminated in a very favored matchup, which is definitely a shocking
suited
sight to see.
Stamy.
But I think he had a great run nonetheless.
Take out
Yeah,
Hopefully
I
we'll get
believe
to see
you've
more
written a
orange in the
eulogy,
future.
right?
Yes.
So now, just a few words for our fallen comrade Prismatic,
Some
who has been
distribution.
wielding the Orn to medium success.
Medium success. I feel like it's an accurate statement. Look, Glasna, the person who took him out here, is going to continue to fight for his life, and was able to 2-0 the last
Like
round.
it's
So
single
very
suited.
very strong opponent, I should say. A competitor, I think, was the word I was looking for. And yeah, I mean, look at this losers bracket. Ton of incredibly talented players. Dizzy in there as well, fighting for his life. An absolute legend on Annie. So we'll have to see if he's going to be able to bring himself into that Terror King, and hopefully we'll get to see him in the future of this tournament.
I'm sorry for giggling, but you announcing the lower bracket is look at these losers is the funniest thing to me that happened in a bit. The bracket came afterwards, and that cleared it all up. But for a second, I was just you were purely mask off,
really weird.
calling our invited players losers. Definitely not the case, but it did crack me up for a second. And I think it is good
They
to
can
take
just
a look
force
back
themselves
because
themselves.
there are some big names, and it is no laughing matter to make it this far in an invitational tournament, right? These are names that have been dominant in previous tournaments as well. This is not the girl from around the block, you know.
Yeah, look, Dizzy is one of those players that he got fourth at CCS. He managed to do well at a couple of these other tournaments. Almost made it.
Are they watching a losers bracket?
Houston,
No.
And he is in the losers bracket, which just goes to show you how strong the competition is here at this invitational.
Yeah, it is no small feat to bring yourself far and even further in the upper bracket. Now, we have been talking about the elephant in the room before, Draven. I mean, we have to talk about it. It's just the way it goes, because
It's true.
it is undeniable how high the representation has been. However, I think we are some of the people that have seen openings to maybe view a
Thanks
similar
for the
way
follow,
of
no
Kaisa in set one that are potentially exploitable. And one of the things that I would like to spend some time on before we move on to the Orn is how to play against it, because I think we've seen it before and it was beautifully highlighted by Ganstrax on the rec side. There are definitely adjustments that have to be made when playing into the Draven, and can you walk us through that in a little bit more detail?
Sure. So Draven's really good if he gets to go into combat, right? I mean, that's how his entire legend works. He wants to fight all the time. He's a fighter. He's got spinning axes as a signature spell to be able to do so. That said, don't fight him, right? The Rek'Sai player did a great job of avoiding combat for as long as possible, exhausted a lot of the Draven's resources just to be able to keep up, and unfortunately for him, wasn't able to go over that finish line. But it really just goes to show how you're supposed to play that matchup properly, right? Avoid the combat as long as possible, deny his ability to draw off that legend for as long as possible, and the Draven doesn't really get a lot of value if you do that. Now, there are a couple other legends that I feel like get a lot more value in ignoring him in that regard. I think Lux is a great example of that. Draw a card every time you spend 5 runes or more, or 5 energy or more on a spell. That's such a powerful effect, especially with cards like Dragged Under, Singularity at her disposal, and as well as cards like Unleashed Power, which we haven't really seen any of in this set, which I'm a little surprised to see, just because it has such a powerful effect.
It has a powerful effect, and I think it's safe to say, people are.
No, I was playing Orn,
people are
and I just
still
played
getting
badly and
familiar
lost.
with the cards, even though we have been seeing a little few more tournaments being played both in person and online across the big pond and on our own continents. And I think it is interesting to highlight that we are playing an iterative card game. We are standing on the shoulders of giants, and we are learning from the mistakes. I think Draven really takes a different approach to how you have to play the game. And even though people are drawing a lot of similarities to what we saw from Kaisa in set one, I think it's important to remember that people need time to adjust, right? We don't instantly have all the answers. And as we are slowly narrowing into what we perceive as possible solutions to the puzzle right in front of us, it is important to remember that as we are adding on to that, people are forging up their answers to our answers as well. And so we keep the debate ball rolling ever more. Now, with the adjustments of, all right, we need to adjust how we play into the Raven, that desires change from us. How does Orn leverage that? Because we've had the pleasure of seeing some of Prismatic games early on in the tournament. He streams it himself as well. And I think you've had the pleasure of working with him and interviewing him. Go check out Summoners Weekly. That is an interesting interview to be looking at. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. However, does an Orn leverage that into a dominant playstyle? Because when I've seen Orn pop off, it feels unfair.
Thanks for follow, Decapod.
Yeah, it really does. Look, the one thing that Orn does really well is that he just has really good scaling throughout the game. The longer the game goes, the more difficult it's going to be to defeat the Orn, right? He gets bigger, he gets bigger, he gets bigger, and he gets more and more deflect. And so you have fewer and fewer opportunities to be able to interact with that type of card. So when playing Orn, you have to wait very patiently for your moments. And the ways that you do that is, cards like Time Warp, with the World Atlas already attached to the Orn. So then you go in, you conquer the battlefield, you get the World Atlas trigger. Now you get an additional set of stats. Now you can go back to base. You don't have to hold on to that base if you don't want to. And he kind of starts to navigate these turns that are what feels like very methodical almost. It requires a lot of thought process behind it, because you are a control deck. You have to know how each of the matchups play out and what cards to fight for.
That is very important. That's an aspect I really want to latch onto, because when we see Draven, we really have a notion in our head of, that's an aggro list, that's a very quick list. But I think that is not really as much of the case as people are making it out to be. And when you look at Draven in the, let's say, in this mold of it being a slightly more mid-rangey deck, then the answer of a control deck to that makes a lot more sense. And if you would have to narrow down to, like, let's say, two critical factors when amassing this unstoppable ball that is called Ornn, what are the critical deciding factors? What is that point of no return with a pinch of salt, where the Ornn player has a what feels like a lock on the game?
So it takes a couple of turns to set it up, right? But you can either just have more than one Ornn on the battlefield, which in China there was an Ornn player who managed to get second out of 128, only lost to the Victor player, which is a very difficult matchup for the Ornn player because the whole deck is
I
just
repeat,
removal,
second
and you're
to a
really
not Draven player.
exactly. I assume he beat a lot of Draven players on the way there, just because Ornn has such a good matchup into Draven if played properly. You have
And why
the
is
biggest
that? Why is that,
on the
Sasuke? What
board.
makes it such a favorable matchup for the Ornn?
You just have the biggest unit on the board. Really, there's only two cards that can answer it in the main deck with Draven. It's Rebuke and it's Fight or Flight. So you save your Defies for the Fight or Flights, and then you save your Not So Fast or the Ornn or Windwall for the Rebuke. And you just make sure that you hold up the runes for it at all times. And if you can't do so, figure out a way to navigate those turns so that you can, because you have to do so. And if you do, the Draven player never is able to get that footing, that final few touches to be able to close out those games. You have cards, like I said, like Time Warp that can allow you to cheese those wins. You have cards like Azir that allow you to move very easily over both the battlefields. Recently, I've been leaning more on Emperor's Divide because it's really only one or two turns where you have to go onto the other battlefield just to clear it out. And again, every single time that he goes to a battlefield, it's like an 80% chance, or if not higher, that he gets to have the hold. And so this World Atlas gets to proc and proc and proc, and you get bigger and bigger and bigger, and you have these Spellsongers attached as well. So it's 4 stats every turn at a minimum. It can go all the way up to 12 stats a turn. It just gets crazier and crazier as these turns go by, and you have so much draw in cards like Progress Day, Consult the Past, and even Premonition if you want to go for it. And you can even play cards like Hextech Anomaly, which is really good. It plays well around Hard Bargain, which is kind of one of the only answers to Time Warp right now. And so there's just so many different
I
ways
think I'd
you
like
can
to add on
navigate.
to that as well. What has struck me from the Ornn deck as well, how surprisingly easy it is on your energy pool. The power cost of these cards are remarkably low, and because of you have a semi-constant stream of gold tokens, the cards that do require more of an investment, you cough up the money like it's nothing, and it feels as if you always have the answers when things are going well for you. It really feels that you are passing the turn, you are holding confidently, you are not really abiding by those same restrictions that those more aggressive decks that are really looking to close out the game in that mid game before you pass on to the later stages. You always have a healthy hand of cards on hand, and I'll be real with you, most of that hand is filled with Defies, with Wind Walls, and other answers just to choke life out of your opponent to make it very graphic.
I mean, you're absolutely right. Once Ornn, he like the first turn he comes out, he's like a 7. And then the next turn he comes out, if you have like an average hand, it's probably going to be a Spellsonger, and you already very likely have a seal on board as well. So then he goes all the way up to 11, maybe even 13 on his first turn. You get that first hold, he's already at 17, and 13 might on turn 4 is nothing to scoff at either. So you get cards like Find Your Center, which allow you to keep up your runes, because you are playing cards like Shirelia's Requiem that require you to recycle 3 runes the turn that you played if you want to attach it to them. And there's just so many different ways you can navigate the turns and just completely dominate the mid to late game stages. And there's very few answers that are available on your opponent's side because, again, you have access to 9 different counter spells already, and all of them are incredibly efficient in what they do.
And to me, that is the most important aspect of that Ornn list that we have seen floating around. Well, that you have seen floating around and
Right.
have been shaping yourself. Because I think it really catches that idea of right, all right, the meta is becoming a bit lopsided. We see an overrepresentation of Draven, and that means, just to bring it down to very easy, understandable terms. When you are playing rock, paper, scissors, right? If every one of your opponents is playing perfectly, they're doing 33% rock, 33% paper, and 33% scissors, then it is tough to adjust your own strategy to that. However, when you know that your opponent will be playing rock 60% of the time, you can adjust your own strategy to that, and your opponents become exploitable. And I think that is what Ornn captures really well. It is really capturing and punishing the fact that these decks are not efficiently equipped to deal with a properly reinforced Ornn. And that is what makes it frightening to me, in the same way that we saw these answers slowly pop up to Kai'Sa as well, where it's up, it is exploitable. And when I know that a lot of my opponents will be fielding this deck, I can be greedy in how I build my deck to maximize exploitation of the fact that I will be facing a Kai'Sa, a Draven, or something along those lines. Now, after we have spent some time praising the deeds of the almighty Ornn, be real with us. What makes you sweat when you see, oh no, I'm up against X?
Victor's very difficult.
Why is that?
Victor and Annie are the two most difficult matchups for him. Purple is a very good tool at just like avoiding combat with Ornn, right? But you have the answers to them, so as long as you are patient and you play properly, you will typically find at least one of the answers, and you could play around that properly. Now, the issue with that is that Annie plays Fizz. Annie always has 2 runes available to her, so it's just very difficult to get through that because you only have so many answers, and she's got like 12 ways to deal with the Ornn, so it's really difficult to get over that. Also, on that same side, Victor kind of does a similar thing.
Recruit that critical mass.
Yes, exactly.
They've played the honor.
She's really quick,
And I think that is a very natural segue into the other thing I want to talk about. You've mentioned it, you've teased it a little bit before, but it is Annie. And I think you and a few other players have a very interesting take on it. That Annie, with the upgrades that Spirit Forge is providing for us, is a sleeping giant, so to speak. Maybe a napping giant, because very recently this giant was
sunglasses
among all the large tournaments.
Playing card games, waiting for the next round of the tournament, which I am out of because I played badly.
Slept on just a little bit. What makes it that Annie is now, in your eyes, a top contender for that #1 spot on all of our tier lists?
Sure. So for me personally, it's like it's Draven, but it's just a better Draven. The issue that Draven has, right, is that the thing that Draven does really good is punishing mistakes, right? So if I go into a combat and I haven't played around a card properly well enough, okay, I get punished. Now they get to draw a card, and that's an even bigger punish, right? Now, as these players get better at playing around the Draven, understanding how to circumvent the way that the legend plays, Annie just you can't play around it. Her effect will always happen, and it's just so effective. And you got cards like Fizz, you got cards like Rebuke, you got cards like Switcheroo that just have all turbocharged the Annie deck that was already one of the best decks in the meta here in set 1, probably the best deck here in set 1, and I think here in set 2 she's going to continue to stay quick.
Right at MTG, I think it's a better game than MTG. You don't have non-games, and you always have relevant decisions to make.
The peaks of
you can't just autopilot,
right? Because it really
punishes your games like you can MTG.
Of your opponent. However, the Annie just does it consistently, and even though the stomps aren't as tough, the fact that she can reproduce these efficient plays over and over and over again while not falling behind in cards, while not falling behind in units on board, makes it a very tricky situation, and just a more
here. I'm not feeding you.
Hey,
it's
kind of like
this
a
is my
sledgehammer to kind of force your way through. Maybe the Annie is a bit more of a scalpel. You need 8 years of university to really get the most out of it. Is that an apt description?
I'd say so. I feel like Annie, just because of her effect, she almost feels like a Swiss Army knife that like somehow has a like
Black.
access to a nuke.
Alright,
She's just crazy. I mean, she's got so many different tools
I
available to her
haven't seen
at
that
all
iteration
stages
of the
the
Swiss
game.
Army knife.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that either. And then I played against Annie. I was like, oh my god, what is she doing here? I mean, but that said, though, we are going to be going into a Draven mirror here at the upper bracket final. I think really why we're seeing so much Draven right now is just because he's new and exciting and he's fun.
The EDH,
Drawing
yeah,
cards
that's.
is always fun.
I don't think that's a
I've
very
played
serious
many
format.
games in the past
Didn't
where
they add like the tier system to it?
I could probably
Which I don't
have
even
won,
really believe
you know,
is
but instead I wanted to draw
functional.
the card.
Me too.
So
I played
you know,
Multiplayer, no.
Bit of one.
I'm just saying, you know, like I could have won or I could have drawn the card, and so I.
The biggest issue with multiplayer is it's best of one, so you can't sideboard.
Right, and I think
Yeah,
that's part of the reason why so many players are leaning into this Draven over the Annie is because it feels more fun. Honestly, I think.
Actually, is it best of one? Yeah, it's best of one.
You could draw anything.
Yeah, CED just I can believe that it's fun, but I don't believe it's competitive.
Or you could draw a card. It could be anything, even the game-winning play. Hiding among those cards. Now, as we are slowly counting down and getting our players ready for our upper bracket final, it is important to remember what makes this all possible. And to bring that to you, I have Plus.
Okay, no one cares about it.
Way to give you a very important message to shout out those who make Runes and Rift possible. Plus, he's going to wait a second.
I've bid like some 5 diamonds winter.
We're seesawing.
I wasn't sure how strong this raise was, though. It was stronger than I thought.
Plus, take it away.
Do the match? Not quite.
All right, guys. I think we are live.
This is winners finals.
Go. And thank you, Bandit, for that transition. All right, guys. Apologies for the little bit of technical difficulties. The players before this winners bracket had a little bit of issues, but it is set in stone. Like Bandit and Sasuke were alluding to, it's going to be a Draven versus Draven winner finals. Maybe some could have predicted it, but I was hoping that Rex guy could probably squeeze it in, but they have a little glimmer of hope down in the lower bracket. But yes, we want to give a big shout out to our sponsors for today's event with all those fantastic pricing. Let's go ahead and see.
I'll let you know. You're staying inside.
First off, big shout out to Card Nexus, guys. Track and organize your Riftbound collection and other TCGs like a pro with Card Nexus. These guys are real TCG lovers. They honestly been in the TCG scene for over 20 years, so big respect to that. Card Nexus allows players and collectors to manage their cards like a pro, like I said, with features like smart bulk importing, portfolio value, completion tracking, and they often have a lot of frequent updates as they're relying on a lot of community feedback, and they tend to do a good amount of giveaways. And speaking of giveaway, guys, they're doing a big one for you. They are doing a Spirit Forge booster box giveaway. If you guys type just like Store is doing in chat, !Card Nexus, follow that link, and if you sign up for absolutely free on their website, you get entered into the raffle. So everyone that uses that link in chat, !Card Nexus, does get in. So big shout out, collect, trade, and connect with Card Nexus. Our next sponsor, guys, big shout out to Chili Bird Co. Fantastic group of people. Actually, an old friend of mine, so big love to them. Chili Bird Co. makes custom TCG binders with laser engraving designs. Right now, they're mainly in the TCG Pokemon TCG space, but they would love to start doing some Riftbound product. So feel free to reach out to them at chilibirdco.com or follow them on Instagram at chilibirdco as well. They make some great products.
Take a thing here.
Next up is Mattify. I'm sure a couple of you guys have seen them all over Twitter. They tend to go viral every time they post because they have some of the coolest playmats pretty much on the internet. They specialize on adding foil accents onto retail mats. So if you see that Ari and the MF playmat, they add those extra foiling and they look incredible in person. You guys can check them out at Mattify.com or Mattify Customs on Twitter. They're actually going to be printing our championship mat, the Runes and Rift, our very first ever play mat. They're going to be bringing those to life. So shout out to Metafy. And guys, last but not least, Piltover Archive. They've been around since day one of Riftbound. Pretty much hands down the #1 place to deck build for Riftbound. So I'm sure you guys all know, but for those that are newer to the community, head over to piltoverarchive.com and follow them on Twitter at piltoverarch. All right, guys, that is it for our sponsor segment. We're gonna throw it on a short little, and I know I always say short little break, but a short little break.
Another break.
Because we'll set up these final winners finals, and then when we come back, guys, it is the final game of the upper bracket. See who's gonna be locking in the
I guess I'm just gonna stay here. Turn this off a little much longer. I guess as long
winners
as
finals, we're gonna see if we
losers
can
bracket is
action down
running
to
on
the
time,
lower bracket,
which
but we'll be right back.
yeah, it's getting there, I guess. It's getting there. Let's see. I guess I could run some runes and Rift ranked. Let's see. How does it work? Join queue. Join opponent. Join voice chat. Play the match. Report the results. Ranked results. Now I see. We get buttons. All right, let's do this. All right, that's great. Like maybe might not be using voice chat. It's the bot messaging. Oops. To join voice. That's the year. Okay. Okay. We're winning against the Zir. They could have Hidden Blade, but they can also have stuff like Stratagem. I'm probably better off holding Moonball. I prefer not only until he did giving away info. Yeah, just turn on wages of pain. Oh wait, this. I hate TCG Arena so much. This blurred image is just yeah. Yeah, no,
Your LGS with one of these, you are, I mean, people will be falling to their
That's a
knees,
flex.
hailing you as the next coming of Jesus Christ himself. And our next two players will be making a chance, will be taking their shot at just that. Now, Darisu facing off against Jay Chan in the upper bracket finals. Let's not mince any words about it. Let's get this game going right now.
Let's
it's
do it.
probably a hidden blade that he's gonna target his own guy with.
And they are champing at the bit, Sasuke. I think at least half of the chat will be happy to see a Draven
Am I supposed to
lose,
play
and the other
Spellsong first?
half
I
will
want to
be
play this
sad to see
one,
a Draven move on to
but I
the
also need to do
finals.
this Consult
But
the
I think
Past
it's
Hidden.
This is
indicative
like
of
the
the tournament we have seen today.
this is like the heads I win, tails you lose kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, it really, really is. Now, I think this must be like the cleanest mirror match we've seen thus far. Not only matching
That could be a
heroes
guards.
and legends, but also the battlefields. And man, some people love it, some people hate it. I
Could just go to the other
am in the
battlefield.
loving camp. I love mirror matchups
There's no
because
reason to
it's
go to this
such
thing.
a raw display of skill. It is the ultimate setting for bragging rights like none other. And with a spot in the finals on the line, the pressure has mounted up at almost as high as it can.
I mean, I tend to agree with you here. I think I don't think that this is a lot of things that viewers actually even consider is how much pressure just gets built on you because you get closer and closer to those finals and you're just like, oh, just one more hurdle. And as you know, it's, man, I guess the best
Ooh.
way for me to explain it is you ever have a big project and then you get to that like 99%, you got 1% left of that project, but it just feels like you have a whole 100% left to go after that fact. So we'll have to see how both of these players handle these nerves right now. But this falling star, obviously, Darasu off to a good start here because of it.
Yeah, off to a good start. And it really dismantling these early
Another
plans.
missed
We've
tutor off
seen
him
how
too.
destructive it can be in the right situation for a Draven. When they cannot get the ball rolling, they can struggle to get themselves back into the game. Definitely not impossible, but it can throw a wrench into the works. And keep in mind, these players have been playing for 4 hours, a potential of 12 games before this one, without anything of a major break. So not only placing yourselves to
Let's
the
see.
grand final is of course
7.
everybody's dream, but buying yourself a bit of a break that you can step outside, take a walk, get a smoke, have a sip of water to clear your head. That cannot be underestimated how valuable that can be.
Yeah, and now this makes me a little worried here. I understand that you want to try and get these
Very
points as
green, dude.
early as you can,
That's
but
weird.
because of the fact that this Draven's biggest fan, or I forget what, overzealous fan rather, um,
It's
is by
Draven's biggest fan.
himself.
I'm totally on board with that.
That's what it used to be called back in the Legend of Runeterra's days. But here we are in Riftbound, and again, it's by himself. So if he goes back with this Reaver's Row, that does mean that Darasu gets to draw because he does win a combat. That is how the Reaver's Row does work here. So Tide Turner just going to be developed onto the Overzealous fans side of the battlefield so
That's
that if he
4.
does decide to get rid of this Draven's biggest
Any
fan, at
ones?
least he can win the combat. And so now Darasu is kind of forced onto the right-hand
I guess he
battlefield
stacks well. Yeah.
because this Trevelyan Hopeful is going to be forced back into base.
I'm going to do 11, which is exactly enough for double spell
Very
songer plus
mournful
Fiend
about
Wall.
that when it comes to
That'll
Draven?
work.
I mean, we still get to draw the cards here, right?
As Darasu, you're very happy about this here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
However, if you are, I can't quite read the name, J-Chan. If you're J-Chan here, you're definitely not feeling happy about this here. You kind of want to hold on to the battlefield to try and combat what this Darius is doing. So we'll have to see if he has the fight or flight available. But right now, it just doesn't look like that is going to be the case. So Darasu very likely to be able to score his second point here. 6 runes available after the fact, and as well as 1 rune loading. Excuse me.
15,
Yeah, and
17.
I think moving from that point, the early game is the most volatile part of the game for the Draven because
16, 17.
it's such a level playing
trade.
field in a way, as you and your opponent both haven't seen all of your
He's
cards
just going
just
to
yet. So
take
the chances
cards.
of you already, when you've seen half of your deck, which a Draven can easily accomplish, you are kind of almost guaranteed to see some of your answers. You become more consistent. But in the early game, it's a lot more volatile. You haven't seen as many cards. Your options are limited. And if you manage to punish that, that can have major ripple effects throughout your very first game. And honestly, when you are Draven and you do manage to secure that first win, you are coasting, because you are ensuring yourself at least a game 3 in which you get to decide who gets to start first.
Now, this is a very devastating rebuke here on the side of J-Chan. He did not have the hard bargain to be able to respond, and he just threw away a cleave, which means that this Trifarian Hopeful is going to be sitting on that Reaver's
That's
Row
4
for a
and
very long
13.
time. And now J-Chan is going to be all the way up to 4
And
points
then
here. Just wants to
add
actually instead play a little bit more passively here.
extra 6.
Just go back to base, reset the board, be able to conquer on these next set of turns here, because he's not sure what this Draven is going to have available. And very clearly, he doesn't have enough interaction to be able to deal with it.
Yeah,
Wait,
and
I 3
I
deer?
think
Yeah,
that
I think
once you do reach that point that we have currently amassed, where you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bodies in your base, you are accruing that almost that point of no return. And even though, yeah, you are sitting on a comfy 4 cards in hand, I'm not sure if that really measures up to the extent that so many bodies set in place have. Now, I will point out, just to play devil's advocate, you're a little worried because a light slinger here can be devastating. However, Falling Star will try to get a similar effect done. But look at this abundance of Chaos Runes. It really narrows the potential for future Light Slingers. And maybe in a single one, yeah, but Light Slingers really become devastating when they get to repeat it twice or maybe even 3 times, dealing in a very efficient way with a lot of threats all at once. That is no longer available to Darasu, and I think J-Chan is looking to capitalize on that.
So now the Spinning Axe is going to come down. 3 cards remain in Darasu's hand. J-Chan has to find some way to get over this Darius right now, or Draven right now. But I just don't see it in the cards. So I assume he's just going to move this Treasure Hunter onto the Reaver's Row on the left-hand side here, just be able to get himself a gold token, figure out what's going to happen next. But instead, just going to go right into the combat right now. Wants to see exactly what this Draven has available. And it's going to be up to Darasu to, have a good response, because right now, this Spinning Axe Treverian Hopeful is pulling a lot of threat.
Yeah, it is pulling a lot of threat. And, that is not even to mention the extra bodies laying in wait in the base of J-Chan as well. So there is a backup plan, right? Not all of these eggs are in the basket just yet. Now, as we are moving further on in the game, we do see this little expedition come through from Darasu, and he needs to win those. He really does, because the more battles he wins, the more he'll be drawing, the more he will be allowed to get back into this game. However, this is not similar to the previous matchups we had, where we see a Draven fall behind and claw their way back, because they are facing a deck armed with all the same, or mostly the same answers that they will be fielding themselves. And especially with the distribution of runes currently, you are just limited. Even in the small amounts cards that you get to see, there is a good chance you can't even play them if you are not getting the right runes still.
Well, that said, I mean, there is going to be at least one Fury Rune available. Actually, two Fury Runes
Poorly
will be
timed.
available, because he did send
Start
one
with the
Chaos
queue.
Rune to the bottom of his deck. So we know at the
Try to
very
multitask.
least
I guess I'll
that
just
there
put this
will
on the
be
other
two
monitor.
more Fury Runes available for
Actually.
Darasu on this following turn. That said, J-Chan's at 6 points. This is that lethal range that he needs to be able to get to be able to overtake on this following turn. So 6
Ooh.
runes going to be exhausted. We have to assume it's a Ferris Forerunner, and it is. So 7 or 13 might rather available on this following turn to be able to overtake and get the game that he needs. So just going to pull back the Treverian Hopeful, allow himself an additional 4 more might on this following turn. And Darasu, it just feels like he's so far behind because of this early game.
And I think that the mountain that is to set out to climb for Darasu is just very, very tall right now, because the complete last turn of J-Chan has been spent entrenching himself, becoming a larger opponent for the upcoming turns. And the fact that he gets to hold out right now is such a daunting task. And I think we can be looking at a very, very scary opposition right now. If the answers are not coming through, it must be so limited. There they go. One man through the breach, more to follow, and that is how it can be done.
Fight or flight
Quick
for every
and
single point.
easy, making it look
Pretty good when your opponent has one unit on board after a falling
J-Chan
start.
will be moving up to game 1. And, well, can he pull it over the line? 2-0, clean style, secure himself that spot in the grand final like it is nothing? Or will Darasu claw his way back? He will be on the play this time. All set to play for. And just take a look at these player cams. Look how calm and collected J-Chan is sitting here. If you were to tell me that this man just played 3 series in a row that all went the distance and pushed him to the absolute limit, and still showing up in the upper bracket final like this, undefeated, unbothered, in the zone, that is what you need to
Hello? Oh, hey.
competitive events.
Sorry, I didn't know you were in
That
voice.
is what
Oh,
you need
yeah.
to get into the grand final. And
You're
he
just
is
messing with
only
0-0.
one more game
Cookie.
away from his spot.
Yeah, I will say,
I'll go fight yours here.
neither of these legends were able to really find their footing here in this game. I think between both of the Dravens, only one card was drawn, potentially just 2. So it's really felt like both of these players are doing a great job of just mitigating the effect that these legends will have. And this is what I was alluding to, and why I think that over time, Annie will be the better of the 2 decks. You have the Annie legend that allows you to ready your 2 runes. You have the Annie card herself, or the Annie chosen, that when you play her, you get to bring a spell back from your discard. And so you can just bring back those fight or flights, you can bring back those rebukes, and it's incredibly difficult to fight through, especially because you have access to cards like Fizz on top of all of what Annie's already able to do. So these Draven players are fighting for their lives here, and I'd like to see
Man,
one
this
of
is
these
tough.
players find a way to get these draws But again, it's just so risky because you have access to cards like Piercing Light. You
Maybe I
have
should have
access
just
to cards
held
like Fight or Flight.
when I hit
You have
7.
access to cards
Oh,
like
I was
Crazy.
prepared to push
and
that if you
it is
held.
so dangerous to go
Oh,
into
okay.
a battlefield.
It is very, very dangerous. Now, as
Unless you
we
had,
are
like,
starting in
2
our
face
second
breakers or
game,
something
this
crazy.
is what I like
No,
about
you
these
can't do that.
Draven
Pay the
decks.
flex. You can afford
They
the flex
actually
cost.
have a proper plan for when they are on the draw in game 2. That is
Uh,
bringing that obelisk of power. It's the first
These guys are
divergent
9.
we have seen between these Draven decks. I mean, it's a common battlefield for sure. However, the fact that they can threaten that turn 1 Draven that doesn't cost them a single rune at all, it is quite. It doesn't feel bad to be on the draw.
Oh,
as
you're
a
just gonna
Draven then.
swap.
It
Oh,
really
that's so
feels
hard
like
to
you
play
can
around.
Yeah, you're getting the
mitigate
green as your
pain
tricks
that
swapped
is
on you.
usually felt by being on
Yeah.
the draw.
You know
Usually
exactly how it
I'm
works.
I'm the
Around
guy.
clawing their way, their tempo back into their own match. And let's see what he has cooking for us, Jay-chan. Give it to us. Give us that turn 1 Draven. But yes, there we have it. I mean, it's just it's just a sight to see.
This was risky as, Falling Star is available for both of these players. So if it is going to be a Falling Star on the side of
I
Darasu
think
here,
I will.
J-Chan's
he's
in a world of
19.
hurt because both of these decks are
Yeah,
very
this
much
is
about their tempo, and falling behind on it can really hurt because, again, this is a mirror match. So once you
going
fall
to
behind,
attach
it's very
GA.
hard to claw back, and we saw that here in game number 1.
Yeah.
Vex is going to be the answer here, or going to be the play rather, for Darasu here, and I think Vex has been an incredible card. It's definitely moved up a
Go
lot for
here.
me in terms of one of the most impactful cards of the set. The ability to just
So Azir is 11, and that's a 2 on the
halt your
token.
opponent's ability to interact with
Yes.
you has been
And I have
absolutely devastating.
My
So we'll have
Orn,
to
which is a
see how
10,
it
and
gets
my Azir is a
mitigated,
7.
I should say.
Yeah, so I'll kill
But
your
right
Orn if
now,
you
I
don't do
just am
anything.
not sure that there is a valid answer. So 2 runes
I'm
available.
gonna
He's
clear
calling the
everything you
bluff
have.
on the side of
Yep,
Darsu,
sure.
but there is
I'll
that
lose
fight or
on you.
flight. So you have to see if there is going to be a response on the side of J-Chan. 2 runes going to be exhausted, or sorry, 2 runes are going to be used, and this Ride
And
the
I just
Wind
have
is going
to
to be the
send
response
it.
onto the other side of the battlefield, allow him that capability. Oh no, he's just going to go right back into it.
You floated 1
Um,
mana. Yeah, no wind
Yeah.
wall.
so
There's a lot
now
of
the
back and
question
forth
is
going.
do you win combat
Yeah,
there?
you were holding
Because
3
you
up the
go
whole
back to
time, so
base
Yeah.
and
didn't
you're
really get an
still
opportunity.
in
Okay, yeah, GG.
that's a very
This was a
weird
Wages of Pain.
interaction there. I don't think he gets to draw.
Yeah.
So
It's
is
best of
able
3,
to
right? in this?
negate the draw, allow
Oh,
himself a
yes.
draw
Okay.
as
I'll go
well as
first.
a gold token.
Alright.
And yeah, I mean, I'm honestly at a loss of words even because that was crazy.
Yeah, and I think we can bring it back. I think we can bring it back to the fact that you said it is a bit of a risk.
you get your ticket to
opener,
Vegas?
Right, to get the turn 1 Draven.
Yeah, I've got a
Vegas
ticket to
versus
Vegas,
something
waiting
that's
for the top
super
64
lethal.
ticket for
However,
Bologna, which
that
hopefully they give it to
is
people
the
in top
luxury
64 here
that
if they
Jaychen
didn't
has bought
have one
himself
already.
by winning
Nice.
that first match. He can
Be
throw down
ideal.
the gauntlet and yell at Darcy's
Just wish
face,
it wasn't like
have it,
so close to
have the
the
falling
set
star.
release.
And if
which
you
Yeah.
is so
don't have
much
it, you're in for a
easier to
world of
get
hurt.
cards.
And look where he is right now. I mean, this world might carry a different name, but it is not holding back any
Try
pressure.
this, I guess. Actually, this
Absolutely.
card's
I think
better.
you said it best here. Once you kind of got around this falling star, you have a lot less to worry about here.
Okay.
That said, there is still a Vex on board. Darsu is going to be the one to finish the game first. So J-Chan has to figure out a way to get onto this battlefield while also staving off the aggression that Darsu gets to put out on these following
You're going
turns.
first?
So it looks like it's just going
Oh,
to
yeah.
be a treasure hunter for
Okay.
now. He's got enough cards in hand to be able to interact, and we'll have to see if Darsu just kind of plays it slow here, builds up his back line a little bit, and keeps enough runes available to be able to protect this Vex.
Yeah,
That's
the
okay.
ball is in Darius's corner. And, I mean, he can't
Okay, I have to keep
afford
one of these.
a lot more
I'll get
delays
one.
than he's currently experiencing, right? He really has to show up either today or tomorrow.
You get obelisk.
Because right
Oh,
now,
true.
if you let J-Chan pull away even further, and not necessarily in the victory point department, but in card advantage, in units on board, you might be in for a world of hurt. Now, putting down the Draven, a daunting solution, and it will be pulled back. I don't think we can call that a one combat now, can we?
It looks like that is going to be the one combat
I
there because
go.
Darasu does not have the right, the win to answer. So this Overzealous fan just going to push that
Wages of Pain.
Draven back to base. Darasu and Draven is making my brain melt. I understand that they are brothers, but it is hurting my head, okay?
They are blood brothers above all things. You know,
I think
do
I'll
not
go here.
underestimate them
I'll play
Yeah.
when they
one.
come out.
I'll
And
attach.
you know, even though Darius was quite a menace to behold previously, right? You know,
Maybe get the
big
token at
brother
the same
vibes.
time.
I mean, Draven is such a
Yeah.
loose cannon,
Just had to
and
play
I
around
think
it.
the chaos that is being
Okay,
sown
it's expensive at
in
least. I wish I had a finder center to
unison
then just get the value
with
anyway.
these overzealous fans, it feels like such a
You're gonna attach the
band
eye.
of
Okay, I'm just gonna
gears.
cash this
It
in
really
immediately
starts
and kill your guy with
grinding
Dawn's
them,
Blade.
clogging them up, and takes more
Get a
wind
gold.
out of the sails of the Draven.
Dawn
And the
shield.
fact that he gets to procure himself some extra gold in the meantime as well. Meanwhile, it did cost cards and tempo on the side of Darisu.
Double.
I think
Or
we
sure.
are looking at another uphill battle, especially when the Draven just sets his sight on a very similar
Tears I'm
board state
attaching.
that we previously had as well. Only this time there is 6 energy and an equal amount of cards to back it up and to
I'll play my
scare away any prospective conquerors.
So Darasu here just going to go right back into it here. And now it is going to be up to Jay-Chan to decide whether or not he wants to use the Draven ability first. So we'll have to see if that is going to be the case. There's still 8 runes available as well as 4 cards available here for Darasu. We have seen a Fighter Flight. Right? We have seen a Rebuke. So we'll have to see if he's got more of these tricks up his sleeve. But
gonna charm.
Charm.
He's got 6 cards in hand.
Yep.
We have to assume he's got
some deflect.
And probably more than one. I mean, when we've seen these Draven decks, they are very eager to get cracking with the combat tricks.
Man,
and even though I think the advantage is with
who
the
do you kill?
aggressor usually.
Wait, I've got 5, so I can kill Tank and the guy holding the eye.
Just that little bit more to stand to really find unequal ground. And
I think you'd have tried
saw that, but we have just been given a look by Jay-Chan, looking over to the side, giving us
Shouldn't even keep the wages of pain in this matchup.
I don't want to say picture perfect anime grin here, but I think there might be shenanigans afoot.
I should sideboard it out, probably. It's not good enough.
Yeah, look, this spinning axe is definitely going to be the first foothold that he's got to get over here. This cleave is not going to be enough to do so. And so Jay-Chan just continue to play this patient. He's still got more cards in hand. And Darasu has to figure out a way to break this hold. He's got to get this Targon's Peak, because if he's able to do so, that will create a 2-point lead. And this Vex has just been left untouched for now. And I feel like it's going to continue to stay untouched, especially if this Targon Peak gets taken.
Yeah, and we tough. It's the beauty of the mirror, man, because the resources available, the cards available at their disposal are so similar. It is really these minute differences that are really deciding the game. And these ripple effects from the early game are felt, I think, like 10 times over as well. The value accrued by a Vex reigning on the board for this long, holding down the battlefield as well, it is giving room for Darasu to get away with situations that he usually wouldn't. However, on the answering side from Jay-Chan, he is not looking to give up quite so easily. And the fact that his Draven is still on the battlefield and hasn't been answered either means that future endeavors that do not include a rebuke or a fight or flight from the side of Darasu, it's quite a hurdle to overcome, especially when Jay-Chan has another 3 Fury runes to fire up his Draven once more.
Yeah, now he did exhaust a couple more runes there. I'm not quite sure what for, but again, look, we know what one of those cards is. It's a Draven. He's got essentially 2 cards remaining in his hand, while Jay-Chan is still sitting pretty at 5 cards in hand. He was able to draw another card as well as get that additional gold token. And it just feels like right now, Darasu's getting choked out. I think he's playing a little bit impatiently
for free
and trying to force the issue because right now he is the winning line. I think he just needs to play it a little bit more patiently because he's starving himself of resources. And when it comes time to get that final push, he's
3
just not
tokens,
going to be able to. And Jay
And
Chan,
here is that
6 cards in hand again. He just has so many more resources available to him. It's going to be very difficult to find these final closing remarks. And
here
look,
we
this
go. I
ride to
think,
wind, just absolutely devastating.
like you said, Sasuke, forcing the issue really comes to mind, and maybe a little bit greedy as well. And even though that is very canon for a Draven player,
No, I'm
I
not
think
going to play Ornn at
leaving
Vegas, most likely.
your Vex out here to dry when you
approved.
have only a single energy to back it up, that better be a very impactful energy, and it will be a fight or flight, discounted
Two
with the
recruits?
Vex, of course.
Wait,
Quite
2 eyes.
difficult,
You 2 eyes.
and
Okay.
maybe
Yeah, two
that
eyes.
little kink in the
6, 7,
cable,
8, 9,
that
10,
little extra unforeseen
14.
turn to catch someone off guard.
Can do.
However, it doesn't stop here. Ooh.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even that big of an issue here for this Draven player. Look, he
I'm
used
actually
right to
really
win,
close.
which means that this Draven player is ready. He just gets to go right back here and get rid of this Vex once and for all. And now, even though you used your fighter, or even though you got to draw a card,
This here.
you've used your fight or flight. And I
It's a
feel
hidden
like
card.
what would have been a much more crucial moment in the later stages of this game. So Darsu has to find a couple more answers,
Roger.
but again, he is just starving himself
yeah.
of these resources. And if he doesn't find a way to deal with this soon, he's just going to be out of them.
Yeah, and Jay-chan is Nox's embodied. The coffers of the madman himself seem unexhaustible, and every moment
one.
he gets means that this treasure hunter is accruing more and more
Draw one.
value. And he can afford to
Okay,
make
game
these
3.
higher costed plays.
Okay.
It is just when it rains, it pours. And the relentless assaults mounted by Jay-chan are really starting to take their toll, and an inch becomes a foot becomes a yard, and a yard is looking to become a mile. And not even a single moment of respite is given
man,
to
the fact that
Darisu.
the second rebuke comes down, it might just be the death knell. I'm sorry for interrupting, but that was just such a huge
I'll go
moment
first.
here in this game.
Okay.
Darisu just struggling to find his
I
footing here,
will
and again, just continuously being exhausted of these
keep this
resources.
whole
The
hand.
attrition, the patience here from Jay-chan as just showcasing how good of a player he is. And I think right now it feels like
Okay.
he's just the better player, and he might be able to take it from just playing better here. And
Well, I'm
his
ready.
mirror just
Okay.
oh man, Jay-chan
Play
is
a
just navigating
seal.
this like an absolute pro here. I
Play
am
a Zanyas.
blown
It's a
away at how
masterclass.
patient
Okay.
and well he's
I'm
been
ready for
playing.
the charm this time.
Absolutely,
It's a
masterclass from
masterclass
Draven.
in translating a small lead into game-winning, decisive ones. And I think we talked about it before.
Play another
The
seal.
Draven deck is so well equipped
Play Find Your
to
Center.
run away from your opponent in a very quick manner. Right?
Play
When
a
you are given
cookie.
the inch, you can take the mile. When given the finger, you can take the arm. And that is what we are seeing right now. And I mean, just take a look at these player cams. I think Darisu is that is not a happy man.
Yep.
That is not a happy Draven player. Little Jay-chan giving the old stretch, is already patting himself on the back a little bit, already wondering how many events he can procure himself with a $40 event voucher. Maybe considering if he'd prefer his playmat in either silver or gold foiling.
And I'll pass.
And I think when the victory
Okay.
is so close at hand, it is important to stay
Eat a
focused,
cookie.
to not slip up till the very
And
end.
drop
Even
one.
when the margins are this large, we have seen Dravens recover. We have. Not against other Dravens, but, you know, what's the difference? Potato, tomato, right?
Now, I will say this here. Darisu has to figure out a way to deal with everything that that Jay-chan can do here.
Whilst
Jay-chan
not
has
spending runes
11
and not
energy
spending cards.
available. He's got a bajillion
Oh.
cards, and it's going to start here with this fight or flight, which might just mean that the game is already over. We'll have to see
Yeah.
if that last card in hand is a third
World
fight or flight
Atlas,
or second fight or flight. I'm not sure if he's
Spell
playing
Songer,
one this game.
Oh boy.
Either way, there's
equip
just
it,
so many cards left in the gas tank here. Going to be able to draw
and
himself an
equip
additional
the
card
Atlas.
because he won a combat,
Man.
and that is going to be the game. Very well
So
played from
5
J-Chan there.
gear.
I have to say, it really felt like
Go here.
Darasu could have played it a little bit more patiently. He had the Vex.
Yeah.
He was the first
5
on the
card.
play there as well. So he could have just
14.
played it a little bit more patiently, waited to
60.
find a couple more key cards and just push the Darius away. So that way he wouldn't have had to go into these combats. But because that was the case here, J-Chan able to close out this game in a 2-0 fashion.
Capitalizing on the very first opening J-Chan saw, takes a risky route, and
This
it
is
pays off
insane.
in a big.
Yeah, that Draven Mirror did not look close. That was just like
Oh,
rebuke
sorry. Oh, is that
greater
good?
than everything. Yep, that's fine. Yep. You scored 1 on turn 2, then you went to 3, you should be at 4, right? Or am I, hold on. And then you have 3, 5. Wait, you be, so. Turn,
me
you
scroll
played
up
this
here.
guy. Turn 2, you scored both. No, you're at 4, then 5. Yeah, you're good.
Awkward hand here. Your deflect 4?
Yep.
That is insane.
Yep.
Pencil 2 Zanyas. Okay. Going to Hidden Blade myself.
Sure.
So I have equipment now.
What's the rest of your hand? You didn't have equipment.
That's a great question.
All hidden blades?
Probably.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just pass.
Yeah, 0.4 holding. That too?
Yes.
And I need to get my main gold. Um, play another consult cost.
Sure.
And we're spell songer and equipment.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
That would be fair. Hide a card.
Go here.
Yep.
I could play the game. That's And then I'll double.
Sure. I'll pull tap and flow the power if I find your center for that.
Yep.
Play World Atlas, equip it with the power floating.
Yep.
Play Zonius from hidden.
Okay.
Play another card. Play another spell songer.
Okay.
And use feelings.
That's insane. I've never seen a 40 might.
He's gonna get 12 more per turn.
Okay.
To
I
find a way
mean,
to move him to the battlefield now.
I'll just stay over here.
Yeah, you're safe over there.
I'll make a BF sword guy.
Sure. Apparently Sasuke's biggest Orn was 63. I think I'm going to be beating that.
Oh my lord. I mean, yeah, I'll just chill out.
Just make a stack of 4 of them. Pass.
All right. I'll go here.
Yep. You're at 8.
Yeah. I will a point to try to like make my board bigger here.
Sure.
I pass.
Yay. You got 4 gold, got point for holding. Help the past.
I think I will buy that.
I'll defy your defy.
I'll defy your defy.
I'll will defy.
Okay. You got it. Do not have my own wind wall.
Looking off mana for Azir. Yep, that's a game. Don't draw onto him in half my deck. It's tragic.
Yeah, sorry.
Charm. Yeah. Okay, I need to take these wages of pain out. They're baiting me way too hard. It doesn't matter if I slow you down from scoring if I can't play my Orm as soon as possible because I don't have a Zonios or Guardian Angel out to protect him.
Yeah.
Damn.
GG's.
Yeah, GG's.
A lot for playing. It's fun.
Now we both need to
We'll
report,
see
right?
Yeah, we both report.
Where are the results? Where does it actually show up in our queue?
It's welcome to Q 1945 in the text channel. I could tag you in it.
Oh, I see. Okay. RIP. Alright, yeah, I see what is going wrong now, though. Hextech anomaly for that situation when I don't draw? No, I just take out the Wages of Pains, put in the third Orn, put the third Guardian Angel back in. Maybe I'll put the third Orn in. Because I could have drawn the Orn as well. I had so many draws. Yeah, the Finder Centers are not that good. Hey, I'm behind on points. If I don't find the Azir or the Shirelias, I'm not up on points. I would rather have the second Orn than the Emperor's Divide. I think I would rather have this set up and then figure out what my last card is. I mean, it could be one premonition, just to be able to dig in these spots. I don't think Orn Blacksmith is good enough. I'd rather have a meditation than premonition, to be honest. I like meditation better. Could also be charm. I could have drawn. No, I took it out. But since he was only holding with one unit, he should have held with 2 units probably to be safer. Faster with drop orders and pit crews. Not doing horrible. Yeah. No, those cards are really good. Like blue just randomly has no power cost accelerate units. And pit crew is a mini Darius. And now as soon as that match finishes, we go to break. God damn it. What a tragedy. I mean, I guess Hextech Anomaly is an energy conduit, kind of. Where you can play it turn 1 with your Orn, and then on turn 2 you can use it and make your Orn give you mana. Kind of works. Don't go out and bark at something again. There's also games where I just don't find the World Atlas Spellsonger, and then my Orn isn't big enough. So I have time for that as long as I have Zhanya's Guardian Angel. Renata not a thing. The blue Renata. I can't make energy. Like, the limitation is more so energy rather than anything else. That was well played by him to defy my consults, because I literally was going to draw into the Azir, and if I get that Azir down, I win. Yeah. I mulligan. No, I full cut. But yeah, if I had a second defy, because I can't not so fast that. Has to choose a unit or gear.
All right, Rift Bounders, we are back.
If I could not so
to
fast,
continue on.
I was still 1 mana short.
into
That's
our
been 5, 6,
losers
7, not so
bracket,
fast. So
our
my only draw
lower
was
bracket finals.
Shirelias.
They're
I
not
still had 2
finals,
draws
but
off the consult for
bracket in
Shirelias, and
general.
then I still win from there.
This is going to be good. Unfortunately, one of our casters kind of had a little bit of a no-show, but it is my pleasure to join in with Sasuke for
No,
this
he had.
round. It is one round
No, he also had
earlier than I thought, but since things lined
Hidden
up,
Blade
we
in hand,
might
I
as well
think.
catch this game because they're just getting things started. It's actually Q, the person we saw in round number 1, going head-to-head against Glasna, a very good community member, as most of you guys might or may not know him. But the matchup will be Victor and Kaiser. That's kind of a matchup as old as time, isn't it, Sasuke?
Yeah, pretty old, pretty old as time. I mean, definitely in the early stages of Riftbound, probably less so here in the later stages of Set One, but still pretty old. And we'll have
Fog
to
is
see if
still
it's
in
going to
there.
be the old Victor or the new Victor.
Victor.
We did get to see him in round one, so I'm going to ask you: was it old or new?
It was what has been coined as the prison victor. So it's the full control with a whole bunch of spells and just getting units with your legend ability, I believe.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, I have seen a lot of these Victor lists running Vanguard Armory as well as just kind of like
I
their
mean, the problem
own
too, like I could play
quote
Thousand
unquote
Tailed
unit,
Watcher or something
if you
stupid like
will,
that.
just because it's able to generate
Because the
so
problem
many
is if I just
runes
have
so
drop order,
often, and it can help you at all stages of the game. Because once
it's
this
going to run
Victor
into the
kind of
same
falls
issues, isn't it?
behind, it takes a couple of turns before you
Going to
can
slow down that
really
one
get
by a
set back
turn,
up.
the same
That
as
said,
wages.
a ton of removal. Kaiza
And
actually
it's not like I can
very
make it
favored into
big later
this,
on.
specifically because of a card like
I don't
Ferris
have
Wheel.
equipment to make it bigger
Yeah, we'll
to
see. I mean,
actually have
traditionally
meaningful
in the
attacks to break
past,
vaults. So it would
Kaiser
have to be
has
like
had a
Watcher.
fantastic matchup against
Like
Victor. So I'm
throw
actually
Thousand
very
Tailed Watcher
curious to
in and have
see
that be a 7 white
how
unit,
this
and then it
new
can
set two
eat
has changed
Zonya's
things between. How's the dynamics
and
have
get
changed
value
between
that
these
way.
two legends?
I mean,
Because man,
that's so
with Falling
bad though.
Stars just alone has been over to overpower
That's so
Victor in the
bad.
past. But is there just a lack of units now that kind of makes Fallen Stars feel a little bit more lackluster? Or is it going to be the same story as before, but starting things off, just curving out nice and simple? The Pouty Pour for the Kaiser, the recruit token for the Victor. And Pouty Poro seems
I'll try
pretty good, I
Meditation in
will
the
say,
main
in this
deck.
matchup because of that deflect. Because Victor wants to just keep pinging away these units,
And I think I do
and
want 3 charm
he's gonna
for
have to
like
be forced to
Fiora.
pay for that on Pouty Poro.
Yeah, I'm
This
not a
energy
fan of
conduit
having to use
probably.
those deflect costs early on
But
here,
Fiora
so we'll
for
have to
Aurelion.
see if he's going to uh, utilize, what he's supposed to in
Tiana,
these early removal tools, or
she
if
would
he's
just
just
get
going to
killed.
go
You
with this
can't.
Victor while it's
Like
available.
they're just gonna
That
send
said,
a
it is
unit
a
in.
little
Like
risky,
you
as
stop the hold
Kaiza is
them from
known for
scoring
being
for
able
one
to hit
turn, but she's a
back
4
five
night unit.
units.
It's not like she
And well, it's going to start
can't
here
be
with just
targeted first by
another
combat, so they'll
unit
just
and
send a
a
unit in and trade with her.
recruit to back it up. So we'll have to see
Unless you're
where this
playing Door
Pouty
and
Poro
Shield, you can't
is going
protect
to
her. And
go.
even if you're playing Door and
I
Shield, she
kind
could
of
die to
want to
spells.
assume that he's going to go for the treasure hoard, get himself a gold token, make it that much easier to just maintain these runes here in the future. But yeah, I mean, I think Glass is off to a great start.
Yeah, I believe so indeed. I do like the play going into the treasure order just to get, it just costs 1 energy. But speaking of what we were saying before, the Falling Star notorious
Next
spell
tech
for
ray,
Kaiser
Falling
players
Star.
coming down and
Holy.
getting rid of both of the back line. The honest broker will get a gold for his troubles, but the recruit token no longer with us. Pouty Poro able to push through whatever he wants. Going into the Dreaming Tree, however,
Not
kind
picking
of
up
signals
gold, so
to
that means that
me
there's a
that they
Yordle?
have
Yep.
a way. And never mind, I was gonna say maybe they have
Makes
a way
perfect
to
sense.
draw something like a Stupefy, but completely tapping out for that Yordle.
I mean, I love the Yordle here. I think it's a great use of your energy. Just allows you to draw a card, gives you another crappy unit that you don't really care if it goes or stays, and it continues to build up that
Is this a
back line
singularity?
where
Hey,
Victor
Finesse Greg, thanks for the
really needs to
prime.
make sure
You
that
take
this
my
back line does
MMR,
not
my
get built
points,
here, because if it
fantasy
does,
points, and you give
there's
me
just
real
not
money.
enough runes
I'll take that
available
trade.
with the way that these removal tools work. So Blood Money going to come down here, going to force that gold token to be used, and thankfully no runes were recycled here, because I feel like if he was forced to recycle here, it would have just spelled doom and gloom
Oh, you
here.
just have Jace.
So
Okay,
Jace is going
Kaisa's
to
in
come
trouble
down.
now.
Vanguard Armory very likely
Oof.
going to follow.
Kaisa's in some
And
trouble.
now 3 more recruits going to hit the board, and I think Victor's off to the races.
Oh yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, if
Again,
you
this
didn't
is a
defy
picture perfect
that consult, I had an easier
star,
draw.
I should say, for the Victor player, the 1-2
And I had
combo
enough
to
mana to
Jace
still
into the board
Shirelius,
and
but I didn't
coming
find
down,
it.
developing the board quite handsomely. Victor a little behind on the point department, but
I guess I don't get to
doesn't feel
brag about
too
how big my
bad.
Ornn was if I
Has the
didn't
board
win the game.
control, not complete board control, but the base development enough to take that board control following their next turn. Yordle just going to be conquering that Dreaming Tree, going up to 2 for the time being. But I think it's finally Victor's time to shine a little
Chase
bit,
is
to
going to eat
kind of
that for
push the
free.
pace and push back and catch up
You probably put 2
some bit
tokens
on
on the
that
treasure
points
hoard.
department. Let's see what they have with 7 runes available.
And maybe 1 token with Jace to
each
beat
and every
Cleave.
turn, Sasuke, how do you feel
I'm not
about
sure.
Vanguard Armory? It seems kind of powerful, huh?
Vanguard Armory is definitely one of the best cards that Yellow got here on the set. I think the only other card that I would contend as the best new order domain card would have to be Dragged Under. It costs 5. It's just a strictly better blast of power. You can even, if you have Rek'Sai, play it from the top for 3 instead. And I mean,
Best
getting
card
3
that order
recruits
got?
every single turn in a deck that just wants to make recruits just feels like
Yeah, if we
such
don't
a
count signature
health
spells,
effect
I
as
think Under
well.
Titan is
So
really good.
we'll have to see if there's
And Yellow
been
Fiora
enough
is very
in Kai's
strong.
tank to overcome this, as there is cards like Imperial Decree
And Honest
as well
Breaker,
as
but
Great
it's a 2-drop, so I don't know if you get to
Stratagem
call
close
that a
out
good
the
card.
game
It's
in
not like an
later
insane
stages.
card.
Yeah, and actually think about it going forward.
Yeah, it's definitely up there.
It's a best of 3
The
matchup.
Armory.
I'm wondering how Kaiser could indeed kind of
2 Hidden
sideboard
Blade,
in
2 Defy,
preparation
and a
for something
Charm.
like an
Oh,
armory
so you were
or
ready. I just
preparation
had
for gold
all of
tokens
the
and gears
Zanyas,
and
but you were going to be able to
I'm
push me anyway.
wondering, do you think there
Well,
really is
no, I
something like
deflect
a
6.
thermal beam? If you were a Kaiser player,
So you
would you
couldn't
be
even
running
afford
that
to
right
play
now?
2 of those targeting my Ornn.
I
So you would
could
play
be. I think
1,
even Rocket
but 1 is
Barrage
good
is
enough
something
because
to
I did not have the
consider here.
counters.
Okay.
You could even potentially be running it into the main board just because Kaiser
You would
utilizes
play
those
1
skills so
Nizir,
effectively. But yeah,
and
I
then
mean,
play
this
the
is
other
a
on my
much more
Ornn, and I was out of counters
traditional
after the
Kaiser
Assault
build.
Pass
I've seen a
fight.
lot of the mech Kaiser builds that people have been running. But I mean, look at it. You know, he's
It's not like you need to
ready
develop a
right
board,
now
especially
to
when my Ornn is that
force
big. It's not like
the
you're going to
Kaiser
fight him
player
unless
to
you had
kind of almost overcommit to the
Stratagem in your
board
hand
right
or in
now.
your deck.
That said, this Voidseeker is going to deal with this Jace very effectively, allow him to draw an
It
additional
does
card
stack
to hopefully
2
find
tokens
a
together,
couple
that's
more
nice.
answers as well. And so now Pouty Poro is going to be able to go into the streaming tree, and it's going to be up to the Victor player to answer this. But that said, that deflect, I feel like, is going to be very costly.
Yeah, you don't want to do something like a simple stupefy because it's just going to be costing you a rune. Granted, you do have a little bit to spend. I mean, your gold is exhausted, so you can't use that. I think you just let your recruit token, as we're seeing here. So Kaiser going up to 3, but I think this treasure hoarder battlefield might be the one that Victor tends to hold. I don't know if he's holding up runes to kind of bluff, or do you feel like he has something like perhaps a hidden blade, or what else can blue yellow have?
Yeah, you could have
Victor?
anything.
Well, he's got 5 runes available.
He could have the
and
sand.
So for me, the first thing that I think of is Dragged Under.
Drag
So
Under, yeah.
he
He
has
could have Drag Under, he could have a
anything
Falling
to get
Comet.
over this hump.
He could
if
have
you
Hidden
will.
Blade. He could have
He's
Face
still running
Breaker.
into a huge risk. So I think this is a great line here from Glasna. Understands that this is indeed a very high risk and doesn't want to take it here.
I think
Because
Kais
if he
is
commits
dead.
that cleave, sends it
No,
into
Time
the
Warp
treasure
still
hoard,
exists.
not only
Time
does
Warp's
he
still a
not
problem.
get to draw off the Dreaming Tree, but he also loses 2 cards in doing so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll see what they end up deciding to do now with 9 runes, plenty of cards to work with. Looks like both players have 5 cards to their names, but the board states are looking quite differently. There's a whole lot of recruit tokens and a whole lot of recruit tokens in the future as well, with the armory sitting pretty. No kind of interaction so far from the Kaiser player, as most Kaiser players don't tend to main board gear interaction. So Victor feeling good, feeling strong going forward. I'm wondering what he wants to do. Does he want to try to play around a Hextech Ray? I mean, it seems pretty simple. You kind of keep sending in your units. Pouty Poro only has 2 might. Can go 2 recruit tokens, trade, and then try to conquer with 1. So let's see. He sends in 1. Okay, there we go. So he's trying to offer up the trade, unless he wants to just try to...
Is there any reason not to send in 4? Or like 3 at least?
Stupefy, though, on one of them. But isn't it a
No, that's a
minimum of
Stupefy
1?
for
Is it just
Garage.
to draw 2, perhaps, on his own Pouty Poro?
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be just
Stupefy
the
Duran, and
here.
1 token
I
gets
like
to
this
just
use
live
of
and conquer.
Stupefy. It's going to be very difficult to try and overcome what's going on here.
Yeah, you
He could
can't.
have something like a
I don't think you
Hextech
can
Ray,
stop the
but even
Victor
if
from
he
scoring
does so,
points. You just need to dig
look,
for
there's
Time
still
Warp.
2 more
That's
recruits
the
just
one
to
way
go
you
the
win.
Pouty
Or
Poro
Caffeine
anyway.
Rain
So
may be good
just
enough.
give him the point for now.
You
Find
wipe every
yourself
single
maybe more
token.
answers for these future turns, and hopefully find something that's a little
This
bit
is
more
probably a turn where
impactful
Blue
to
Victor
do
gets played.
on these following turns as well. So Stupefy going to be the choice here onto the streaming tree for the Victor player. Allow himself to get a couple more cards as well. And Victor, he's going to be able to get 3 more recruits again, and then also still has 8 runes available. So, I mean, as this game continues, I feel like PewQ is just feeling more and more in control of what's going on. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be up to Kaiser to find a way back into this game, because as it stands right now, there's 6 cards available for this Victor player, 8 runes available for this Victor player, and what's going to be 5 recruits in the back line as well.
Oh yeah, you know they're both making great use of that Dreaming Tree battlefield. It was Kaiser's battlefield selection, but both seemingly getting great draws from that double stupefy. One from Kaiser, one from Victor, looking good, and the Victor champion hitting the board. That's usually not the other one we saw in the
Surprised
last set.
that
The more set two Victors are
I guess he was
going
looking
with
for
the
something to
Victor
play.
Innovator. When you play a card on your opponent's turn, which they have so many spells to work with, you end up.
But he could have
making a
held that
recruit
stupefy to get
token,
one more
and
token
if he
out.
thought he already had enough recruit
So
tokens,
yeah,
here
it'll be
comes three
four
more thanks to the armory.
recruits
So
left
how
after
much might
on the
or
Cathian
how
raid.
many
I guess he
big old
found
units are
this
in the
this hidden
back line?
card,
2, 4, 6,
which is
8
probably a
total
hidden blade.
recruits plus the Victor
Maybe
champion.
he has
One on the battlefield with a hidden card.
his own time warp in
seemingly
Victor.
in a firm
That would be
driver's
a
seat
very
at
big
the
problem.
moment. How will Kaiser try to take that away, take a little bit and slow him down, slow down that momentum that he's so far ahead, not on points, but just on board development overall?
Yeah, I mean, look, we know that there's only one hidden card for Victor here. It's the Hidden Blade. We know it's there. But now the question you have to ask yourself is, am I going to Hidden Blade the unit, give Kaiser 2 more cards, or am I just going to draw 3 cards off of this Hidden Blade here? I have to assume it's the draw 3. He's got enough gas on the tank. It's also just going to make another recruit in doing so. So it essentially just moves it to base on top of that. So we'll have to see if Kaiser has an answer because, look, Cathian Rain can only do so much. You can get rid of 6 of them, but there's still 8 recruits already there. There's going to be an additional 3 coming. This Vanguard Armory is just showcasing how powerful it can be, and it's just getting better and better as these turns go by.
Oh yeah, and what's the card? I believe it's called Besto's Bellows. Is that a Fury? Or actually, I think not Orn.
Bellows Breath. Yeah, it's the Orn card. Yeah, yep. Bellows Breath.
Bellows Breath. That's right.
And
that's a com.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's blue green only, huh?
No. It is a mind card.
Okay.
It is 1 energy and 1 power. Deal 3 to 3 units at the same location, and then
Killing this hopeful is not bad either.
Actually,
it does cause like Kaiser has infinite cards in hand already, so if you can cut down the points, then you don't lose the time warp anymore.
I don't know if you've seen that combo, but you pay 5 for the Imperial Decree, and then your Bellows Breath can now shoot 3 units because it does 1, 2, 3 different things. Really powerful effect.
Super powerful combo. We actually saw it earlier in today's event, so we know Victor is running. I don't think this was a Victor player that specifically did that combo, but we did see it earlier today, so I'm familiar with it. But I was wondering if Kaiser players end up running. I don't think they do, but in this situation, it would do wonders, pinging 1 damage on each of those recruits. But the Hidden Blade does get played out, saving that recruit token, allowing him to most likely hold. But of course, the Yordle will be the follow-up play. And Wages of Pain coming down, doing 3 damage onto the Yordle. That's going to be more than enough, unless
that's really nice.
Kind of pump. But blue-red doesn't tend to have any kind of pump.
What happened to all Kaiser's units?
It's a little bit too late. It's
Horror
an action.
Gods.
Reacting to an action does not make sense. You get a draw, but your Yordle will be going down.
Blood moneyed.
So I think this recruit will
then
be
the Yordle got killed by Jace, and now these 2 got killed.
6 points on this very next turn for Victor. He's looking prime.
I guess Kaiser's been really slow.
Into a game too, because he's looking good right
now.
Like
turn 2 was Falling Star.
Boy, yeah.
Plus a Yordle, and then turn 3 was Stupefy Yordle plus this
somehow
thing.
It still gets worser. This Vanguard Armory, I
turn
feel like
3.
has just been an absolute house this game. The Victor player has been doing such a good
Oh yes,
job.
turn 3 was a Stupefy and a Yordle into 2 drop.
Had the Hidden Blade available to him, found the time to play down this Victor, manages to get 2 additional recruits from it, and so now this Darius has to come down and just be used to get rid of a recruit token.
He only gets the 4, but
try and slow things down. Just
actually, if he can develop a base, if he's another hopeful,
still just 8
that's not good enough.
Already on the field here, so this Darius is not holding.
You just need to hold for 5 on both battlefields, and you're safe.
Perfectly, kind of baiting out some cards from the Victor player before the Darius comes down.
Plus whatever spells you have.
That earlier players can do is like go in with the Darius first, falling victim to that Hidden Blade, but saving as much information as you can for the very end. And Glasna did very well with that. So I almost said Darcy, but Darius coming in with the Conqueror. And where my mind was at, I was trying to allude to the fact that Pew Q just got to the lower bracket right now. This is his first game in the lower bracket. He lost against Darsu, the player we just saw in the winners finals. Unfortunately did fall short to J Chan, of course, but Pew Q saying, you know what,
This
I
Bryn
do
here
not
does just
belong in
break
this
this
lower
Warren deck, doesn't
bracket.
it?
I'm gonna try my damnedest to climb back my way up and space maybe J Chan in those grand finals, but that'll be an epic story if he ends up doing that. But Victor looking good, as we keep reiterating this whole time, pushing forward a whole lot of recruit tokens, 5 to be exact. Is there going to be a little hex tech rate from the Kaiser though?
Now, I do think that if you are the Victor player here, you just send that additional recruit right now just to play around exactly that hex tech ray that you're talking about. Because if you just throw away 5 recruits here, it's going to be a couple of turns before this Darius gets removed, and
Hope he has a
now
Stupefy.
he runs right into this hex tech ray. Although there is 5 runes available, looks
Okay,
like he
he's got a
just wants
Stupefy.
to
We're safe.
utilize the Stupefy while he has it available.
So that is
try and
literally
force
like the one loss
out his
condition
opponent.
is this
And
Darius holding.
honestly, great line here from PewQ.
And he should have, I think he should have still sent 6.
Played around it beautifully here. Is going to be able to
He
overtake
could have even
the
sent
entire
7.
field,
7
but
plays
he
around cloth
still
armor.
bring himself up to that 6-point
Well,
threshold.
6 plus Stupefy
He's
would play
going to
around
have
cloth armor.
5 more recruits at the ready as well. And I mean, Kai's got to figure out something probably a couple of turns ago to be able to come back.
All that he needs to win this game now is he either kills one of these units now with like a color week,
has shifted,
or he holds with enough
I
plus
know Greg
spells to beat
kind of
Cleave.
stomped on this idea, but it really does feel
I
like
guess you don't
he's
even need to hold
slowed
with
down
5
this
on both.
Vanguard
You can just
armor.
hold with 2 on both,
Oh,
and
yeah,
that's
and
good
to
enough.
make matters
Okay, we have
worse,
Singularity.
the
Yeah, it's
Singularity coming down and eliminating the entire
could have Singularity
back line for Kaiser.
Darius
There's
out
no more units, no more pressure. Granted,
instead.
Kaiser's known for
But
having
I guess if we just have
accelerator
everything with
units
the
like
Stupefy,
those
then we
Kaiser,
can get
like
the
those
opponent to
Darius, so
play
she's
retreat.
not completely
Which I'm assuming
out
is
of
still
it
in the
just
Kaiser
yet,
deck.
but this doesn't feel too good. Victor at 6 points. They could kind of keep developing that base as we mentioned before. And if one of those 3 cards remaining in the hand are those grand
Yeah,
stratagems,
so we
or
basically
the
need
Imperial
Bella's
Decree,
Breath
this is as good as over.
plus a
It's
Cathian
looking
Rain,
very, very good for the Victor
and then the Victor
player.
still makes
I wouldn't be surprised if
4
Kaiser
tokens
just
next turn.
scoops things up to save time. She's at 4. Yeah, this is tough. I think we will be going to a game 2 very shortly.
I tend to agree with you here. I mean, he's got the Kaiser accelerated on, in his champion zone, in the chosen champion zone. But I mean, what else? You got to figure out a little bit more than just that. Piercing Light is going to be able to help out a lot in getting rid of just a couple of these units. But again, he's got so many recruit tokens. He's got 3 cards in hand.
Piercing Light with
It's a
Bella.
plethora of removal, and we know it.
Breath?
So how do you get around all of
Yeah,
this here?
Piercing
So
Light Bella's Breath does it.
taken away. That does
leaves
help
1 unit
just
left.
that little bit, but man, there's still just so many recruits available. So
Cathian Rain does it? Okay.
The rain, and it is.
The Cathian Rain kill 6 recruits.
So he's got 1 more turn available to him. Right? Just 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, he's going to have 1 more turn available.
Oh, well, you killed the honest broker, but
able to get rid of that last recruit. So
really
we'll
matter.
See how the rest of this game gets navigated.
Deny the gold, I guess.
He is able to stave off the aggression for just this 1 turn, but
you
again,
don't get Jace comboed again.
Just keeps putting the pressure on, and the fact that this Victor is going to be able to make an additional recruit after the fact as well makes things even more difficult. So, I mean, if I'm the Victor player, I'm just...
I don't know, they have treasure hoard. They can just Jace combo you anyway if they feel like it.
Triggering the leader ability, getting 1 recruit token, and then can exhaust their armory, as we said before, get 3 more on top of that. So he had a whole lot of recruit tokens the previous turn, just like that, able to kind of bring that board state back into his old state. Old former glory, I should say, and looking good so far. The Honest Broker, even if it dies, it does get a little gold token in the back line. It has plenty of units to push both battlefields this very next turn, unless there's another Cathian Rain, but it's going to be the Darius coming down, getting that ready position because of the hopeful coming down, pushing the Honest Broker. And if he wanted to, I guess he could defend here if he wanted to win with the hole, but it seems a little unnecessary. It looks like he's just going to go for it anyways. This wages of pain coming down, making things even, essentially, effectively down to 2 versus 2 might. Actually, no. Darius is at 7. What am I talking about?
Yeah, Darius is at 7. So it looks like he's just got a second wages of pain. That is going to be the case. So 3 more gold tokens going to be generated, but there's just 2 open battlefields, which mean that this game is effectively over now. So you got to put himself up to that 8 point, which I think to me just tells me
And there could be a cleave on the Darius. No.
Defeat here. So it is going to be up to Glass.
If there was a cleave and Darius survives that combat and there's no spell that deals with him in the victor's turn, that's still the game goes on.
Armory. So if he's got thermal beams, if he's got rocket barrages, it's going to be a little bit easier. But that Vanguard Armory just showcasing exactly how powerful of a card it can be.
Yeah, and I tend to agree with you. I think this next couple games will be a little bit different because we're not going to have that Dreaming Tree. And as you mentioned, the Cyborg coming into play, going to be making perhaps a massive difference. If there is indeed a thermal beam, how many recruit tokens were generated from that armory? I want to say maybe 9. It was 3, at least 9 recruit tokens over that game 1, which would make things completely different. If the armory wasn't there, more than that, right?
Yeah, I mean, that thing was alive for, I want to say, a good 6 or 7 turns.
There we go. I think so as well. So we'll see. Totally different game. The Valmond's layer for the victor, almost what's used to be known as a Kaiser counter battlefield, as well as the anti-battlefield, because of those accelerator units aren't able to get retreated back. You can do a retreat, though. I mean, we haven't even seen it from Kaiser, but just something to keep in mind. But the Void Gate coming down, if she has things like those Fallen Stars, the Piercing Lights, just going to be pinging 1 more damage on each of those units. We'll see if that comes into play. But I wanted to say beforehand, this Victor looking totally different than the set 1 Victor, as we tend to know, because in this matchup, Kaiser was heavily favored, but she almost seemed like she was on the back foot. I mean, I guess it was ever since the Jace Armory combo came down. I mean, not very...
I think Victor does need to see an Armory to win this matchup, or else he's never going to score points.
Turn.
I think the only really card that answers that is like Forge Fire Cape. I mean, Bellows Breath can do some damage, but I mean, at one point he had 8 recruits out, and even then he was still just able to generate 3 more. So if he wanted to be you know,
okay, we're telegraphing a Hex Tech Ray.
11 recruits on his base at one point in time, which Bellows Breath can get rid of.
Well, maybe in this matchup you want to save Kaisa to accelerate. Didn't seem like there was that many removal spells in the Victor deck. We saw most of the cards drawn.
A little bit of pressure.
Was 1 Singularity played?
Just weren't doing
and obviously Kaldaweek is in there somewhere.
So we'll have
you
to
want
see
to play
if
around
this
that.
guy has updated his list to be a little bit more procured to be able to handle what this Victor is doing.
I wonder if he brings in Thermal Beam as Kaisa to deal with the Armory.
And it's going to continue to
or Rocket Barrage if he has that in sideboard. That would be... I
mean,
I guess Thermal Beam gets the job done, it's just way more expensive.
Yeah, I think so too. Even if you side in like additional Cathian range, you're paying so much to just take down single-minded units. It doesn't feel too good, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do. Stupefy does get pulled out, gets it played out onto the onto the Poro on that Void Gate, just for the draw 1 to see more available cards to him and to push him forward with that on his broker. That should be good enough, unless, of course, that's infamous Kaiser spell, the Hextech Ray. Pretty much the only legend still running Hextech Ray. And nope, going to be going down. So on his broker, going to be going up 1 point apiece. And the recruit token making that 2. So Victor getting the early card advantage. And never mind, there is the Hextech Ray for the recruit on the right-hand side.
Why are we using it there? Why did we not?
I'm surprised to see that he didn't want to protect the plundering.
Why didn't he Hextech Ray the Honest Broker, and then the token would have had to trade it?
The gold token that early here, there was 4 runes available.
Why are we giving them points instead?
And I think that's exactly what was going on through Glasnow's mind here, because if that was going to be that gold token on the battlefield, that Jace hits the battlefield, that Vanguard Armory hits the battlefield on turn 2, I felt like that would be lights out right then and there, just because over the course of the game, there's just too much.
And he doesn't score with his what?
But now Varus
Okay, I don't know what's happening.
One of the most difficult cards.
If he just Hex Tech raise that in this trades,
for this victory,
then he can go Yordle in, go to 2 points to 0,
I
and
believe
play
so. I
Ferris
mean, we did
Forerunner.
see it come into play. In
Now he's going to be
game one,
behind
perhaps
3
a
points to
sideboard,
1.
But I've seen a lot of Kaisa's main
And if
board, the
Victor has
four
Armory this
runners. I
turn,
believe she just didn't
she just
draw it in that
loses.
earlier game. So we'll see. It does come into play.
Charlotte.
Not only does it have 6 total mice, so able to take down a good amount of units, but every time it dies, or when it dies in general, you get 2 3-mite units in the back line. So we'll see how Kaisa decides to maneuver that Forerunner going forward. Has a Yordle though up and ready right now for the no. I'm thinking it's Kaisa's turn, but no, still Victor's turn. So deciding to retreat the Honest Broker for now, not letting him get the free gold, which is kind of interesting. Kind of valuing more the 2 might rather than the gold, which is kind of curious to see.
Yeah, for me, I think exactly what PewQ is doing here is just utilizing his units as best as he can. Being able to get that second point off of the unit feels a lot better than you think it would. So he was already able to get that second point. I think at this point he's just trying to figure out what ways he can utilize it best. To me,
5 seconds to barking.
The Jace or the Vanguard Armory in hand, and he's just trying to find it right now through cards like this Consult the Past.
Yeah, and he's done a very good job at keeping a hand size quite healthy. 2, 4, 6, 7 total cards in hand for the Victor player. And it's rare that you see, at least in traditional builds, where Victor tends to outdraw a Kaisa player. Doesn't tend to happen, but maybe set 2, as we're seeing here, has changed things up. The Forerunner game push into Valmon's lair does get the Conquer. Going up to 2 so far. Does he want to leave the Yordle a little bit exposed? Because he's completely tapped out. And I like this play from Kaisa. Just exposing, leaving the Forerunner alone. Because if it dies, you just get 2 mech tokens. And I think at this point, you'd rather have those 2 3-mite mech tokens in the back line rather than one big unit.
What does Victor need?
I tend to agree with you here. I think that the second Ferris Forerunner is going to.
Assuming you have to choose targets when you pay the repeat cost.
There's 2 Ferris Forerunners on the field.
So what Victor's going to need to have happen is both of these Ferris Forerunners to go forward.
Yes, he will.
And then he Imperial Decrees, kills them both, and then Bella's Breaths everything in base.
A couple of punches back coming on these next couple of turns,
which is probably not going to happen. He could Imperial Decree right now, trade, and then Bella's Breath, but then 2 mechs get left over, which is awful. So that's never going to happen.
That will exist after the fact. So there's going to be a ton of units available for this Kaisa player, as well as that Kaisa chosen in the chosen zone still. So even if he just doesn't really find something that he wants to do, he could potentially just draw an additional card and hopefully find something a little bit more useful. But right now, it does feel like this Victor player is on the back foot. I wouldn't say he's out of it yet, but if a third Ferris Forerunner comes down, I just don't know what this Victor player can do.
Yeah, basically, Kaisa has all her chips on the board right now because she only has 3 cards available, so not that many resources in the hand economy, but the board state looking fantastic. Essentially, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total units. Basically, make that 8 total units if you're counting the deaths of those Forerunners. So Victor decides to push forward, gets a nice little simple conquer from the recruit token. Let's see what he decides to do on the layer. Does he want to just let a hold go off? Because you're a bit
Why is Kaisa saving the Yordle? I have no idea.
At the very moment, you're behind and
it doesn't make sense why Kaisa didn't raid the Honest Broker earlier, and why Kaisa's saving Yordle in base. Like, the score could be, like, completely flipped. Kaisa could be at 4 points and Victor at 2.
Alone for the time being, but tapping 4, is that going to be another?
And that's like the one thing that matters, because
7 cost item.
We're basically just sitting here. I mean, okay, we're stopping the Jace combo. I mean, if there was a Vanguard Armory that would have gotten played last turn already.
Is Kaisa prepared for something like
I guess what he raised it. Stupefy already got played though. It was on 5 mana though. I mean, I see that.
Did the Jace? I don't think the Jace had a gold token.
Oh, they had.
Yeah, just playing him normally.
Yeah, you're saying, wait. You play me.
He didn't have any gear to sacrifice here for that Vanguard Armory, because if he did,
okay.
I feel like he would have been in a much better place. But because that didn't happen here, I would still say this Victor player is very.
I mean, if he wanted the gold, he could have suicided the Honest Broker this turn.
He's going to be able to survive an additional turn here, and the fact that he's tapped under 5 runes just tells me that there is no dragged under available as of yet. And so now this honest broker is just kind of stuck at the base trying to figure out a way around this all. And so now Ferris Forerunner could probably just go right onto the other battlefield.
Yeah, the one thing you have to do, this Ferris Forerunner has to stay in base.
Alongside that Plundering Poro, generate another gold token.
It's your one loss condition now.
A little bit of reprieve that this Kaiser player so desperately needs.
Yeah. And she does get the whole point for the 3, so I agree. I think just a Forerunner, push it forward. Even if it's going to be a hidden blade, you're going to be getting those 2 mech units in the back line. Then you could push with the Porter, get the gold token guarantee because there's going to be an empty battlefield to get that Congress. So I like that sequencing there. But going for the Yordle first, just kind of valuing the Forerunner for a little bit later down the road, saying, if you want to take out this 2-might Yordle, be my guest. And it will be taken out by blood money. So kill unit at the battlefield with 2 might or less and get some recruit tokens. Is it just one, right? It's just one if you kill a unit?
A gold token, yeah.
A gold token, yes.
And so now this Plundering Poro is going to come in, going to be able to generate another gold token for this Kaiser player. And Guys has only, excuse me, has only had to use 1 rune this entire game. So Stupefy falling down here just to be able to find yet another card. We'll have to assume that a falling star is going to follow. So both of these more than 1 might units are going to get.
Did we kill the honest broker this time?
All of a sudden, it really feels like this Kaiser player has found a way to get full control of the game.
Absolutely. Fully stabilized, fully in control, double battlefields locked down, a bigger back line. All that's missing, and it's not really a downside. Is Kaiser's
okay, there's only 1 unit in base now, so the Ferris Forerunner is safe.
But when you have control of a board state like this,
I mean, you could get Wages of Pain here.
Even has another card with the Champion Zone getting
like,
played out.
Imperial Decree, Wages of Pain this, token into this.
Perhaps help Victor out. And
Bellows Breath.
Might not really do too much.
The 6 units in base, leave behind only the Poro.
Some of these units, but with the Forerunners having though Defno that we keep talking about,
that would work.
It feels like Kaiser in the firm.
Even better would be double Bellows Breath, but that's unlikely.
I believe he's saying, this is my final lifeline, right? If I lose here, that ends my entire tournament run. There's no...
And the Kaiser needs to not have a Hex deck ready for this token.
Double elimination. This is the final game for these players. Or if they win, they're going to be continuing on. But final game if they lose. And Kaiser does not want to go down so easily. So I respect the effort. And he's making a really good show for himself in this game too.
No, if you don't have armor, you don't make enough units. Okay, so it can fall in Star clear everything.
Unless Victor pulls off some crazy lines in this next couple turns, because he has some cards and he has some runes, so nothing's impossible. But so far, so good for Kaiser.
We'll have to see what this Victor player does here. I mean, he hasn't found any time at all this series, or game rather, not series, to play his own chosen champion. And as such, I feel like he's been struggling to find the amount of units he needs to take over this game.
But even if he did, it would get falling starred. This is the only turn now where it might be safe to play him.
Difficult. We'll
Bracket.
have to see if the Kaiser did actually have an answer to it. My assumption is
hopefully that
not.
Works for people that aren't
this is
participating.
Difficult position.
Drag under
is finally going to
okay, that works too.
Here, just to get rid of this Forerunner.
We have the drag under Imperial Decree? No, we don't. Okay.
And now this recruit is able to overtake the battlefield here.
Drag under,
Victor
get a point.
Has to figure out something soon because right now, look at how many units are on the side of this Victor player. This is Kaiser player. This is crazy.
Yeah, almost like the script has been flipped from game 1. It was Victor with the abundance of units in that game 1. Now it's the Kaiser player with so many units available to kind of push in and keep on scoring these points. So going up to 5 points with the hold, and there's just a recruit plus that. Most likely, as we've said before, should be that hidden blade. As actually, we did see one consult the pass, so it could be a simple draw too. But the piercing light has to target one at the battlefield, so most likely choosing to target the recruit token there. Wages of pain getting played out in reaction speed, so most likely going to be choosing its own recruit token.
Concede.
But
thanks for follow, Cascaden.
Saying, let's go on to this game 3. Okay, this is good. You know, I don't think we saw too many sideboarded cards. Or what would you say, Sasuke? Did you think we saw anything that kind of really changed things? Or did Kaiser just see the cards she needed for the matchup?
It really felt like it just came down to that Ferris Forerunner, man. once that first one hit the battlefield, it was feeling pretty rough. The second one hit the battlefield, it felt like it was almost lights out. And then the Falling Star to follow just really started to seal that deal. And then, of course, that piercing
Victor
light
had the
after
right
the
cards,
fight really just
which
put
to
a
be
damper
fair was
on
only
everything
basically
that
would
Victor
only
player was
need to
trying
be.
to get going.
No, that would need to
And
be a
so
3-card
for game number 3,
combination
Glazda has to
with
figure
only
out
one
a way
recruit.
to win this on to the
But there were a couple
draw.
different 3-card
And for me,
combinations
I have to say, it feels like the
that would
Victor
actually
players
wipe the
can win
Kaisa
here.
and leave behind one unit, and then Kaisa would go to 5
Yeah,
and be
notoriously,
on
Victor's
3 cards in
known as
hand.
one of the more aggressive
And then it
decks
might be winnable.
in the game. So in this situation, it's a little bit more of a mix of a control slash aggro build. So let's see. I mean, starting things off as simple as you can get with the recruit token getting developed onto the base. But something to keep an eye on going forward for this game 3 is the conservatory. In this situation, Kaisa doesn't mind triggering that as well, because both of these legends known for having so many spells in their deck, but not letting the recruit token get an easy conquer on the conservatory just yet. It looks like Kaisa wants to be the first one to kind of push in and defend that battlefield.
If Victor makes a token and passes, you probably hold the sentry back.
As the
You're
game
walking
continues. So
into
let's see. I think that's Kaisa's
Blood
just doing what
Money
she's
and
always
Wages
done
of
in this
Pain,
early game.
Yeah,
which
look,
is
for me, it feels
way too likely.
a lot of players here, I feel like, would be like, why wouldn't you just play the Victor here? You have 4 runes available. You're probably not doing much with the rest of your turn anyways. Why not develop that beautiful
Okay, Broker
unit?
gets played then.
And the answer is Falling Star is a very, very real threat,
Sentry,
as well as Piercing
Sentry.
Light. So if
Do
you
we
did
go to
decide to
Ravenbloom
go that
Conservatory
route,
to try to pull a
the
spell?
Watchful Sentry would very likely go
The
ahead
issue
and
with
hit the battlefield,
Conservatory, I
allow
mean,
that
I mean
Piercing Light to
that's
just
wait, does it
double shoot
recycle?
the Victor. You do lose the Watchful Sentry in the meantime, but it doesn't feel bad because you get rid of the biggest
No, it doesn't
threat
get
that
recycled.
deck
Okay, you aren't
has
giving your opponent
available.
information on the
So
card you draw.
Watchful Sentry just going to go into Reaver's Row here, give himself a point, hopefully allow him to bring it back to base and use it again on a following turn. But for now, it just feels like Kaisa's not in a bad spot. But I do think that the Victor players feeling a little bit more comfortable with the way that things are panning out.
Yeah, slightly, I would agree. So interesting decision though. Going into Reaver's Row, wouldn't you want to start maybe generating some card draw with their conservatory with the sentry there? Because you don't have to
I don't think
win
Kaisa
the
needs cards next
conquer or
turn.
win the combat like Draven decks. You just have to simply defend. But maybe
Like next turn
that
for
move,
Kaisa is
instead of the
probably
draw,
Chosen
this is
Champion
I
plus
guess that
a
was the
spell.
line he had in mind. He wanted to save the sentry to try to push in going forward. So allowing these 2 conquer points.
And you're going to trade one of these sentries in, most likely.
Victor player, 3 units.
I wonder what Victor does here. Is it token pass?
Like that too much longer.
Hold open
Let's
mana?
see what Victor decides to do.
Prevent the point from
With the
accelerating a
final
Kaisa or
6
Darius
runes
out?
available to him. I mean, what's about the best you can do?
Yeah,
I
you don't
mean,
want
as
to
you
lose
mentioned,
the
it's
sentry for free.
always a crazy, scary
It does
play to
matter,
develop your champion unit when
that
there's
unit.
no falling stars left. There hasn't been any falling stars played in game number 3, so you know there has to be 1 or 2.
Like, you do get the
lurking
extra,
in
I
the
don't know, it's
future,
probably not
but
even
there's
half a
only
card off
2
Conservatory. I mean, it's
cards
close
to
to half a card.
Kaisa's
You could just call
name.
it half a card off
Essentially 3
Conservatory.
more on the board once the Death Knell triggers. So at the very moment,
But in
you
exchange, you
kinda
lose
estimate
one of your
there
units on
might
board,
not
which
be
you
a
need.
falling star in the current hand.
Falling Star would be very nice.
Yeah,
You're the
look, for
broker in
me,
the
it feels
base.
like there just really hasn't been a reason to use the Falling Star. But I mean, for me, it does feel like
We've
there
got
has
Victor coming out
been
this
a
early.
reason to,
Now there's a reason.
be hyper aggressive
Victor
here.
hide a
So I like the
card
hidden
with the
here a
token.
lot. I mean, if it is a hidden
I feel
blade,
like if that was a
there
hidden
is the Falling
blade, it
Star
would have
because
gone with the
not
Honest
only do you
Broker,
get
so that's
to get
probably a
rid
Wings
of
of
the hidden
Pain.
blade, but you also get to get rid of Victor, and that is going to be the case, which is a
Because you're
very,
expecting
very
that
good
if
turn
Falling
for
Star
this
is
Kai'Sa
happening here, it's
player.
going to
So
target the
Victor
Broker and
going
the
to be gone,
Jace.
as well as that recruit token, which means that that hidden card is also no
Or Consult?
more.
Yeah, it could be
So
Consultant, then you don't care.
yeah, I mean, I don't think Kaisa's in a bad spot
Then
here.
you don't need to
It
think about
doesn't
it at
feel like
all.
either player really has a
Or
firm
well,
control
you don't need to
of
think
the
about the
game
possibility
as
that
of
it's
yet,
Consult.
but
That doesn't change it.
we have to assume that that
Doesn't
card
punish you for
is
doing anything.
in that Raven and Bloom Conservatorium is that hidden blade. He does also run Wages of Pain,
We're
which we
hitting the
have been
base.
aware of. Instead, it is
I
going
think
to
one
be
thing
the
here
Falling Star
is if
on
it
your
is
back
Consult, it
line
should
instead.
have been hidden with the
Yeah,
Honest
you would
Broker,
imagine he wants to
because then
target
it
the
scares the opponent
conservatory
out
one
of
to kind of
accelerating a
let
Kaisa
go of
or a
that
Darius
hidden
into this
card. But
battlefield.
if it is indeed a hidden blade, you're gonna
And
just
that
give
would
him
be
the
really
+2
bad.
draw. but you might end up just giving the +2 draw
But this is
anyways
good
down the road, so clearing the
to
entire back
do.
line
It is
and
Hidden
still
Blade. Okay,
reacting
I'm
to
very
the falling
surprised.
star with the Hidden Blade, drawing 2 right now. And you know, we were scared of this play for the Victor player, saying when
I'm very
is the
surprised that Hidden
opportune
Blade got put
time
with
to
that
get your
token when a
champ
sentry could
unit
just go in
out?
and offer the
And
trade.
the answer against a Kaiser player is really never, but took the chance and did not really pan out the way he hoped for. We were just saying there's only
Maybe it's a
2
mind game, or you
cards
expect that Hidden Blade
available
should
to
be put with.
Kaiser. How risky can it be? It looks like he might have just had it since the opening turn, because they didn't have in a couple sequence of events the Stupefy coming down just to get an additional draw. But the Falling Star is still going to be doing what it did in the beginning, targeting both and taking down both of those units it targeted.
This feels like an absolutely devastating scenario to be in here, especially because this Kai'Sa will very likely be able to draw a card off of this Reaver's Row. That said, but once it does go into that Reaver's Row, I just have to assume that it's never coming back. So we'll have to see if the victor wants the gold token or if he wants the unit instead. We have to assume that it does want that honest broker to just last that little bit longer. But we don't know what he has in hand. He might have that Jace Vanguard Armory combo, and if that is the case, he's going to feel a lot better about the scenario. So instead, another false star going to come down, completely clear away this entire field, it feels like. And oh boy, this feels bad. So look, this Kai'Sa player is now definitely starting to get in control. That said, it's 7 cards to 1 or 8 cards to 1 right
Double
now.
up with
So,
recruits.
and
That makes
as
sense.
well, he's ahead on runes.
Mm-hmm. Man, unbelievable. Out of the 3 cards remaining for Kai'Sa, she hasn't even seen the 3 draws you get for Sentry, as they're still all alive on the current board. Out of the 3 cards from that turn, from the draw phase that you got on your turn, 2 of them were Falling Stars, and that's exactly what Kai'Sa needed to kind of solidify her dominance in this game. And that's exactly what Victor was not hoping to see. Had a strong board development so
Yeah,
far.
I mean, this is fair for the Kai'Sa because Victor burned 2 runes last turn, hiding a card and playing the legend.
He has so many cards
So
in hand,
Kai'Sa
but I've
burned
seen
3
this before. You can
and
have
is
so
now
many
set up
cards
to
in hand,
prevent
but
the
when
Victor
you
from double
don't have
scoring
things
via
like
the hold
Sprite
point.
Mother or AKA accelerated units, you're gonna let these Kai'Sa players or other opponents just
A Sprite Mother would be
incur
pretty
those
sick here.
points from 3 to most likely 5, or at the minimum 4 the
1
very
card in
next
hand
turn.
versus
Because
1,000.
right now he has a
That's
recruit
false because
token.
his
Kai'Sa
cards are
just
all
has
on the
1
table.
card in hand. Granted, if he's drawing the way he's drawing, that might just be the Hex Tech Ray to end things off. So let's see what they decide to do. But this is looking very, very tricky despite the big hand size from Victor.
I guess this is one thing. You have to accelerate Kai'Sa
into the Reaver's Row. I like this
when the Sentry gets killed.
Conservatorium, do not allow this Kai'Sa to refuel her hand. Just try and
Pull back.
play this as slow as possible.
Why are we doing
If he's
that?
able to get to 5 next turn, that still means you got
Wait,
2
why
more
did we
turns to
Reaver's
work
Row our
with before
Sentry?
you have to really be concerned about what's going on your opponent's side of the field. You will be able to at least generate 1 more recruit token. Hopefully, there's not a 3rd Falling Star or a
I don't know why he
right
gave the
off
Victor this
top of
point.
this Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa will potentially be able to draw 3 additional cards next turn if he finds a way to get rid of these sentries. But for right now, it just feels like you have to play this patiently. You have to set up for these next couple of turns. And yeah, I mean, QQ's got to figure out something quick. And right now, he just hasn't found it.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's going to be the
Yeah, if
turn
Victor
to
had
do
a Bella's
so.
Breath here, that'd be pretty
I
good
don't think
value.
he's going
Just
to be
taking out the 2
pushing
sentries,
forward on the
not
conservatory,
repeating it.
allowing the sentries to go up to 4, but the Jace comes down and there is indeed a gold token, but nothing following up the Jace. I thought it would be the armory to kind of give him some
Tog is
kind
on
of light,
Darius.
some
Okay.
kind of glimmer of hope in this game 3, but Kai'Sa
Yeah, it's
does
only the
end up
3rd point, but it's
going up
still,
to
I don't know
4
why we're
points
giving it
herself. Has a sentry to
for
try
no
to
reason.
offer the trade for the recruit. Unless you just have a little bit of spell, but the Reaver's Row most likely just going to allow that recruit token to back up and save it for a follow-up turn. But you know, Kai'Sa's not in a fantastic position. She's a little bit ahead, but this is a situation Kai'Sa players don't want to find themselves in. You never really want to be the player with just 2 cards in hand. And granted, the units on your board, you do have them, but they're all just single-minded units.
Victor retreats?
She's ahead, but not in a
All right, I don't know. We're handshaking points.
position, to say the least.
I guess Kai'Sa's happy if she gets an extra point out of this Sentry.
If Forerunner does hit the field here, she'll feel a lot more comfortable. And that looks like that is going to be the case.
Yeah,
So
that's
now
pretty
this
good.
guy's a player I feel like is in a lot
We
more
once
of a
again
troubling position.
need
This Raven Blue Consortium is very likely
we
going
need
to
an
draw
Imperial
Kai'Sa,
Decree
and so now
now.
this Watchful Sentry, considering just
We
pretty much
send
back base
Jace
to
here,
overtake
push
that
back,
Reaver's Row
Imperial
on
Decree,
these
double
following
token, trade
turns,
these.
but really just wanted
Bellows
to have
Breath,
it
clear
there to kind
everything.
of
Go to 4 points, make a
circumvent
token
that
in
6
base.
might that is on the base of
Wipe
this
Kai'Sa's board.
Victor
Kai'Sa,
player
well, no,
here.
Kai'Sa gets to.
And
I know we do need to repeat it because there's the last
oh
entry.
God, how do you get out of the situation? This is
You'll do
difficult
4
to say the
units.
least
You need to
here.
repeat it. Wipe Kai'Sa's
I
board.
mean, if
Kai'Sa
he
draws
has the
3.
Bellows Breath combo, I feel like he's going to feel a lot better, right? You can just Bellows Breath to the Forerunners, and then you can Bellows or Imperial Decree, Bellows Breath again. But that does require 2 Bellows Breath, and
Right.
I just don't think he has it.
Yeah, because it's gonna be 5 for the Imperial Decree. 2 is 2 or 1 for Bellows Breath.
1.
1. Okay, so hypothetically, he does have enough resources to do so, but that would have to line up very perfectly. So let's see if he has something incredible to this turn, because right now, Kaiser's looking pretty poised to close things out, moving forward in this lower bracket. I don't think it's the lower finals just yet. I think there's one more round, the final round. Then it decides who goes forward into that losers bracket finals. So
There's no answer to Ferris Forerunner
a
in
lot on the line.
yellow
Victor
blue,
player
is there? I mean,
doesn't
it
wanna
is
go out
literally
so
just like
easily. He
rebuke.
has, as we mentioned before, so many cards
Rebuke
available.
and
But
like
what
run
is
auto
good with
signature.
all the cards if you're not going to be pushing the pace, you're not going to be conquering these battlefields.
Purple.
Jay's 2 recruits not going to be looking too good against a Forerunner, especially even if you do kill it, you just have 2 mech tokens following up the next turn. So yeah, I don't blame Victor for diving deep into the think tank, because these are tough decisions right now. He's kind of on his final breath saying, you know what, is this my turn?
I mean, Victor would have gotten an
I'm
extra
so
card.
far
No,
in
you
the
got double
winner's
fall
bracket.
instead.
I don't want to lose like this.
I guess no matter where that hidden blade got hidden, it would make a difference in double fall
Look,
instead.
this Ferris Forerunner just really showcasing how much of a difficult card
There's
it
time warp
can
in the
be
Victor
for
deck.
these
It's still
Victor players to
winnable.
deal with. He's very clearly just forced
Oh,
to
do
try
we
and
have
figure
it?
out a way around this, and
Imperial Decree,
very
Bellows
clearly
Breath.
also
Make
just
token.
does not have that answer available. So instead, just going to go right into the Reaver's Row. This Kai'Sa has been very
6.
protective
Nope.
of these Watchful Sentries. Understands that the board presence is what
Nope.
matters
That's a
against these Victor
singularity
players.
targeting
So
the
Singularity
Ferris.
going to come down, just clear out that battlefield,
Okay, we
deny
get to
again
5.
that Conservatorium from triggering. But that said, he does get to draw an additional card, and he does get to create these mech tokens. So now it's going to be up to this Victor player to just overtake this battlefield and hopefully have something like a hidden blade to protect
I
this
hope we
Victor
have time
for
warp.
just a little bit longer.
Actually,
And I do
time
like
warp's
this
too
play,
late
going
unless
for
we
the
play a
singularity before pushing in with the
Saurian
recruit,
Scout.
because you don't want to give him that extra conservatory draw, or most likely draw, with all the spells in the Kai'Sa deck. But now it is time for Kai'Sa to go on the offense against the Victor this following turn.
Why are we
Has plenty of
hiding cards
units to work
there?
with, more so the other
If it's
ones
hidden
on the
blade, it should be
right-hand
with
side. Those
Jace.
2-3 mat units can take down pretty much anything they kind of want as a unit. But looking at the Reaver's Road, Jace could kind of get saved. Another hidden card, most likely a Blade or a Consult the Pass, as those are the only hidden cards we've seen so far. But Darius comes down, and the Pouty Pour to follow things up, giving him that 7
Best I played
in ready
today.
status, pushing into the Reaver's
Well,
Row.
I made some
And I
changes
think
to it
that Darius is
since
probably
then,
the
but
best
yeah, here's the
card to
list.
push into Reaver's Row, offensively and defensively, because you get to save it, although you're completely tapped out.
Green Seal? Green Seal is
This
a staple in one. You can
absolutely
play it with
devastating
your
here.
legend ability.
Look, this Darius is just going to be able to sit onto this Reaver's
Like
Row,
any Ornn deck should be
likely
playing probably
here,
Green Seals
which
because
means
you also
that
borrow
it's
snaps.
going to be up
I
to
think those are
the
auto
Victor
included in
player
every Ornn deck.
with what cards he has available to be a little bit more impactful than
And then you can
just
build around the
what's
fact that
going
you're
on right
getting
now. And with only 8
free
runes
green
available, it just feels like he
power.
doesn't quite have enough
Or you could also
left
do
in the
blue.
gas here. We'll have to see if he has some sort of answers, but right now,
Yeah,
it
we have
doesn't
Ornns.
feel like that is the case. He could potentially
You don't
do
need other
something
units.
with Wages of Pain. I mean, this just feels so awkward here. Look, very clearly he's got something in the gas tank right now, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough as of yet. So UQ's got to do something to get around this Darius. And it just felt like the Ferris Forerunner into this Darius, this Kai'Sa player is just drawing perfectly right now. And, well, the Victor player is not. You know, I mean, he was forced to use the singularity onto watch.
Why did he put the hidden blade there?
So just going to use this hidden blade just
Why?
to draw some cards. Because
if that was hidden blade over here, you kill the Darius, and then they have to send in double mech token.
Yeah, surprising enough, with
At
so
least.
many cards in hand, doesn't see exactly what he wants. So digging into the deck a little
Like they're
bit
just
more.
like, why do you need? Why do you need
drawing
cards?
The way the Kaiser player's been drawing ever since those falling stars
Ugh.
completely changed the course of this battle.
Why didn't we hide it with
So
the
you're
bigger
going into
unit?
8 runes next turn. I'm willing to bet, Sasuke, is that final card something like a Thousand Tail Watcher? Because I think in that circumstance, that pretty much all but guarantees Kaiser moving forward in this lower bracket. Would you be willing to bet it's a Watcher or maybe something else?
Oof.
There's some bullshit we can do here as the victor to pull out a time warp win. I think there is.
No, it's got
Let
to be
me see.
Watcher.
So you spend 3 mana for one of the things that switches power and the runes. You pay 3 for the other. You have 7 runes left and 2 mana.
No, I mean, but seriously though, this Kaiser player.
So you can spend 3 of them and get to 5 mana. No, we're turned off with that combo.
Figure something out quick.
Yeah, you know, it's so
Doesn't really work when you have to
tempting
pay
kinda
6
take a little
energy up
peek
front
in the victor's hand, because TCGA does allow us to hover
Turn
over,
on.
and we're able to get a sneak peek. But just because the fact that they could be on the stream, I guess we get a little bit of an insight now. The Stupefy brings Darius down to 4 total might. You know it can't go up to 7 because they're completely tapped out. Stupefy choosing 2 targets. Wait a minute, was that 2? Oh no, they changed their target. So maybe looking like a. Why would you choose? This is interesting because even if it's a singularity play or a Bellows Breath play repeated is what I'm kind of thinking that he's thinking about right now.
That's the only thing I could consider here. Yeah, a little.
I mean, imagine if this Darius is dead and then we Bellows Breath and kill everything but one mech.
You gotta make do with what you got, because right now this just doesn't feel like there is an answer for this Darius. I mean, if he does,
and then we have 5 mana left.
Perhaps get rid of at least one of these mechs.
To hold against an accelerated Kaisa plus a mech plus maybe a Watcher.
Or the recruit
or a Watcher.
Right into the Reaper's Row. The Jace would have to go into the Conservatory because otherwise it's just too easy to overtake. So, I mean, we'll have to see what is left in the gas tank here for this Victor player, because right now it doesn't feel like there's anything left.
Yeah, let's see, because right now these players are actually just entered overtime. Victor's going to be turn 0, so they just have a total of 5 total plays left to be made for each of these.
No,
not each, but you guys know
no Bellows Breath.
Standard 5-turn clock after the round has been called. So Singularity coming down, taking down the Darius, taking down the mech that didn't get stupefied there, which kind of tells me maybe there's just one more Bellows Breath with that final little rune available to him. But even if that does come down, you still have your accelerated Kaiser unit and 1 unit remaining. So I think this is in a great position. You hide 1 card, could be a saving grace for the Victor players.
Yeah,
they
this
are
deck
at
needs
7.
to have
It's
Consult
funny
the Past
enough,
in it.
they are just 1 point away from victory, but Kaiser essentially just 1 swing away from victory as well. But sends in the Sentry, which tells me
probably
they
also
don't
want
have
birds.
It, Sasuke.
Get rid of
don't have
Chemtech
the
Cast, play
Watcher
birds.
or something like an Acathian Rain.
Then could also play
This
Jaces.
board. They're digging for
The
it.
Exodia
They're
combo.
digging for it ×2 with the double Sentry.
Time changes, I think they're an
They
improvement.
still have 2 units.
And the draws if score is within 1 point of each other kind of sucks.
To kind of eliminate both of these
Because the
both
point
these cards.
value, I believe draws are worth 1 point and wins are worth 3.
I think you kind of need a rain from this position, no?
I think the only card that gets you out of the situation here is exactly that.
The second draw is basically equivalent to a loss.
Just because specifically right now, I mean, if that's not Hidden Blade exactly, how do you overtake this battlefield right now?
X2 better.
There's only 5 might available for these 2 units.
Draw is same as loss,
like
yeah.
Wages of Pain.
Yeah, like if it's going to be that few rounds
then it's really just a 4
before the cut, and the time changes are going to make draws more common, then that's not great.
He decides to do here.
But I do think that in general, this game does need more than 50 minutes per round.
Discussion going on.
I mean, like every single round at every single tournament I've been to, in person specifically, I mean, obviously online you shuffle instantly, and all of the game setup gets done. So that doesn't, like, the fact that it's a physical card game means that you need extra time for shuffling and extra time for moving cards around. and everything just takes longer
Wait,
in
what am I
general.
missing, Sasuke? I think this is all
And
just a little bit of a
back to what I was
the
saying, basically
base
every single
and
round,
clearing up the sentry just to kind of make matters worse, not giving him any kind of trade value. Does get a gold token, but Kaiser is going to be able to see one additional card.
every
In
single
the
round went an hour,
deck.
20
Is
minutes
this
or longer.
exactly what Kaiser needed? Something like the
Maybe hour, 10
Cat
minutes.
theme
Like every
Rainbow,
single
and then
round was 50
Stupefy
minutes,
followed up by a
and
Falling
then
Star
went.
could look pretty
There
good.
would always be
There's
clocks
a
up
little bit of
at the
couple
venue,
rounds, but no.
and went to
I thought it was a reset.
negative 20 on the clock.
My screen went
So
in and
20
out.
minutes
I
into
think
overtime.
these
So an
players
hour,
conceded, but no, there's still
hour
some
and 10
game
minutes
to be
minimum,
had, and Kaiser
and went
trying
longer
to
than that
find
often.
what she has, unless it did reset. Sasuke, are you still in the game?
So I am still in the game here. Look, this Kaiser is going right in right now, just trying to overtake this battlefield with the Jace. There's only one rune available for this Victor player, and I have to say, it feels like the game is pretty much over here. And yep, there comes the reveal from PewQ. Was not able to
He
find
had
the
no
cards
Bellows
he was
Breath,
looking
yeah.
for. I had a couple of cold weeks in hand, but never really found the time to
Yeah.
cast it. And shows
Fuck
the
are the
Bellows
Bellows Breaths?
in the bottom 6, unfortunately.
Where the fuck are the Bellows Breaths?
So, you know, it is what it is, and sometimes you get there and sometimes you don't. But yeah, I mean, very, very well navigated from both of these players, and
Well,
felt like
the guy I
should
lost
have
to
been
is still making it.
a very favored matchup for Kaiser. Felt very 50-50 for both of these
Can
players.
cope with that.
This Victor player was nearly able to sneak it out.
Oh yeah. And wait a second, they had a Stupefy hand because I'm assuming they're considering what did they have in hand? A Hex Tech Ray, a Hopeful, and a Pouty Pearl. So not too much gas, but you did have the Kaiser accelerate. So Sentry trades with the Recruit. Kaiser comes in, you try to conquer the Jace, but they have a Stupefy. Are we sure Kaiser won?
No, you
Or
send
was that
Kaisa and the
Kaiser
mech in at the same
conceding,
time.
saying, I don't have anything to fully push you off of this?
What do you mean? It's like Kaisa and mech at the same time.
So even with the Stupefy, she would.
And even if Stupefy, you still ray the Jace, and then the mech
Sentry
goes
would
in.
trade one, right? Oh, no, Sentry got Wages of Pain. You're 100% right. So, yeah, that is GG, the Victor player, taking it home. We'll head on back to the caster booth.
The Victor,
Man,
there's no way the Victor
all
player
the way
won that.
down to overtime.
Unless the Kaisa forgot that he had
That's
champions.
That's exactly what we would expect from this caliber of player. There's just 2 more rounds remaining, and then we're going to be going into our grand finals. This is a bit of a longer day than I originally anticipated. But how have the games been so far, Sasuke?
I mean, at least this last series itself was an absolute banger here. Both of these players really got to showcase what these decks are supposed to be doing here. Unfortunately for the Victor player, was not able to find a Vanguard armor in either games 2 or 3. Until it really felt like it was too late, because he did reveal the Vanguard armoring at the end, which tells me that he probably just drew it like on the last turn. So I was never able to find the time to cast it, which is unfortunate because he did have that Jace and was forced to drop it down before he was able to find that Vanguard armory. And, you know, honestly, it felt like that was kind of the tail of it. And obviously the Ferris Forerunner really showcasing where it finds its value. And this is definitely one of those matches.
Yeah, and just to give you guys 100% confirmation, the Kaiser player did indeed win as we were speculating. And Tog, you guys know and love him. He's a great player. I believe he's all the way in Australia. So they're like 12-hour difference from us. So he's been staying up overnight to play in today's event. Man, good on him. But taking down the Rek'Sai player that we saw in that winner's bracket many times. So I believe Tog might be playing Draven. So this next round looking to be Draven versus Kaiser. But I think for now, this is the end of the road for our co-commentary, Sasuke. And Sasuke, I've been taking a peek. You've been killing it with your friends over on your YouTube channel, right? How has that been going?
Oh, it's been great. Yeah, I mean, if you guys get a chance, please go check out Summoners Weekly on YouTube, on the YouTubes, or you can find it through my Twitter page. It's just linked directly there. We started it about a month ago. Already have almost, I think we're like 95,000 total views, which has been an absolute absolutely mind-boggling for me. So please go take a look at it. We have a whole bunch of shorts out. We got a couple of podcasts, and then another podcast will be shot tomorrow. So please go check that out. And then Summoners Weekly on the YouTubes. I think it's Summoners Weekly on Twitch as well. But I think we're just going to be streaming onto the YouTube from the future. So besides that, that's pretty much everything that I have in terms of my socials. So yeah, I mean, thank you guys for tuning in, and hope to be back again.
Yeah, we'd love to have you. So for now, guys, let's take a short little intermission break. But for sure, check out Sumler's Weekly on YouTube. They do fantastic Riftbound content. If you guys are looking for for more good Riftbound content on YouTube. But yep, we'll be right back, and then we're gonna get into that Tog versus Glasna matchup. Who's gonna be solidifying their final loser's position, and maybe even a grand final seat. We'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Yeah, I'm worried that the new time rules are going to lead to people. I mean, it's going to be annoying if time is going to be that tight, because there's going to be with you needing to have a 2-point lead to win. There's going to be so many game states. Like, it was very rare for a game to be decided with that much of a point lead in time. Not impossible, but pretty rare. And it's very common that there's just going to be game states where it's impossible. Like, especially if you go to time and both players know, or you're even close to going to time, you know that game 3 will go to time, and both players know that, you're just going to play for maximum points. Like, you're not playing the 8 points anymore, and to winning the game, you're just playing to getting to like 5 or 6 points and stopping the opponent from getting up to that many points, and that's kind of it. It's going to be very punishing if you're playing a slow deck. What do we do? 15 minutes. Let's edit this deck. This Victor hostage deck. Let's take out the cards that are bad, like this Gamtech Cask. And probably don't main deck a salvage in this metagame. Probably want 3 Vanguard, Armory. Take out Comet. Honestly, don't even like the Drag Unders either. I do like the Watchers, and I do like this. Not sure if it should be that many. And then I do like the Jaces as well. Well, maybe that is. Then it should not be Expo's one. It should be the opposite. It should be Arena's greatest. Maybe do Battlefield still. Nothing else worth playing that makes gold. You could play Plundering Polo. But he's way less reliable. Yeah, lets you play the, yeah. Yeah, like it is just fine. Okay, what was the other card that we needed in here? Maybe you still play 1 Drag Under, because it is action speed removal. Let's filter to spells. It could be Facebreaker. That doesn't work. That doesn't really work against Raven or Kaisa. Yellow Renata. No, I don't think you need accelerated tokens, ever. You could do something like Bonds of Strength. Or even Rally the Troops. Hold on, how is Rally the Troops? Oh wait, I didn't put Consult the Past in. Consult the Past needs to be in. We need those. Probably go down to 2 Raptures. And then 2 Birds, I guess. Maybe do some kind of a sideboard plan where when you go second you put in more 2-drops so you can double unit turn 1. But you already have blood money as your turn 1 play. But Rally the Troops is kind of interesting, where it's only action speed though, and there's a lot of Falling Star in the meta. I thought it would be reaction, that'd be nice. If it was reaction, then you play your blue Victor, hold open a few points of mana, hide a card, and then your opponent Falling Stars in, and then you Rally the Troops, stupefy hidden card in response. Get 3 recruits that are all buffed. It's still kind of neat. If you have the Vanguard Armory out. And then what goes in the sideboard? Salvages. You probably need Drag Unders. Oh, I want Time Warp in the deck too, though. I want the Time Warp. Maybe we don't do the Jace. The Jace is going to give you the nut draw. What is the percentage? Hold on. Spreadsheet this. I think it's like 35% by turn 3. E copies, let's say 9 card sample size. Yeah, you're 30% after seeing 9 cards, which that's turn 2. So let's say, well, no, it has to be on turn 2. Turn 3, you're at 35%. And that's 3 copies of each, though, and you're not doing 3 copies of Jace. If you're on 2 copies of Jace, you're 26%. Alter Memories? No, that's too slow. I mean, is the Broker better than Soaring Scout? Honestly? It might be. That's something like this. I guess Time Warp you'd have to be careful about against purple decks. Like, it is more of a sideboard card. Like, that should be in the sideboard, but against, like, Kaisa, it would be very nice to have, at least. Throw in a couple Drag Unders. Just make it 3 salvages. And just note that Rally the Troops is cool, but probably not necessary, and this is 41 cards. Singularity, cut a Jace, cut a Soaring Scout. Maybe don't main deck the Time Warp. Do this, and then... But the gold creation was nice. That did look pretty good, and then I think you just do Arena's Greatest. And say you're point racing. You could do Dreaming Tree. You have Stupefy, Blood Money, Hidden Blade to use. You could just do Candlelit Sanctum, but Gorgon's Peak. Yes, there's a lot of stuff that helps Raven, is the problem. A lot of stuff that helps Raven.
All right, guys, we are back and continuing on forward in our lower bracket. Like we said before the break, it is down to the final 4 players. All these players, though it's getting late for some, they're feeling good. They're in the big money. They get the majority of today's prizes, those Piltover Archive photo banners, the USD. The top 2 players will be getting a little extra. So these guys do want to keep fighting hard. As we saw, the Kaisa player did end up winning, so they're the player we're going to be spectating next. And then on the other side of that lower bracket was a Draven moving on forward. So Tog with the Draven, if you guys are familiar with Tog, and then Glasna with the Kaisa. But with me here today, a classic commentary to Runes and Rift tournaments. It is NA. How are you feeling today?
I am excited. Today has been great watching the tournament so far. You've done a great job hosting. I know it's been crazy and long, and I'm happy everyone's able to bear with us as it goes later and later. And looking forward to casting with my favorite casting duel.
Let's do it. So, guys, let's not waste any more time. This tournament's already running way over time. Let's jump into it. But before we do, let's give them the good old green light start. Indeed, as I said, is Draven up at the top, going head to head against the Kaisa player we were just spectating the round before.
Game 1.
These 2 players are fighting for
Game 1
their
Targon's is
final
interesting.
lifeline.
Normally it's Reavers or
If
Game
they
1.
win, they
I wonder if
move
he's
on
going to save
forward to
Reavers
the
when he goes
losers
first.
final. If they lose,
And Glasna
they
saved
made a
Reavers when he
heck
went
of a run,
second,
nonetheless, right? So they're not
which is
going
also a
down,
bit
they're not
surprising.
leaving here empty-handed. So they feel good in that. But you know how a lot of competitive players are. If you spend and committed this much time, you want the gold, don't you, NA?
Yeah, you definitely feel pretty bad when you play for 7+ hours and then just miss the top 3, top 2, winning it all. Definitely been in that position before, and it can be a little bit frustrating, but you can't let it get to you. You just got to say, I played well and my performance speaks for itself. But as we say this, classic Kaisa start.
There we go. And a spinning axe coming down, protecting the overzealous fan from the hex save. We were wondering before the set was even introduced, we were saying, are reaction speed gears going to be enough to take down or to kind of dwindle the power level of things like Kaizen? And we saw as early as that opening turn with the zealous fan getting protected from the raid that was inevitably going to be taking it out. So, man, a quick draw gears are pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I think they're honestly one of the strongest pieces from the new set, and might even be a little overtuned, but it's pretty early to say. I mean, the set's not even out yet. I think a lot of people, when we first read this, were like, shouldn't these be actions? But nope, they're reactions, which is cool. It does make some of these removal decks like Kaisa somewhat worse, right? Because like we saw on the first turn, the Ray...
Something with the spinning axes, it is very risky.
And then the axe is now permanent buff.
To commit it to a smaller unit early on.
I mean, that
it's significantly stronger when it's attached to a Draven or a bigger unit.
I guess.
Whereas on a random 5-knight unit, it could just get Falling Starred at some point.
And he's doing rather good. The stack deck gonna
or get killed by a cleave or something else.
Things like Nox is hopeful to come online since that Legion ability will be available to him. You do have 4 remaining runes for something like your Draven champion, but I think how Draven players have...
It would be very risky to play Draven here, because you get the Cathian Rain for 1 rune plus the gold. And then the Poro trades into your Axe Carrier, and then the Hopeful gets in.
Just cards that are
so where do Kaisa's cards go?
Defensively,
Kaisa is out of cards.
A bit more of an aggressive legend, but is actually pretty decent at defending as well, right?
Yeah, you don't have to play super aggressively. You can definitely play this more mid-range game, get a ton of value with your leader, and just say, I'm going to beat you in card economy. And, I mean, we're seeing it happen already.
Like, it's very possible that Kaisa already lost this game as soon as that Plundering Brawl went in and gave away a free card.
It's so hard to contest with the Draven leader who's just getting free cards every time he plays the game. Right, where Kaisa is getting mana for casting spells, but Draven is like, oh, I'm playing the game and I'm just drawing multiple cards off of it. Like
it might have been necessary to
ridiculous sometimes
stack every single unit you had with that Poro to protect it.
Passing it back over to Kaisa, so able to conquer Targon's
you stack 8 and then they have to have
Unless
2 spells.
Waste a kind of premature rebuke on something like that.
Push you.
But the Dreaming Tree also just kind of positioned.
I don't think there's any single card that will be able to do it off of 5 runes. There's no 0 mana card in the deck to accelerate a Darius out.
Be kind of hesitant to try to conquer there.
I mean, when you're playing from the back foot like this,
so it would need to be like a Blood Rush plus Cleave. Plus Falling Star,
he just kind of
Fighter Flight, anything like that.
Says, I'm going to slowly gain the lead, and again my card advantage. I'm going to gain the point lead, and then it can get a little bit hard to come back. That being said, there are tools for Kaisa, like a Piercing Light would be pretty good there. And sure, you can like react with a Spinning Axe or a Longsword, but then he is tapped out, and you still have quite a few runes to work with. That being said, just opts the trade in, opening up the Dreaming Tree. Draven does have a full base though, so it does feel a little bit bad to push up, because even though you get a point, see, yeah, he's thinking about it. He's like, do I want to give him a draw?
Yeah,
like, it feels so
yeah, I
bad.
think you just had the full stack.
Yeah, I agree. It does feel bad, and this is a very smart play.
And then say that the Draven
you want to just keep putting points on the board, but when you're playing against
only goes to 2 points. And you sit on 1 and hold 2.
Legend, as we mentioned before, this entire
the game might just be over.
You don't want to. You have to always play around the legend ability.
Because Raven could look for a hold right now.
Simple combat wins.
It doesn't have to be a massive hold either.
Online, so I like this play from Glass.
It especially sucks if that's a fan that has the axe. But it got good value. It's not like the axe was
when I
bad.
have a little bit more control and a little bit more runes available.
Second axe.
But you have a quite decent board.
But you could easily do something like Hopeful Forward, put Draven forward, ready 2 runes, and just have 5 runes open. And then say that even if the Kaisa Watchers, you're going to trigger Draven, go to 4 might total, and then have 2 to 3 tricks in hand after that.
They both just traded. I was like, okay, maybe there's something else in Glass's mind, but so far we haven't.
They'll leave you. I mean, you're vulnerable to Piercing Light no matter what you do.
Yeah. I mean,
Hopeful in your
could have
deck.
been trying to bait something.
So the opponents
like
just
a
told you they didn't have piercing light because they would have played it already.
Going in with a piercing light, but once you pass,
Like
the
would have been
action,
piercing light, kill this,
then pass the focus.
Play
then obviously, if he decides to let it through,
Sentry, I guess.
Can't do that anymore. But now getting the opportunity to go on to even points, which Draven does like to do, pushing up onto the Targons, which is going to be quite nice. Like you said, Draven being able to hold runes up can be so strong with the rebukes that are in a lot of the Draven decks, the fighter flights, the long swords, the spinning axes. It just feels like kind of infinite cards that you have to worry about at this point.
Yeah, it really does feel like that sometimes. It is ridiculous at times. But Noxus Hopeful does get the conquer, so you're able to be a little bit more lenient on the cards you play because you're able to get 2 cards back at the end. Does he want to push forward with the Zealous Fan? You have to be careful because the Overzealous Fan is the one carrying the spinning axe. So if it goes down, you most likely will be losing that spinning axe.
That's surprising.
So decides to just play another fan back.
And if Draven had a
since you are at the even point total,
Paris 4 on other games also instantly over.
Is not kind of being very disciplined and not really pushing unnecessary.
No way, Kaiser's gonna be able to stop him from scoring 2 points and then 2 points.
When you keeping them for down the road, because a spinning axe
sends the Pore. We're gonna give the Draven cards.
Impactful a little bit later on down the road.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. I would like to see like a singularity here or something to clear both the Draven and the Hopeful. But seeing as we did just push the Poro, that makes me think we're not doing. Oh, okay, we are doing it.
Singularity the base.
Interested why it was.
Shouldn't have given the card draw before doing this.
Hey, it would feel good to be able to clear these. This does beat the longsword, as you do 6 damage, though the spinning axe is still something to be concerned about. Does look like Tog is thinking here, though.
Yeah, that's the only available option for him if he's trying to get out. I'm assuming the singularity hasn't specifically chosen on screen, but I could only imagine he's targeting the Hopeful and the Draven in the base. The spinning axe will be bringing one of those units, most likely the Draven, up to 7, but both of those units going to be hitting the trash, leaving behind the Lonely Fan. Is this the moment where this Kaiser player starts to stabilize herself? Granted, just 2 cards in hand, but so far not feeling too far behind in terms of board state.
Why are we doing this before everything?
Something.
I don't like the
You do
sequencing.
have to be watching how Draven is getting.
Like, it should have been going in here and taking the stupefied draws.
But you do need to be wary of the Draven.
Then, I mean, he gave a free draw, too. Like, the Singularity just gave a free draw.
There are cards here that...
He could have, if he Singularities, he could send Kaisa and just snipe the fan.
Wow, okay, just choosing to give it up. I mean, reasonable. Kaisa
All this game is so over.
Great options for this range that are going to feel good. As even using, like, a Void Seeker for a fan is just going to feel absolutely awful because you're so just trading. And there's the Kaisa going up to 6.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dog is feeling
put like 1 unit in base, hold up 4 mana.
So myself, keeping that even point total. Falling stars from a Draven. We don't see it too often. Coming down, taking.
That's pretty good. And there's no retreat. Even if there was retreat, we can hit each unit once.
Side.
And yep, 1 unit in base.
How do you feel about falling stars?
Get a Cathian Rain here.
And it looks pretty decent.
I like it a lot. Me and my testing group have been
double Darius, and 1 gets rebuked and the game ends.
In the mirror a little bit, you do get to clear some of the units outside of combat.
Or fighter flight.
In a way that
both
like
of those
fighter flights doesn't save them, and it does hit for 6 if you do the double target on 1, which.
What is in the Draven's hand?
Beat, like,
and I guess
sword buff.
Okay, there we go.
Sometimes. Oh, and there's the rebuke. Okay.
Get rebuked.
This card is so absurd.
Yeah, it really is, and I like this from Tog, playing towards keeping the spinning axe game plan available to him. So
these cards are pretty good when they draw a card on them.
Call the more valuable unit being the Kaiser, because you could have played. Actually, no, it makes sense because if you rebuke that Draven, the other Draven was probably going to be coming in anyways. But going up to 7 points so far, Draven just 1 final point away. Can this treasure hunter get things done with any kind of maybe like a spinning axe, long sword?
I mean, if he had fight, he doesn't have fighter flight is the one thing.
Are we asking for a little bit too much from this treasure hunter?
That rebuke might have been premature if he didn't. If he was just looking to top deck into the win.
there's like any of the fighter flights which haven't been used. I mean, some of these Draven lists are playing 2 or even 3 rebukes.
I mean, like Ride the Wind,
rebuke. I will
Darius.
say when you do start aggressively trying to remove the Darius, you could walk into like a Hextech Ray or like a Piercing Light. I honestly would
Piercing Light's not
probably
action speed, is it?
be fine just kind of playing this slow and not forcing myself onto the Targun's Peak if I don't have to. Could even just like move up the Treasure Hunter onto the Dreaming Tree and
it is a
maybe hide a card if you have one and say, okay, I am like, it's pretty hard for you to take this through a hidden plus 6 mana up. Okay, yeah, just choosing to pull back and probably just pass it. But we'll see.
I guess the Kai'Sa's on 3 points.
Like, there could, like you say,
and did not have a Cathian Rain.
He plays the cleave. We haven't seen one yet.
Right. I mean, this doesn't feel terrible.
I mean, this
right?
is
just
still scary.
You're ahead by quite the big margin, 73.7.
If Kai'Sa finds a Cathian Rain, then Draven will still just randomly lose this game.
So you know he can't, no matter what he does. He's not winning in the next 1 or 2 turns, so just take your time, make that final push really count. You have 3 units in the base.
The Kai'Sa.
Maybe even another accelerator.
We got a Falling Star.
Turn. I think this next push,
even move Darius back and get a point.
On the play should be the winning push for his game number 1, but we'll see. I mean, there's a little bit more cards in Kai'Sa's hand. If they have something like a Cathian Rain right now, that could be the window of opportunity this Kai'Sa player needs to get back in this game. But I'll be a little bit worried about a hard bargain. You wouldn't have your
hard bargain can't stop it.
I think a Cathian Rain is 7, so you would have enough to pay the hard bargain. So maybe if he does have it, this could be a good line for the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it. At 8 runes, it's hard for Draven to really do too much to threaten both battlefields. It's literally like, yeah, actually, I don't even think there is anything.
Could accelerate 2.
1. So Rain wouldn't be awful.
2 Rek'Sais.
That being said,
or 2 Legion Rear Guards, or 2 Ygritte Raycons.
Kind of scary.
Or Ride the Wind.
You could just lose your board, and again, like you said, you're just.
Or Kai'Sa Ride the Wind. Yeah, you know, it's purple red. They can win from hand.
In this format.
I believe we just saw in the previous game, there wasn't a Cathian Rain against the Victor player in game number 1, so we know they are running it in their main board. So I would assume they have at least 1 in their deck. But are you saying most Kai'Sas are kind of letting go of a Cathian Rain in set 2?
Yeah, I haven't seen it as much, but again, when you're in like a testing circle, maybe sometimes your ideas all congregate into like one.
Yeah, right.
Like one person says something and then everyone else just kind of ends up agreeing with it. So
yeah.
Hey, I totally open to being wrong. I mean, set 1, the high-end spells were Rain and the Time Warp, and Singularity kind of got phased out, but we're seeing Singularity here again, and it seems to be working to great effect. So I would be curious to see what the optimal top-end spell lineup is, because like I said, my group isn't playing Rain, which, I mean, like you said, it would be pretty good here, so...
Yeah, it wouldn't be too bad. The Yordle comes out, readying the Darius, so pushing onto the Dreaming Tree, going up to 5, but it looks like he doesn't feel too bad tapping out, going for the big defensive hold, but I don't think this is going to be enough. 10 total might. You have 2 runes, a double Hex Ray could be bringing those Dariuses up to... Oh, and to make matters worse, the Bryn here Thunder Song coming out.
Does he have 2 Stupefies?
Kind of further play from this
or
guy.
Cloth Armor
That
Stupefy?
should be all but over. I mean, you're not able to play your Stupefies, your Hextech Rays. I mean, as little options as you had already.
I mean, he still leads a buff.
Options. It's just
he only has 9 against 10.
Darius going to be eating a fight or flight. Just has to deal with 5 total might, and you just easily have that with the 2 remaining units. Tog.
Yeah, I think this game might have gotten lost on turn 2.
3 series. Well done. It looked pretty good. Draven.
When that Horror went in and died for free and gave Draven a card, didn't get stacked with. I think it had to get stacked with. You already pulled a Brilliant Axe out.
You know that Overzealous fan from, I believe, the opening turn, Draven would be very
Is there anything
right now? That spinning axe stayed around the entire game.
Is there anything that punishes a hold for 8?
Yeah, that 2-drop really
Anything
just
that's like a
the
plus,
entire game.
a 1 card plus 5
Kind of crazy, right? The
with 5
axe
runes.
bringing it up to turn 2 5 might, pretty powerful. And Kaisa
Falling
did
Star
get
was
a
only
bit of
for
a
4
slow
with
start,
2 2s and a
so
4 in play.
I mean, good start versus slow start, it happens. Draven could
You
have
get
been
excited,
better
it's
as
not
well,
real.
right? Like he generally prefers
Ride the
Treasure
Wind would
Hunter on
be
turn 1,
punishing.
so not even optimal
Send in
stuff with
Hopeful
Draven
and
either.
trade, and then ride the Wind across.
Though the next game, I would imagine Kaisa will be going first. However,
Piercing
I
Light.
have seen Dravens play Obelisk of Power. I don't know if Tog is playing it, but if Draven is playing Obelisk of
repeat
Power and
would do it.
reveals it game 2, you could,
I mean, you're in a rough spot if you
opt
can't,
to go
as the
second to
Kaisa, if
actually
you can't send your
use
units
player
in on
Kaisa
turn
on
2.
turn 1, right?
If you're just at that big of a...
Yeah, because we did learn, I believe it was just last
I mean,
week.
dude, there's no way they play Piercing Light. They play Fallen Star before
that
Piercing
turn
Light.
order, just like we
So I don't
saw
think... they play 2 to
last
3 Fallen
week.
Star. I don't think they play Piercing Light, but that is a punish.
It was Silver. Actually,
That is a
I'm
1 card
mixing up
punish.
these
I guess
tokens.
against
We
the
had
odds,
one
nobody's
too
playing
many
that
already,
card.
but you guys know if you were here
That would be a 1
before,
card 6.
one of those events we discussed that you are able to decide the turn order after those battlefields are flipped. So if it is an Obelisk of Power, like you mentioned,
Rengar.
we did see some Draven players
Rengar is a 1 card 5.
in previous builds. I'm curious to see what battlefields you have, because I don't think every Draven, there's no like cookie cutter best
Draven doesn't
Draven
play
build at the
Bane.
very moment, but maybe I
Actually would
stand
work.
corrected. The Obelisk of Power seems like a good one, and let's see if they take your advice, and do
That's
they
it.
want to go ahead and decide to go second to develop their Kaiser champion as early as that opening turn, or not? Yeah, opening turn.
It looks like he's channeled an extra rune, so I am guessing that Kaisa is choosing to go first. I guess we will see, but you don't really hate it as Kaisa, right? Like you still do get to play cards first. You still do have like the 3 drops, like you have the Yordle for 3, so you're not always wasting.
I think
a
he
rune.
made the Draven
It's
go
definitely
first.
possible to have an optimal.
I'm not sure if
opener
what's the
on,
correct choice
first.
in the situation.
Again,
Like,
I
it is
can
what
imagine
Draven wants, where he
first. I
goes
will
second and
say,
just plays
Kaisa playing
Draven
Reavers
on turn 1,
does kinda
because you
stink
can't
'cause Draven
send a unit into a
really likes
battlefield in front of
Reavers,
that unless
and
you
I
Fallen
imagine
Star it.
Draven's third battlefield is also
And then he also
Reavers.
gets the turn
so.
2
So
Harris
having-
Forerunner,
Okay.
potentially.
No, so Draven is going.
It's a very scary curve to go.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't want to
So the
get
Draven when he goes second.
because most Dravens go game 2 if they end up winning Obelisk of Power, expecting to be on the draw, but kind of flipping things on its head. Kaiser playing around as best he could, but Stack Deck coming out, just seeing what he has available. Is he going to go ahead and play something like an Overzealous Fan? I believe those are the only 2 drops Dravens are running right now, right? Overzealous Fan and Treasure Hunter, or am I forgetting one?
Some are playing Tide Turner as well.
Right.
It's pretty powerful. Purple 2 drop. That being said, I would say it is less popular. Okay, yeah, and he does hit the Treasure Hunter turn 1, kind of exactly what you'd want to see, and the Kaisa
Potentially getting punished for a 6-6 rune split.
Played this out for us.
Yeah, as probably as ideal as a start you can have for the Draven player. You do get the point online. You do get the gold resources.
If he had Fallen
available
Star here, he'd
during
play it
the
every
next
time.
turn. You have 5 runes, so going with the Darius development there. That's to recycle. Wait, he's choosing. What's going on there? No, he has to go
Oh, he
for
put a purple
Fury
in it
rune.
instead of a red.
Oh, okay. What on earth?
TCG Arena
Was
things.
it 2 Fury? I'm confused. I think maybe there was only 1 Fury that he decided that he had before the Darius. So it makes sense that there's only Chaos left. But the Kaiser does get pushed in, and Reaver's Row might just be the best battlefield for Draven. So this doesn't feel too good. But Falling Star, I would imagine it had to target Darius, because if you're going for the Treasure Hunter, you probably wanted to do that before sending in your Kaiser to give him that extra gold token. But Darius does get taken down. Can this Kaiser hold at least 1 point, or does Draven?
I think Draven decks in general have much more red
this very turn
cards than purple.
I would say it's
Like, first of all, just the
pretty
chosen
likely
champion.
that
You're
the
spending red every
Kaisa
time he
will
has a combat.
survive.
Almost
The
every
only
time.
cards that are really
You have
out in the
Darius, you have
Kaisa
Fallen
here
Star,
are
you have Kaisa
cards that
Accelerate.
have mostly fallen out of favor.
You have
Draven,
Longsword.
like the Void Seekers and such.
And then for purple, you
There
have
could
Rebuke
be a
and
Falling
Switcheroo.
Star, but it's like a pretty neg
And
Falling
that's
Star. I don't want a Falling Star at Kaisa.
it.
Honestly, if I'm Draven, I'm kind of fine with letting the Kaisa stick around for a little bit. You could
And there was
go
a
for like a
Vex
bluff
Raven
onto
earlier.
the Reaver's row.
Do they have anything else?
Push
Like
up
Ride the Wind,
Treasure
maybe?
Hunter, say like, hey, are you gonna do anything about
But
this? You
hide
want to
costs
retreat? I could
and
have. Oh,
Whirling Axe you can play.
I guess I'm wrong.
Yeah, you know, there's two players with Falling Stars in this matchup. Not only Kaiser, but Draven going Falling Star, but the retreat coming down, saving that accelerated Kaiser, able to be played out for the
Doesn't matter
final
if you have a
turn,
Treasure Hunter
and
draw.
retreat does give you that extra room,
But
so it doesn't feel too bad. Almost like he expected something like a Falling Star.
another Falling
And
Star.
speak of the devil,
We have
that
one
is
and one
the
in the
third
Stupefy.
Falling Star in this game number 2. Both of these guys doing double 3-might damage.
Oh my god, it's
Stupefy
disgusting.
bringing the Draven down into that damage territory, knocking out both of them into the trash bin.
Literally
So
just
Yordle
falling
able to conquer
stars.
whichever battlefield he wants, as
Falling
Draven
stars
is
everywhere.
completely tapped out. And Kaiser looking pretty decent.
Did
for
the
the
Kai'Sa
first
screw
time
up
in this best of 3
sequencing?
series.
If she has a
Kaiser
Darius
the
in
board
hand, it's
development,
possible.
has the hand size, and not too far,
Nope, we
pretty
got some
even
enemies.
on Rune Economy as well.
I'm
I
just
think
thinking about if you
Kaiser
wanted to
might
go
have
to
a turning
Reavers
point right now.
or go to Obelisk and leave himself
Yeah,
vulnerable
this
to
is
an
definitely a
accelerated
good start
Kai'Sa.
for
It might have been
Kai'Sa.
right to go to Obelisk.
One of
Because
the
if Raven accelerates a
issues
Kai'Sa here,
that Draven can have is if
it
you
would be
do get
better for it
yourself
to be
really
left on Obelisk
aggressively
and
roamed,
vulnerable
it
to
can
your
be
own
hard
accelerated Darius.
to really get
So, I
yourself
mean, it's
running
Draven, so
again.
he'd accelerate a Kai'Sa and just
Generally,
sit.
the
But you
deck
could have Void
doesn't
Seeker.
play
There's a lot of punishes you can have
in
for
the
that.
super top end like rune count.
I mean, I guess
You
it's the
play
same
like
thing
max
here.
out at
Accelerate
like 8,
Kai'Sa, and then
sometimes
you're going to
maybe
kill it with a
9.
spell no matter what.
So being forced
But it would be
keep
nice to have
playing
Reavers
these
open.
units, it can be hard to play multiple units in a turn if you're being forced to like accelerate.
And if you have a spell that answers Kai'Sa, then you don't care.
Kai'Sas and put out Darius, play a card to ready it. You almost sometimes have to like
No, Kai'Sa had a
spend turn
Yordle in play.
rebuilding up. So when
Kai'Sa had a
it
second
does
unit.
see a lot of this really aggressive removal, it can be a bit difficult.
So
But
the Yordle would die instead if he
it
retreated.
does have the accelerated Kai'Sa and threatening the Reavers.
And it looks like he wants to bring the Kaiser
Stay
down
Hex
into
Tech
the
Ray.
trade territory.
Why are we doing
but
that?
the longsword going to be nullifying that. Kaiser going up to 6 total might. Yordle just had 2, so it'd be effectively 3 against 2.
Why are we doing
so
that?
The conquer does happen. Draven does get the draw. So this is where things get
Third
a little
Falling
dicey.
Star.
And the 4th Falling Star. Well, this is pretty much just a Falling Star matchup. You have just 6 total might.
I mean, we didn't
You don't
need to have our
enough
Yordle
for a good
die
bargain, so that
for that,
Falling
but
Star
okay.
will be paying
Yeah, we go to 4
quite,
points.
quite amount of dividends, allowing the Sentry and the Poro to push forward. Most likely going to be
No, yeah, I
over
don't
into
like TCG
4,
Arena either.
unless there's a reason to be a little bit patient. But there's no units. I would imagine you take these points when you can.
Yeah, I do feel like I would want to push up on both. Like you're still on evens. You can put your Poro on
Second
Reavers,
Kai'Sa.
which is
10
particularly
push-ups.
nice,
Oh
as,
no.
Again, Draven generally doesn't have a lot of non-combat.
Alright, let me just make sure my food isn't going to get
that is actually going to get
yoinked.
rid of the unit.
And let me point
I
the
say
camera.
that as we had a Falling Star played last turn, but putting the Poro onto the Reavers can be
That's not bad. Hold on.
pretty nice, as it can just retreat and you can
Only
get another
10? Does anyone want to add to these? I haven't been working out for a while.
to push up onto the Obelisk instead. Makes
How
sense.
visible am I here? The screen is so small.
Yeah, I do like the way Glass is doing
The
things.
dogs are gonna
Having the
disrupt
Poro
me.
on the Reavers Road, just in case you have to keep it safe. Going up to 5 points so far, though, so not looking
Yeah, go
too
here.
bad. Has enough right now. Actually, no, with Darius being at 7,
should be
you have to be a
visible.
little bit careful. And it looks like this might just be the card we were talking about. The
Alright,
game
and you guys are
1,
getting
a
see me swarmed by dogs.
Rain will be
Oops,
deployed on the
Excuse
side of
me.
Kai'Sa. How much pings are you going to be doing? Can you eliminate the entire board? You're doing 12 total damage. There's 7 plus 4, which is 11. So essentially, if there's no, the hard bargain, forcing the remaining runes to be tapped from Kai'Sa.
That was a
Yeah, they
little
most of them left me
bit
alone.
scary because you do open yourself up to like a spinning axe on
Was that visible
Darius,
enough?
and then you do have to trade out your unit. It's probably it's actually not that big of a deal, right? Because he
Not bad.
does axe the Draven or the Darius. Darius takes 8 damage, has 2 health remaining, and you
I need
just
to
push
make
up
sure I'm
and
not doing
trade, and then you can
wide
push up
push-ups
into
because I do
Kai'Sa,
those.
So never mind.
And I think those are
Definitely
easier.
Guaranteed there. It does get pushed back to the Draven, and this is kind of what I was saying. Like, if you can't stick units, it can be a little bit hard. You have to stick units and contest the battlefields here, though, because we are on 6 points, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, we haven't seen anything like a Thousand Tail Watcher in this game, or even in the last match where we were spectating Glass. I'm wondering
What
if
site
they
is this?
don't run it, but that
That they're
seems to be
playing on
what
TCG
Glass
Arena.
is, right? To not run
But this is
Thousand Tail
Twitch
Watcher
TV.
anymore. I
In
think we
case
just
you
haven't seen it yet.
don't know how you got here.
Patron.
This is kind of annoying though. The Kaisa is 6
Is
months.
this still
Obviously,
not
you
completely free to
can remove
finish?
it. There are 4 up though, so there's rebukes you have to worry about.
Unless we have
Static
Time
Fighter
Warp.
Flights
No,
you
Time
have to
Warp still
worry
doesn't work.
about. And
Yeah,
there's
I mean,
even,
4
like, a
mana.
Ride the Wind
Wait, he's got
option
7
if he
purple runes?
Still has it in his deck.
I haven't seen a single
So
purple
that
card
one,
get
I
played
don't
by
know
this guy.
the siding pattern for
Why is he
this
7
matchup,
purple?
but looks like we are not.
I thought he was
seeing
6/6. He's even worse than that.
And goes
How does this guy ever play
and
Paper of
digging
Falling
for an
Star?
answer here? It looks like.
Yeah, gonna be bringing that Kaiser down to
Fourth
just
Falling
6
Star?
total might.
Come on, come on,
Gonna
come
have
on.
to
4th
follow
Falling
things
Star me?
up. The Void Seeker coming down, giving that Kaiser effectively 1 HP. So right now they can trade with the Poro, but Hex
I think he
and
missed his
Gray
draw
gonna be cleaning
from Void
things
Seeker.
up. Even a hard bargain is gonna be enough. But the
Flash?
Flash coming in at reaction
Why is Flash in
speed,
his deck?
saving the Kaiser from being taken out. But this gives them the conquer unless there's a fight or flight right here, right now.
Wait,
This
he
might
has
just be
Ride the
going
Wind.
into
Wait, this is the Flash Ride the
3.
Wind Annie Classic.
Yeah, this makes me think there's a fight or flight or a rebuke.
Mm-hmm.
I think you still play into it.
He did forget his
That's
draw
the
for
downside if you
Void
don't. I
Seeker.
think you still do play into it though. Yeah,
Yeah.
you just say you don't got it.
Yeah, if you have it, you have it. If you
One of
don't,
Flash is
and
good.
he does indeed have the
Rebuke.
rebuke, going to be coming at a hefty cost, but you're able to play out the Poro, and it looks like the Sentry on top of that. So 75 points, but
That card
Draven
that got missed is pretty
isn't
important
feeling
now.
all
This might be a
that
2-0
bad. You're
through
able to
Triple
push
Falling
forward.
Star.
Actually, it's Reaver's Rose, so I think Kaiser looking decent, right? You have enough to push in the following turn. You keep that Kaiser in the back line safe, unless there's some kind of backline interaction for Draven, or another way would be a hard hold type of strategy where he just puts a lot of units onto this left-hand side. Going with the fan, that's one way to do it. And Darius in the back pushing forward. So 7-7. These things are
Tapped
all
out.
tied up. These guys don't
Thousand
want to
Tailed
let it go
Watcher,
to a
Time
game
Warp.
3. But let's see if Glasna has something in mind with these final 2 cards remaining, because this is pretty much it, guys. Final turn for either Glasna or the final turn for Tog, as he will be taking the game. Sentry, just to dig a little deeper, it looks like these last 2 cards might not be exactly what he would hope for, but Stupefy to trade with the fan because it didn't trigger at first. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty smart smart thing to do from Glasna.
You know, when you push up the 1, you get the bluff this, but I think you're just never retreating there. Like, you're tapped out if either this is the last turn of the game in one way or another. It's kind of hard. You've gone through all your falling stars.
And man, and I
Okay.
feel like there's only one deck that could climb from a bit of that deficit. We saw 3 or maybe 2 to 3 falling stars total from this Kaiser player, and Draven just inches away from winning it all. The Kaiser does come in, allowing him to get 2 draws. An Accelerator Watcher does it. Does he have it? He taps 2, so there's no such thing as an Accelerator Watcher. Darius, he played a Sentry.
Yeah, you played a Sentry. Can't be Darius. So what are we looking for? You could have like a Singularity. Piercing Light is not enough. Piercing Light comboed with something maybe.
Yeah, Piercing Light, Void Seeker. You're doing 2 damage, bringing it down to effectively 5 total might. The Void Seeker wouldn't be enough unless the exact cards. Oh, I like this play. Triggering on your own Sentry to see 1 additional card. There's 2 damage on the Kaiser on the Reaver's Row. Void Seeker Stupefy. Looks like it's 5. It will be the Darius. He doesn't enter ready because there's been 1 too many cards played out this turn, but
What?
he's going for the hold, but a little too late.
Opponent's at 7.
Draven going to be holding himself, going up
What?
to 8, and Tog, he showed me a picture, chat. He said it is 7
Confused.
in the morning for him. Going crazy. I don't know how he has so much brain power, but one of the best players in the current game of Riftbound, at least online, for sure is Tog. Well done, solidifying his spot in the losers finals. And Glasna, heck of a run, does get all the 4th place position prizing. And man, what a game. How'd you feel about that matchup, Benet?
I mean, that was like classic Draven matchup where if you've been testing, you can. This happens all the time.
I don't think
It's like
Kaiser should have
misses
lost that game.
early, and it claws
Link
its
to
way
Ornn
back
list?
and ends
Sure.
up winning. Just
I made some
see so
changes.
many
I got rid of
cards,
the
like,
wages
you
of
can see
pain.
right
They
here
were
at the
baiting me.
end, the Kaisa struggling to find the answer.
Right.
But Draven just constantly has 6+ cards in the hand, and it's so hard to keep up with that. And
Yeah.
all of the removal was used early. I mean, the triple falling star. And at the end, you have to find like the singularity that we saw. You have to find Void Seeker. You need to find Thermal Beam. You have to find something, and he wasn't able to find it.
Right, and then didn't find it indeed. But man, really, how do you climb back from something like a triple falling star? Only Draven, or even in the hands of Tog, has been able to do it. But guys, we'll go on a short little break. This is the final 2 rounds. We are in it to win it, or at least these players are. These players are just 1 round, the losers final. Whoever wins there goes into that final grand finals, and they face off against J-Chan. If you guys were tuned in earlier in that winners final, it was Darsu versus J-Chan. So Darsu ended up falling down to the losers bracket, and that's who Tog is going to be having to battle it out. Can he get through Darsu? You know, and I hate to say it, some people, maybe big Draven fans, love to see it. The final 3 players remaining, they're all on Draven. Is that surprising, or was that kind of given the stakes of today's event?
I hate to say it's not surprising, but I've been singing the praises of Draven. The deck is really, really, really solid. It doesn't really have particularly bad matchups. Almost everything's playable to some extent. It's a good deck. I mean, expect to see a lot of it.
Yeah, to say the least, just put it like that, guys. Draven is a good deck, but guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to close things out with our losers final. So just final 3 players we'll try to set up as soon as they can. Most of them, they kind of want a little bit of a breath, but I think Darsu's been waiting for a little bit. Tog is just itching to hurry up because he wants to go to sleep, so we shouldn't be too much longer. We'll be right back for our second to last game of today's event, BRB.
Metal Ornn? I don't know. Emperor's Divide. Great answer to Rebuke. It doesn't answer Rebuke when the opponent's going to win the game that turn. Vegas and Bologna. I have tickets for Vegas. Assuming the ticket they give out for top 64 I can use for Bologna, then yeah. I will be doing both. And if I'm insane, I'll go to China. But it's more likely that I go do some like SCG Con or that other like big qualifier thing in the US. I don't think they should even. Oh no, they should be going for Rebuke. I guess like you could bait it where it's before they're winning. Like they're on 5 points, and then you hide a card and tap out, and you bait them to use the Rebuke while you're tapped out. But that's it. On site before they tweeted, didn't get a ticket. Yeah, it was a mess. It seems like the wait list is moving. Well, it might be moving quickly because I've heard a lot of people get through on the wait list. Maybe they've been nuking the scalpers from orbit. But yeah, or maybe they're expanding capacity for the events. That would be nice. We're sending China. We're sending 7 purple. Tog, I see you there with your Falling Star, Darius, Kaisa, Draven, Longsword. 7 purple runes sitting there. This guy's getting carried by a treasure hunter. You eating dog. I'm just being weird. Oh, you're eating something. Hey, what's in your mouth? Could you spit it out for me? Could you hold still? What's this? What is this? Are you eating? That's not food. Guys packing enough purple runes for a best of 3 worth of rebukes. Does he have some like set 4 Commander Leverus card that needs 6 purple? That'd be interesting, actually. Some kind of very, very high power cost. If it's very, very high power cost, it's gonna have to be completely broken. But some kind of card like that with a quad plus power cost that forces you to be monocolor. Maybe it's probably better they do that with just a monocolor legend instead. Energy instead of 6. Yeah, I do like the 3 Ornn. Don't need as much consistent movement. Yeah, that's true. But if you have multiple Ornns out, they should rebuke the one that doesn't have a hidden card with it. But it doesn't... I mean, it gives you 1 move. Which, yeah, if you can find an additional Ornn, then that's better. Rebuke the non-hidden, you don't care. I guess. Yeah, I need to see how it feels playing with triple Ornn. Maybe it is better when I have 3 Ornns in the deck. So I think that is what I want to probably aim for, is play Ornn, and then set up the second Ornn in position, and then have the second Ornn eat the Zanyas and eat the Guardian Angels, while the first Ornn is unkillable, or maybe it just has one save backing him up, so the opponent can't push. Holy 20-minute wait time, what are we doing? Darisu, losers final versus Tog. Alright, what are we doing? Someone needs to make me do more push-ups. Please. Please make me do more push-ups. Oh, it costs 10,000 points. Maybe people can't afford that. Okay. Jabin can afford that. Cameras are frozen, right? Okay. That points. Okay, I should move a bit further back. Alright, we got 10. Anyone got 20? Back here. This is too tiny. So. Hold on. Let's do this so I can actually see what it looks like. Yeah. Better. Only 10. People are too full to afford more. Thanks for the follow, Jay Shoot. 17 minutes. Teemo set 2. At the very least, the normal Teemo build is not going to work. Like, the set 1 Teemo deck is not going to work. And neither is the Mundo build. Neither of those are going to work, so it's going to have to be something different. I'm not sure what that's going to look like. Like, maybe it involves Ezreal and the purple Seal Ezreal package. Maybe it involves, like, blue Teemo stuff. Maybe. Because you can pick him up and rehide him. He's kind of annoying. It's kind of a little bit annoying, but you'd have to play a lot of hidden cards to make him work. Is there anything else cool that you can do? With Teemo, I mean, Switcheroo is amazing, but it's not good enough, especially into Draven. Yeah, you just don't play Nocturne, and then you're fine with that. But you could, in theory, just be an absolute animal and just do this. And these are all the cards that say hidden on them, and then you just click on. And then there's a deck. Ezreal a better Teemo deck. He's probably a better Mundo deck, at least. Ember Monk is an insane card, though. I mean, does this beat Draven? does this beat Draven, guys? I mean, we got some 2-drops. We got 9 2-drops. And then we hide our blue Teemo. And then every single flip does 4 to 5 damage. Edge of Night good in Teemo? No, not really. It could be good as like a sideboard card against Kai'Sa, because that'll keep your Ember Monk alive against Falling Star, and do stuff against spells. Mundo trash versus rebukes. Yes, and fighter flights. He sure is. If you're going to be behind on points, you're just fucked. But yeah, other set 2 decks that are interesting. Yeah, Lucian is interesting. I have a build for him. I mean, like, this deck, like, it's possible you cut a few more of the hidden cards. Like, what are the worst ones? The worst ones are the ones that you wouldn't want to play outside of hidden. So, like, Edge of Night is pretty bad, though it can protect your blue Teemo, which is kind of valuable. Windsinger is pretty awful. It's not awful. It's pretty bad. Blast Cone Phase, terrible. So basically the goal would be to have the blue Teemo and protect them forever. Skyfall Triforce. No, I think that's really good. I think like that's the one reason to play Lucian instead of something like Draven. Like, let me pull up the deck I built for Lucian. Because the issue is, outside of that combo, and then, like, you have Orange Lucian, who is really strong, and then Sabotage, and, like, Punch First, outside of those, there's no reason for you to not be playing Draven instead. Like, you're not getting anything better out of Orange. Play and build around Ruin Runner to counter purple. Maybe set? but Draven can also just... I mean, Draven is kind of like set 2 Kaisa, where sure, you have Deflect or you have Ruin Runner, but he's also just going to fight you with a Darius and a Ferris Forerunner and a Whirling Axe and stuff like that. Like, he doesn't... He doesn't only kill stuff with spells. It's not like, oh wow, I have Deflect, you can't kill me with a Cathian Rain, I win. No. Thousand-Tailed Watcher, Cleave, Darius. I will fight you. Power crept into Oblivion. I mean, it is a bit sad. It seems like Teemo probably is, at least the set 1 build. I mean, let's see. Let's look at, like, all the legends. Who was viable in set 1 that now is having issues? I really wish they would have a default and just get rid of these alternate skins. So, like, what was top tier previous? Aurora? Aurora's pretty dead, but not because of power creep. It's because they added appearances. Teemo did get kind of power crept out, but it's also partly just his matchups. Like, he's bad against purple. If Draven wasn't purple, then Teemo would be okay. Like, if Draven was red-orange, Teemo would be fine. But he's purple, and purple is the main like issue for Teemo, is that you can't rely on Mundo as a win condition anymore. Kai'Sa's still fine. Annie, I think everyone switched to Draven, but I don't think Annie has any issues. E is pretty dead, but honestly, fuck E. It's fine that he got power crept out, because that's a brain dead deck. So, I mean, other than Teemo, I mean, there was... Actually, I can't talk about too much. There is an RE deck that I might actually play if I go to some more set 1 tournaments. That I do want to play before set 2 comes in. Yeah, especially like the switchboard E, where it's literally just I can either be Aurora or be normal E, and just be like the less... either the less consistent version of normal E or the less powerful version of Aurora, but it's still good enough because I can switch on the matchup and I can also like just play sideboard games with you. But other than that, like, Victor got better. Darius maybe got power crept out by Rek'Sai, but it's hard to say. And he probably did just because card draw is weak in these colors. Well, not weak, but card draw is expensive in these colors, so you'd rather just get the cheap card draw out of Rek'Sai and the really good signature spell rather than the fast starts from Darius. Yasuo definitely got power crept by Aurelia, I think. Which, that's unfortunate because they do basically do very similar things, but Aurelia is just way better at it. Leona was never good, Volibear was never good, and probably is better now than he was in set 1. Maybe. Set was okay, and it seems like he's probably okay this set as well. What's up with Lux? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think anything is up with Lux, to be honest. So, I mean, like, in terms of stuff in set 2 that's really strong, Draven, Azir, Aurelia are the main 3. And I guess Aurelia is the most direct power creep, but it's fine. Has potential. I don't know if she has potential. They need to print some kind of umbrella that says that your Lux can't be targeted by Falling Star. And then I would say that she has potential. An Azir stock list. Yeah, sure. Let me double check. Not much team cares about the Azir list. We do care about the Azir deck. I mean, basically just take all the equipment and put those in, and then put in the good green spells, like staple green and yellow spells, and then you're basically an Azir deck. You don't need to do much more than that. That gets you at least like 90% of the way there. But we do have some tech cards that will keep secret. Meta moves away from Falling Star, maybe in set 4. I mean, Falling Star is a set 3 card, so I wouldn't expect it to move away from Falling Star. Alright, what do we got? If we have a Falling Star as Derisu, are we dropping that on their Draven? I guess first thing we do is that we send our Draven into the Reaver's Row. And then opponent needs to choose Reaver's Row first. If they stay, then we just pay red and kill, so they can't stay, and then we don't need to pay red. And we get our nice combat win and our nice draw, and we also forgot our point for the previous turn. TCG Arena thing. I will call out TCG Arena specifically for the location of the point counters while you're playing. They should be towards the center and near each other rather than in opposite corners and far away from everything. That should be improved. And that's something that's simple to improve compared to the layout of everything. The layout needs some more thinking. So we got this. We could sacrifice our Treasure Hunter for a card, or not, for a treasure and a point. If we have Ferris Forerunner in our hand, then sending Treasure Hunter here and dropping the Ferris Forerunner would be amazing. We get Targons for 2 mana, and we get the Ferris Forerunner down, and then we have Fight or Flight Rebuke backup for the Ferris Forerunner. And that's just disgusting. If we have something else that we can stack with this Treasure Hunter, that would also be great. If we don't, this is still fine. Because we can still use this Targon's mana to protect our Draven on Reaver's Row. And it's interesting he brought... I mean, I guess both of these battlefields favor the first player a decent amount. Like, it might have been, because of the Treasure Hunter, it's brutal. Like, I'm thinking, like, Tog would have liked it to just go to Targon's and then stack there and leave the Treasure Hunter alone. If it was any other 2-drop, that would be a very good play. But because it's Treasure Hunter, it's just going to farm infinite gold, and there's going to be issues happening. Send in Hopeful by itself. Alright, play Fight or Flight. I'm assuming there isn't a hidden card. I mean, unless... It could be Switcheroo. They didn't gust our Treasure Hunter, so there's probably no gust. I don't think gust is normal to be played in this deck. So it could be Switcheroo. That would be quite strong. But it's probably Fight or Flight, and you probably just Fight or Flight the Hopeful and try to take the combat win. I don't think Draven plays... I mean, other than his own Fight or Flight, he doesn't play Action Speed removal. And you don't need any more gold. We have enough gold. We're going to 8 runes, and then we're going to go to 10 runes, and then we're probably going to go to 11 runes. We don't need more gold. Double Reavers is awful. Oh, it's a Tide Turner. Oh yeah, that's another hidden card. I forgot about that guy. Tide Turner bringing Kaisa. That's surprising. Why didn't we just stack the Kaisa then? Now I'm confused. I feel like if we stacked Kaisa here and then we Tide Turner Draven in as well, then this is basically unpushable because we're going to pay into Draven immediately, have 11. And have 4 mana open still. We're threatening to win the combat, it's still okay. And if we trade off this unit, then opponent can't score 2 points. So we're getting a point lead. And we've got unit left in base, which means we're probably going to get to 4 points. I mean, if we get Fight or Flight here, we just Fight or Flight just Draven every time. If we can go 5 points to 1, then the game is over. How do you come back in the situation as Draven? Against Draven? It's tough. Probably involves... You don't. Oh. Go first, win. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, it is a pretty snowbally matchup, because whoever... one player wins the combat, the other player doesn't. And, that does snowball. That does snowball pretty quickly. mean, I do wonder. You do want to kill this treasure. I mean, the treasure hunter specifically. If there wasn't treasure hunter, then I think it's possible to come back. But specifically, treasure hunter on Reaver's Row in the mirror is just disgusting. Because even if Tog manages to win like this combat and the next combat, he's going to have no runes left. And then Ferris Forerunners are going to start getting dropped on his face, or accelerated Dariuses are going to start beating him. Lets it die. That's surprising. I mean, I really would have liked switching this Draven in and paying into him, and then going up to 6. Because if your opponent doesn't kill him, then you're gonna pay into him a second time. And then sure, you have Tide Turner over here, but you have Treasure Hunter over here. So it's fine. Because their Draven has a free entry either way. And then you keep Kaisa in base, and she can give you a draw, which you don't really need, but... Yeah, but there's no way you can stop the Treasure Hunter anyway. That's the problem. Ride the wind. Okay. That's still fine. That does get nice value though, because the Draven gets to pull back out after everything. It is just like big units backed up with spells. They're strong. Spells are good. Rebuke. But we stayed and didn't pay. So we stayed, didn't pay. Opponent didn't pay. They pass, we rebuke. If they had hard bargain, then we could still have a spinning axe. I mean, GG. Got checked, hard bargain checked, and lost. I mean, even if Tog had hard bargain, he could have his own hard bargain. Very soon. Kind of surprised. I feel like Tog should have double pushed into the Targon's Peak. Is he worried? I mean, because if it's fight or flight, then you still fight the other thing. I went 3 and 2. Played like garbage. And my list was bad. And that's been improved upon. But it was my own gameplay. That was the reason for the losses, not the list. I think people should play better. Like the match before this, the Kaisa versus Tog. The Kaisa drew a triple Falling Star and should have won that game and then lost. And I think the Kaisa definitely misplayed. I mean, I think that Draven is even more punishing with misplays than Kaisa in set 2 was. Or in set 1. Because if you give him one combat that you shouldn't have, then it immediately starts snowballing out of control. Whereas Kaisa, you fall behind on points, but you can come back from that. But against like Kaisa, you fall behind on tempo and points, whereas Draven, you fall behind on cards and points and tempo often because he generates gold off of it. And he's really good at converting cards into tempo. Yeah, he's really snowballing. Yeah, I mean, this is now that the Ferris Forerunner is down. It seems like this is probably a fight or flight hidden to protect the Ferris Forerunner from Rebuke. Yeah, it's top three is Draven, then fourth was Kaisa, and then um, this was a Victor, Pew, and I don't know what Ganstrack was on. Oh, Ganstrack was on Rek'Sai. Yeah, 5, 6. All right, we got the fight or flight or the tax. We got the hard bargain. GG. No Sivir Aurelia. I did kill an Aurelia. I think in losers. I'm sure ready to go bark at something. Yeah, no Sivir. Terracodon was on Sivir, but his list looked a bit weird. These two are so goofy. Who's on Sivir? Terracodon was. I think he. Hold on, let me double check. He did do worse than me by 1 round. Did I not even go 3-2? I might have gone 2-2. Ugh. Just not playing well. Need to be more focused. I got more focused watching these. Well, I can't really say that. I'm looking at dogs and stuff. Right, what is happening? Stack deck, 2 drop. Alright, the mulligan took a while. Chaos Mirrors, even fun to play. The Draven Mirror. I don't know. How interesting is the Annie Mirror? I don't actually know how that works. But yeah, it is very snowbally. Worse than Kaisa? Yeah, Kaisa Mirror is probably more skill intensive. Because there are more punishes for overextending, and there's a limit to how far ahead you can get with a Cathian Rain involved. Whereas in the Draven Mirror, it's basically like just whatever happens, happens. Okay, but I do like this. I think this is the best chance you have when you go second, is to set up some kind of a stack and hold. Like, this is what Tog could have gone for in game 1. I think he had the same Noxus Hopeful on turn 1 into Draven turn 2. But he attacked into Reaver's Road and played Draven in base. Even that being said, with this hidden card, I think this card probably does have to be hidden. But even with this hidden card, this battlefield could still get pushed. Or it could get ignored. And you just develop like a Ferris Forerunner or something. But that is just like first player advantage. Which, yeah, that's the other thing too with the Kaisa Mirror, is first player advantage is very, very limited. It's basically Hextech Ray resets first player advantage. Falling Star can do a decent amount, just a threat of Falling Star does a decent amount to mitigate first player advantage, because you can't play Kaisa on turn 2 and tap out and lose her to Falling Star a lot of the time. I mean, this is the suffering that had to go through as Teemo. In set 1 against Kaisa, is you go second and you sit there and you have 5 mana and you have your 1/2 drop in play, and you say, even if I set up my strongest possible battlefield, they can still clear this. And what can you do? You can't sit in your base, because they'll still clear you if you sit in base too. There's no reason that they can't do that. And you can't fall behind 3 points to 0, so. Kind of surprised. I mean, unless that stack deck found the Darius, I'm surprised that a gold didn't get made. So, I mean, at least we managed to slow down the game. This is what you need to do when you go second, is you slow down the game so that the first player mana advantage diminishes on later turns. Because, like, on the first player's turn 3, they've had 12 mana, and you've had 8 mana total as player 2. So they have 50% more. They've had 50% more energy than you at that point in the game, so you have no chance. Whereas if we go to like turn 7, even though first player is still going to have had like 7 more energy than you, it's like a 10% advantage instead. Did we find Ferris Forerunner? Nope. We found another hopeful. That's pretty good. That is a lot of knight on board. We do get to 4 points first. Hmm. Now we're at an even bigger. Now we're down 2 runes. So that is the other issue too. Is if as second player you have to start spending runes first to recover tempo, and the player that goes first doesn't, then they just build up an even bigger advantage. Even if you keep things under control for another turn. Like, I do wonder if that falling star was premature. I don't know what's in his hand. What else he could have done? I guess if he just had a random treasure hunter, there's nothing. There's not really a point. Because this is the right timing. This is when he wants to push to get to 4 points to 3. But at the same time, Hog is going to draw 2 cards off of this Kaisa. Player 2 channels 3 for 2 turns. Either you take away the first player's card draw, so they only have 4 cards on turn 1, or you give player 2 a coin that can be sacrificed to make 1 mana whenever they want. But the coin probably will be very broken. So probably taking away the first player card draw is the best thing to do. Yeah, that's normal in a lot of card games where player 1 doesn't get to draw a card. Because there's no reason for them to have card advantage while going first, as well as everything else that they have. But we have a fight or flight hidden there with that hopeful. We put the axe on Draven and fight or flight him back. Like, this is still okay. If we can fight or flight or Draven out and just get out with a fight or flight, I guess we could fight or flight the hopeful back and just leave Draven there, force the opponent to put enough forward to fight. Yeah, should be the Draven staying. Unless we're scared of Rebuke, we could be scared of Rebuke. No, this is reasonable. We're scared of Rebuke, so we're gonna fight or flight him back. And now the hopeful can get home. We do give 2 combats away to the opponent and a ton of cards, but if we can push to 6 points, then we have a chance. Didn't fight or flight his Draven draw Cog's hold for free. I don't think there was a way to blow up that hold for free. That was a. I guess it was Tide Turner, Draven, Darius. And the Darius got Falling Starred. No, that is surprising then, isn't it? Since Todd was tapped out. If he had a Whirling Axe, then he would have been able to fight or flight his Draven back, push in, pay for Draven. Oh, was he short on red? He might have been short on red. Did he only have 2 red? No, I think he had the 3rd red. Yeah, he just didn't have a Whirling Axe or a Cleave or anything. Alright, you just need to make it difficult for the opponent to score, double score 2 turns in a row with this many extra cards. That Bryn here might have been early too. Not sure what Tog's hand looks like. Yeah, now is the time to start hiding cards on both battlefields. We got our Umbra in here. Is that good enough? That's not good enough to get to 6. I don't think. What is this, 9? And this is 12? I guess if we wipe this battlefield in exchange for one of our... That would be like Draven, the only unit surviving. No, that's not good enough. Oh yeah, you can do spinning axe stuff. Draven in first, trade, and then spinning axe 6. Yeah, that does just work. And then the end result is you have... Oh yeah, the spinning axe just does it. Did he double draw? Yeah. Okay, no, he did pull it off with the spinning axe. And then he has Bryn here left. And all of the runes are gone. Oh, we're hiding 2 cards. Okay. And if he wins this while going second, then that's really impressive. And he was already in a spot where if he had a whirling axe with that falling star, and if it was a fight with the fighter flight that he had hidden, 3-card combination, he could have pushed dog on his turn 3. Alright, I was not paying attention. What was the hidden card on Reaver's Row? Did it get hard bargained? Hey, Dendar. It's going decently. I'm very excited to go home soon after this is done, basically. Let these two sleepy dogs outside. I don't know why they're even sleepy right now. That's crazy. Yeah, let them out. Tide Turner heated discarded. Okay, that's weird. Hold on, let me pull up the log. I don't know why a Tide Turner, unless it got cleaved. Holy, I love ads. Okay, don't know why it's not going. Well, this hold is obnoxious. If you can get the overzealous fans to kill themselves, which is difficult, you can at least rebuke the Bryn here. Hidden Blade is just good in general. And it's the same thing as like Hidden Blade against a red Kaisa, where they're gonna draw either way, so you just let it happen. What was this hidden card here? It was a Tide Turner. Interesting. Because he could have done something. He could have like Tide Turnered his Bryn here in to offer the trade, and then pulled back Kaisa, and then have Kaisa plus Tide Turner there. Um, Rebuke Bryn here, Falling Star, win. All right, he won going second. I think he did play well. Three Ravens top four. Three Raven top four. Fourth was a Kaisa, and then Rek'Sai, Victor in top six. And then not sure past that. It's double elimination, so it's a different bracket. Let me pull it up. So Darius, guy in grand finals is Darius. Glazna was Kaisa, QQ was Victor, and Ganstrax was Rek'Sai. And then I don't know Terra King and Estelion. Rek'Sai, yeah, Phoenix Rek'Sai. Phoenix and pile of removal spells, Rek'Sai. Kind of similar to like the Victor spells there. No, like it can be reasonable to just hidden blade the opponents, like Kaisa on turn 3, basically. I guess especially if it's a Kaisa or a Draven where they're going to draw the cards anyway. You're saving your own units. You're killing their units. You're not giving them that many more cards, and then you're getting a point advantage because you're getting a point from your unit surviving, and they're losing a point that they would have gotten. Like it's an insanely high value play at any point, getting it on a stronger unit. Like that's why in general Hidden Blade with one of your stronger units is better than with a token. Because with a token they can send some trash in to offer the trade or to threaten to kill it. And then you can only Hidden Blade your token. Whereas if you have your own like full patron, let's just say, sitting there, if they Falling Star it, then you Hidden Blade, and then they still Falling Star it, so your Hidden Blade was just draw 2 cards. And if they send in Kaisa and cleave it, or send in a Darius, then you Hidden Blade that. And then just kill it, and then your Cruel Patron survives. Then it is the sort of thing where, and it depends on the matchup, depends on the deck, but at least in set 1 especially, there are decks where if that's their only unit that you're Hidden Blading, you're going to get to a 4-point lead. And then it doesn't matter that they have like 10 cards in their hand because they can't play them all. And a lot of their cards are just going to be random units that don't do anything. Like in set 2 now, decks are playing a lot more spells in general. So it is more punishing to give them cards because they're more likely to find something useful to recover tempo with. But it's still just very impactful. To like it swings, it gives you an advantage in every area except for cards, and that's really strong. And I guess runes because you spent rune on the hidden blade. Death Grip. Um, yeah, it is a good trick for something like Azir. Like, especially when you have equipment involved, Death Grip is a lot better. I think it's worse in something like Fiora, because you have Punch First. Ashamed your family, losing the Draven Mirror, losing the game where you go first on Reaver's Row. That is pretty shameful. Bricked all units? Oh, you just had no spells? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty rough. Is that a thing where when you go first and turn one turn? Yeah, game one was pretty doomed. Game one looked rough. The only thing you could have done is like stack on turn two. Because you did have the Noxus Hopeful plus Draven. But that's still like risky to do. I guess there's no reason not to try for it if you go to Reavers. You could do like Hopeful forward stacked Raven with the Hopeful. And just say I mean, you could have gone like Hopeful to Targons and stacked Raven with the Hopeful, and then say I have 3 mana, and you can't. Have to take the free draw, but you give him a free draw back. He didn't take the free draw on Reavers game 2. Did he? Or no, he pushed you out. Wait, did he? Hold on. You went first, you went in, played that. You had Hopeful. No, he did push you out. Yeah, he pushed you out and stacked Reavers. But you would have Targons. He had to hide a card with runes. And you would have had Targon's mana, so you wouldn't need to hide a card and burn a rune. Death Grip on Rek'Sai. Maybe. It's the kind of card where it could easily be a one of in any yellow deck. And be fine. Because it can do stuff like beat Rebuke, I don't know, but it can do stuff. Death Grip and Set. Oh yeah, if you have Set, then sure. Send in a 9 Might. Orange Set. It gets rebuked. You kill him in response. Save him. Buff another random shitter. 11 Might going in. Orange Set safe. Brynhere and red decks. Brynhere is a lot better in set 2 now that everyone is playing like hold up mana tricks. It was way more, and like holding up a lot of mana too. And purple having hidden cards. Like in set 1, it's like, okay, sure, the Kaisa held up 3 mana. Am I gonna really Brynhere and say you can't play Voidseeker this turn? Like, okay, sure. Now I have this fucking Brynhere and she Catherine Reigns me and just kills everything anyway. But in set 2, it's like Draven sitting there, hidden card, 4 mana open, sitting there waiting with Rebuke, Fight or Flight, Whirling Axe, and you just Brynhere. Say, nope, screw all of that garbage. We're playing face up now. 3 Bryn here in main deck, you have stacked deck, man. You don't need more than 2. There's no way you're that thirsty for Bryn here every game. No shot. Need a full screen image of Bryn here. What, doesn't get any bigger. Alright, done. It stays the same size. Trying to zoom in here. Tilt over archive. How many Bryn here's did you have in your hand? See the vision? I don't think you need 3 Bryn here's. And that is a nice card, because George was talking to me. I guess I should just send him a picture of Bryn here. George was telling me about how hard it is to do combats if the opponent holds mana up, and I think I saw he tweeted where it's like opponent has 6 mana up, spend 5 minutes calculating everything, realize you can't beat what is getting threatened unless you send your entire board and then get Ride the Winded. But if you did Bryn here, then they waste all their mana. And if people are going to sit there and hold up 4+ mana, then Bryn here's great, because she comes down and says you wasted it. And now Bryn here is effectively like a 2 mana, but better than 2 mana, like a 2 mana 5 mana unit that also ruined your opponent's plan and let you wipe their board. Like, she is good in set 2. Set 1, not a good card. Play it against Teemo, he flips all his hidden cards. Except for Fight or Flight, basically. And, like, congrats, you defused the opponent's Teemo and just Consult the Past and Tide Turner, and now their Ember Monks are still big. Time Warp on a body in those spots, true. True. True and real. Rek'Sai list on Minefield? No. Don't remember what it was on. I think it was on the Making a Gold Battlefield and Candlelit Sanctum. Don't remember the third one, but I don't think it was Minefield. You could probably look it up. Let's see. If I go decks, deck library, and I search like Gans tracks. Nope, that's not gonna do it. Alright, let's try and search like Rek'Sai. Gotcha, that's weird. Okay, no, these are. It was on Golden Candle? Okay, yeah. Because they're on very, very high root costs. They're playing stuff like Vengeance. Vengeance, Drag Under, Seals, Phoenixes, Falling Star, Hidden Blade, Call the Weak. Alright, what do we got? Treasure Hunter double 2-drop versus missed 2-drop. Double Reaver's Row wins the die roll. Holy. No winner's bracket advantage? Where's my die roll then? Yeah, this game might be over. You flip the Treasure Hunters around. Make 3 gold. Pull out the lotion. This guy looking at the camera. You serious? How many Treasure Hunters? Like, you could even put this fan up with the Treasure Hunter and just say he's going to kill himself and push the Draven. And say the Draven doesn't even get to go to this Reaver's Roll for free. There's not even a reason not to do that. If he's going to get Falling Starred, then he's going to get Falling Starred anyway. So I don't think there's anything that punishes him being forward at Reavers. Why did they accept double Reavers? Because then there's no Reavers after. There's no Reavers after game 1. And then we're ethical. I feel like this fan should have been up here, and then you just played Raven in base. I think you're insanely happy if you do that. So you're not giving this card away, or this gold. The one thing, too, important thing to be aware of is, I don't know if I'd call it like a comeback mechanic. It's kind of a comeback mechanic. If someone misses their 2-drop, every single card in their hand is a spell or a bigger value card. So they're never going to brick it. I mean, unless they get very unlucky and draw their 2-drops here with the rest of their draws for turn. They're never going to brick out. Like, you know they have action in their hand. Like, they're going to sit there, they're going to play Fight or Flight, Rebuke, Whirling Axe, Hard Bargain, another Fight or Flight. So you're not going to be surprised. You shouldn't be surprised when that happens after your opponent misses the 2-drop. I think Overzealous Fan with the Treasure Hunter would have been way better. Because then opponent needs to slow themselves down again to get rid of the fan, which I don't think they can. I don't think they play Gust. Or they can't send their Draven in here, and then they lose the card in the gold, and they have to go to the empty Reaver's Row, and then your Draven's in base, and your Draven attacks into him. Figured out a push through the fan? Yeah, then he wouldn't have a Forerunner. Like, even if they successfully push through the fan, you still end up with the same result. Like, the fan trades with their Ride the Wind or some other, like, spell they have in hand. And that's really good. Because that's what the fan's going to do anyway, except he's doing it earlier into brain development. And potentially you get a combat win out of it yourself. Kaisa plus the Hunter? What? Hand card is broken? Yeah, that's probably the best 2-drop in the game. It does just say your opponent doesn't score a point at some point in the game. And has more upside on that. And then if you're Draven, you also draw a card. What happened? He stayed and got rebuked. He got rebuked, Pain. Nice fight or flight. Nice fight or flight. Why are we still? Can we stay forward? Could we keep these guys forward? Is this the real Gara? Probably not. No. Yeah, not the Hearthstone Gara. If Vex was Bryn, yeah, I don't know about the Vex. Alright, maybe Vex breaks this board, though. I mean, you lost, Tog, you lost. You brought Reaver's Rogue going first. Man. Take notes, children. Let's see this Vex go. Let's see the Vex do it. You gotta have some faith. Reaver's Rogue, Lucian, that's crazy. You have Lucian, he is a Reaver's Rogue. Hold on, let's give this, let him cook. Give this Vex a chance. She's got the bunny ears. Why does she have those ears? Is that just a thing? Yordles just have some random exaggerated feature? 10 up. I did miss that there was 10 up. Okay, there's 10 up. That's hilarious. Okay, we can hold with Vex. Hold on. Okay, we can do this maybe. Okay, hopefully the opponent doesn't have Bryn here. Bryn here is an issue because we have 11. And opponent has 6 mana. 3 Bryn and unit only Rumble deck. What? Unit only Rumble deck. Oh my god, here's the Bryn. Okay, Vex is looking a bit worse now. I mean, if the Vex was at the battlefield, she would be 5 additional points. You gotta put some spells. I mean, you at least play the spell that makes a mech and draws a card. I think you should play that in your Rumble deck. And you probably play the signature spell. I think the signature spell is really good. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Double Whirling Axe. Hold on, we got double Whirling Axe coming down into a hold. It's gonna be the fattest Darius ever. We go to 13. We go to 19-point hold against opponent's 10. And then we get rebuked. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, here it comes. I mean, one of them, it should be spread. Like you put 9 on the, I mean, it doesn't matter. You're dead to rebuke, you're dead to fight before, you're dead to fight. If they don't have any of those, which they clearly do because they passed last turn with 10 mana, I mean, this Vex should have cooked. I guess she's weak to, okay, she's, show you 2 fighter flights. Damn. That's pretty good. What did Darisu lose to? Lost to J-Chan. Oh, this is literally a rematch. Great Mirror. If only I played better, I would have gotten cooked by. Would have gotten cooked by Bryn here on Ornn. I don't know if I can play that deck. Bryn here's in the meta. Vex, though. I can beat Vex. But Bryn here's a bit of an issue, because I can't counter their rebuke if I'm Bryn here. But it's fine. I've got a few more things to cook with Ornn. What if I have a second Ornn in play, though? Can they beat the second Ornn? Can they pay Deflect 8? Yeah, they can. If it's the last turn of the game, they can pay Deflect 8. Do that to Aurelia? Yeah. If you had to ban a card from the Draven deck, what would it be? It can't be his signature card. Can't be a champion unit. Must be something else. What do you ban? Fight or flight? Ban fight or flight. Limit fight or flight to 1. Ban rebuke. You want Dr. Mundo to run everyone over now? Ban Errata Draven. Is it really Draven's fault? You think Annie isn't going to do the same thing to people if anyone was playing Annie? Like, where are all the Annies? Hello? That's confident to have this fan hold solo. I guess we're on fight or flight. This is making me smell a fight or flight in J-Chan's hand. Fan is a pretty good 2-drop. Hit enemy scoring on your turn. Yeah. Fight or Flight's a pretty good card. Is that played in any of these decks? Do you play Fight or not Fight? Ride the Wind? Do you play Ride the Wind, Tog? My brain. 3 Ride the Wind? Holy, this guy's on like Bryn here, Ride the Wind, and then all units. Oh, we're just flipping the game here. Why are we flipping the game when we went first? What? Fuck is this? Opponent plays their own spinning axe and we just lose? We just concede the game to spinning axe or cleave? Even rebuke is not that bad here. They don't have it. He has the read. He read his soul. The Asian hive mind gave him access to his opponent's thoughts. What the fuck am I saying? He just knows. And now Dorisu's sitting here like, what the fuck is this? This guy's actually flipping the game on me? He doesn't know that he peered through his eyes and saw his hand and knew that there was just a fight or flight there. And he's sitting there thinking, do I rebuke this thing or do I fight or flight it? Give me an easy game 2 or I'm out. Yeah. I lost the flip on double Reaver's row. We're flipping again. Can't lose 2 flips in a row. And he was right. Rebuke killing the axe? Yeah, it wouldn't be the worst value ever. Yeah, the game might be over. That flip did win the game. And if there was a spinning axe, then he would have lost the game instantly. Because it would have been spinning axe plus a 2-drop, and then Targon's up and have fight or flight. And 5 mana with a Raven is not going to beat that. Probably. I mean, it can. You never know, it might be able to, with hard bargain involved. Hopeful, not stacked. Stacked deck attacks the battlefield, alright. Does that count as a combat win? Oh, you know he just found another spinning axe. Either that or a hard bargain. He took it too quickly. He's giving away information. Nothing. Oh. Nothing again. Hopeful in base. Hopeful in base is interesting. What is happening behind him on the camera? Being distracted. Angle shot propaganda. Does angle shot work with the temporary? I don't know if it does. Because I saw someone say that it's reminder text that says if it's not attached. And that the ability, it's still triggered, so it'll still resolve even if it gets covered up by being attached. Oh, using it against Raven. I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. It's probably not as good as Bryn here for the mirror. If you're wanting to sideboard her, but you might just main deck her, so. Alright. So we just double held. Drop Ferris Forerunner, that's a good card when you're ahead on points. One to 5 winnable. It's alright, there's purple time up. Show me the purple time warp. Alright, so what we need is the opponent to not have Bryn here in hand, and have nothing but units in their hand. And we're not going to double hold next turn, that's impossible. That is in fact impossible. But what we're going to do is hold one battlefield, then hold it again, and then use our advantage that we have in some area. Which I'm not seeing. We're behind on points, behind on board, behind on points. And also even on cards. So we're going to have to find another advantage. How are we going to do that? We're going to need to add Charm to our deck and start charming the opponent's units into us. So if we had 3 Charms in hand, we would send Draven here, and we'd need to have like 4 gold. But let's say we did that. Really hate these 6 purple rings. I've never seen a Draven spend a purple ring in my life. But we put Draven here. Then we charm in the Hopeful, buff Draven. Then we charm in their Draven, buff Draven. Then we charm in their Forerunner. Don't need to buff Draven again because he's already 8. Then the opponent only has 2 mechs left. Ferris is bad into purple. Yeah, it's not great. I think you could keep 1 or maybe 2 in your deck, but you don't want to have 3 because you never want to draw 2. It's better when you go first because you'll be ahead on points most likely, and you could choose to curve into it. You could do something like 2-drop into Draven, into drop Ferris with the Draven, especially with Targons, where you can go like 2-drop, leave 2-drop by itself with a fighter, flighter, I guess spinning axe backup. Basically drawing the second, yeah. Yeah, if the opponent ever lets it turn into the tokens, then they're losing. So they have to keep it out of combat for the rest of the game. Which, if it's early enough in the game or you have the point lead, then that's very doable. I feel like he messed up sending in his Ferris and getting it rebuked and not having the mana to replay it. Okay, so I see what Derisu's playing for. He's playing for his opponent getting his Ferris Forerunner rebuked and then not being able to replay it. And he's going to play for card advantage. He's going to win this combat, and then he's going to hold. Then opponent might send Treasure Hunter in here. He's going to win that combat, and then he'll be ahead. And he's going to rebuke the Ferris Forerunner a second time when it comes down. I can see a win condition. This is only partial copium instead of the full-on copium it was last turn. Things got better after that rebuke and this 4-mana open. Which I guess he has to fight into, unfortunately. So the 4-mana is going to do something useful. Final mirror match, yep. Draven's pretty good. Like, one thing that J-Chan could have done, because Darisu held back and stayed on 1 point, is after that Ferris Forerunner got rebuked, first of all, he shouldn't have spent any mana first. He should have just sent it forward and then replayed it. But he could have just played that Treasure Hunter and then not sent any unit forward. He didn't need to lose this Draven. Are there different variants? No. They are very, very, very similar. It's a heavy investment. If this gets hard bargained, then I think he also did he activate Draven? Yeah, he activated Draven, so he does beat Spitting Axe. But yeah, this deck you have the 2-drops, you have the Spinning Axes, you have a couple Long Swords, you have a couple Kaisas, you have Dariuses, you have Ferris Forerunners, and then you've got all the nice purple spells. All the rebukes and fighter flights. Ride the Wind? Where's the Ride the Wind? I don't see it. Summon Ride the Wind. 6 against 6. Trade everything. Oh, we didn't pay into it. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Now Darius can get, or Draven can get played on Treasure Hoard. And you can push the Treasure Hunter in there too. And then opponent goes for hold with all the units on the other side with Ferris Forerunner. On my game 1, deflect, rebuke, called shot. Wait, what game 1? I don't remember a called shot getting played in a game. Did my opponent not pay for a deflect? Or not pay enough runes? TCG Arena things? Okay, Targon's mana is important. Targon's mana is probably important to have. 8 mana. Could you clip it, Paper Dude? Fallen Star. I don't think that's a winning play. Unless he has a hopeful to play now. A fan. I mean, I think you had to play the Draven out. And just take the flippity flip. No, you're kind of dead if Ferris Forerunner gets on a battlefield. Piercing Light repeat and get the Ferris Forerunner down. That's pretty good. We don't even need to repeat it. We'll just kill this. Kill this and pick something else to kill. On last stream. Oh, from yesterday? That's alright then. Okay, so if this gets in, it's over. You can't even play Gust, can you? Because it'll just get really next. Oh, okay, it's over that way. That works too. Game 3. And this game did get decided on like turn 2, Darisu's turn 2, when J-Chan just flipped the Whirling Axe, and opponent did not have their own Whirling Axe to win the combat, and had to use a Fighter Flight instead. €90 Kaisas. Let me actually look at the deck list. Because I do wonder what the most expensive part of the deck is going to be, because it's probably not going to be the Draven champion. It could be the same as Kaisa. Normal deck, consistently good. Victor, people do say that Victor does decently. What is going to be the most expensive card? The Draven's only an epic. Wait, is Red Kaisa? Kaisa's a legendary, right? Huh. Wait, is any part of this deck? The spinning axes. Oh yeah, the spinning axes are going to be expensive. But they're only played. Well, I guess Red Kaisa's only played in. Oh, it's played in Annie as well. Bryn here high rarity? Do I have Bryn Here's in here? I don't. Huh. What is epic rarity from Spirit Forge? Signatures, Premonition, Ancient Hedge, Spellsonger, that's going to be potentially expensive. Yellow Fiora, Rek'Sai, Purple Ezreal, Yellow Azir. These signature, well, specifically this one. Green Aurelia, maybe. Huh. No, most of the champions that are good are epic or whatever. Yellow Fiora's in starter. Oh wow. Or Bryn. I'll play the list. We're looking for stuff that beats Draven. We're not working on Draven lists. 40. No, the no unit. No units Victor does well because he killing all of the Draven's units means that his spells like fight or flight stop doing anything. Kind in theory. Next we'll follow Troy Lol. Which legend? What do you mean which legend? Oh, to beat Draven? Rek'Sai is a skill matchup. Yeah, you could do like the Gans Trax removal Rek'Sai, or you could do Victor. Maybe Kaisa can do it. It does look like Kaisa should have a decent chance, but the Ferris Forerunner's a problem for her. It's kind of a problem for everyone though. Maybe you could do some kind of a removal Renata build, but without the token generation from Victor. That sounds terrible. You're gonna basically be praying that you can find the Vanguard Armory, or else you can't make enough units. Spell Victor being budget, sure. Gust. Oh, that's surprising. I did not think that Gust was in these decks. It does make sense, especially when you're going second. That is one of your chances to swing things. And especially when your opponent goes for a switcheroo hide. Which... Oh, it was... Wait, hold on. Yeah, Darisu went first, and Jay Chen brought the others. Yeah. Spell Victor Mirrors. Yeah, it's just a point race. It's just classic Victor. You're just racing for points. Darius in. Get Targon's untapped. Holy. I mean, to be fair, this was 2-drop. What is happening? Ride the Wind? We got Cleave coming in. Opponent has to choose if they pay. Opponent must pay, and then we cleave them. We got Ride the Wind, Cleave on opponent's turn, go to 2 points, win combat. I mean, we better have the Cleave here, right? I'm praying that we have the Cleave and we're all about to pay. We got the cleave. Alright, we're not dead yet. Both players to 2. Targons. How does Targons work if you conquer it on your opponent's turn? Hold on. End of this turn. Okay, it doesn't do anything. Hold to 3. Now we drop a falling star on this Darius. Pray there isn't a spinning axe. That would be really bad. Wasn't the Darius trolled in the first place? Not if his entire hand dispels and he needs to play a unit. And it's specific. It only got punished specifically by Ride the Wind Cleave. Yeah, Darius should be at 3. J-Chan's at 2. He just got 2 conquers. Yeah. Playing on the opponent's turn. True. Hey Bella, you okay there? Yep. Okay, good. I wish these dogs didn't smell. Then they would be nice to pet. It's like their stench gets in my fingers. Oh wait, no, it is 2. No, Darisu, because he conquered, played Draven, and then Ride the Wind again. Oh yeah, this is correct. These treasure hunters are such polarizing cards where they're insane on turn 1 and after turn 1 they're trash. Maybe I shouldn't say they're trash. I mean, they're really 8. Oh, don't take that. These dogs like to take their toys outside with them too, and then just leave them out there. Well, find them after the snow melts. They're gonna bury their things. Are we taking this 4th point? Oh no, yeah, Darius should be at 3, because he conquers on opponent's turn and holds. Yeah, should be 3. Hopeful, get in. 4 points, Darius alive. Telegraphing a spinning axe. Alright, what can we do if opponent's on Ride the Wind? We say, do you have the balls to go for it, opponent? I mean, honestly, it's not even a good Ride the Wind because J-Chan goes Axe Ride the Wind. I don't think that's safe. You only go up to 10 with your Darius and you tap out, and then the Raven comes in for 6 and just needs a bit of help to go over top of your Darius. Kaisa, Hopeful, and Chill. You. I guess we're reading opponents low on units in hand. If they don't have anything, I mean, they're going to draw 2 cards, though. They're going to draw 2 cards, they're going to find at least 1 unit. But yeah, Darisu has a lot of units, and J-Chan does not have many. This may come down to who has a rebuke. That's a funny thing to say. Well, there's nothing to play around. Opponent's got 1 mana open. So we are just picking how we want to do things. We're going to use Ride the Wind. Go to 6, ready for Darius. Where do you leave your toy, Charlotte? The bed? I'll take it. The bed? I don't know how you take it out. I'll bring it back. Charlotte, Alright, what happened? Vex. Oh my god, Vex is gonna win? J-Chan did go second, but I like the Obelisk in Draven. I think that gives you really unfair curves where you play Draven turn 1. And decks are even less built to use 3 mana than in set 1. If nobody played, there is no 3-drop. 3-drops don't exist. At least in Draven. I mean, the best thing you can do is stack deck into Hopeful, which is insane. But that didn't happen. Three ride the wind. I'm down. Where did I put my Draven deck? I guess, yeah, they just don't. Gust gets taken out, maybe like one Gust, maybe sideboard card for going second, though it doesn't make sense to play Gusts when you go second on Obelisk, unless you're expecting an opponent to take second from you and then be on 3-5. But it doesn't do anything if opponent plays turn 1 Draven. But then, yeah, I guess they're just not playing Cleaves, and they're playing maybe one switcheroo. Need to fit Kaisa's in, basically. Take these out, put in Kaisa Ride the Wind, and that's the list. And Bryn here. Gust and Cleave are fake. You gotta have one Cleave. But you don't need very many, because you have the ideal use of the spinning axe is either as a Cleave or against a damage spell. Yeah, you don't need more than one Cleave. That's completely real. But yeah, Gust, especially if you're on Obelisk, Gust is fake. Okay. Double Vex is going to make things difficult. Is there some kind of Tibbers combo that's possible here? Oh, Tibbers is really... No, wait, Tibbers is a signature. Firestorm. So you play Firestorm, then you Falling Star kill Darius and a Vex. Then you send in the Hopeful and trade off the other two. Vex is subbing in for Bryn here? I think so, yeah. Okay, Bryn here. Put an axe. Oh, we got two of them. Okay. One of them should go on the Hopeful. And I guess one goes on Vex. Yeah, because Darius is going to go up to 7. Yep, that looks pretty over. Can rebuke a Vex. Yeah, that's not going to do it. Draven does it again. Be right back. Damn. Yeah, I think Orin has got some issues against Bryn here. Well, GG's. He did get there. I mean, I guess, like, I really do kind of wonder if he needed to take that coin flip. I guess, no, you do. If you have the Whirling Axe and don't have Fight or Flight, and opponent. Like, if opponent has everything, then you don't win. I mean, you went first, though. And what happened in this game? It was like Treasure Hunter forward with Switcheroo, which got gusted, which is probably a one-of gust. And if there's no gust, then that Switcheroo wins. Yeah, so it really is like whoever, like you go forward and you say, I have something. Do you have something that beats it? And then whether or not they do, then the game snowballs from there. Because that is game 2 and 3 both went that way. And game 1, the player that went second missed their 2-drop, so they were just dead. Completely dead. Mirror is attacker favored. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, because there's no cards that give you comeback potential. That's the big issue, is in red-purple, like, it's not like Kaisa where you can flip the board with a Cathian Rain, no matter how far behind you are. Well, there's a limit, but, you know. Whereas in red, like, if we look at the top end for red-purple, like, what can you do if you're behind in a game? You can't Tibbers, because that's an anti-signature unit. So you can, like, you can't Rasa. Nobody has enough cards in discard for Rasa. You can't Possession. That'll get hard bargained or Fight or Flighted. Or Rebuked. That completely counters the card no matter what. Any comeback cards in here? No, just random fat and stupid units. Like Firestorm was the closest. This is a power cost, by the way. This is a power cost. But yeah, that was basically the one card in the entirety of red purple that could have given him a chance to come back in the game. Which is obviously not in his deck. But yeah, there's nothing that allows you to come back in red purple. I mean, the thing is, like, purple, Fight or Flight and Rebuke deny combat. Like, even if you had a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, if you didn't have enough units to send in to support it, like Fight or Flight plus Whirling Axe would beat it. Ride the Wind Shenanigans, it's not really a comeback card, though. Unless you can cheese out Point Temple really hard. But if your opponent is a purple deck, then they can just counter Ride the Wind you. They can fight you, like Fight or Flight you, deny the points. They can do a lot of things. I mean, like, compared to if we look at these colors and we go to the top end. Like, what are cards? I wanted all 3 colors, please. Thank you. Like, what is comeback potential? Time Warp. You can't just say, I'm at 6 points, I'm going to pull everything back to my base against Time Warp, unless you have Hard Bargain. White Flame Protector. Enormous pushes. Hard to do against purple, obviously. Dr. Mundo, gigantic unit. Doesn't really work against purple, though. Unchecked power, I guess. But Hard Bargain's a bit of an issue for that card, too. Thousand-Tailed Watcher. This is actually a real comeback card. If your opponent goes for these, like, aggressive holds. Gives you potential where you hold one battlefield, the opponent tries to go and hold the other, and you can fight them on it. Probably need spells in combination. Grand Stratagem, I guess. So, Thousand-Tailed Bellows, yeah. Yeah, that is a real combo. Yeah, it is kind of limited. You know, the real answer is don't fall behind. Because if you're behind, it's pretty difficult to get out. get control over the game. Well, congrats to Jay Chen. I did play him round 1 yesterday at the Friday night fights. He did play well. I played badly though. I should have won. But I'm gonna just say that every single time. I mean, it's true every single time. Though, to be fair, it's not like I'm just saying that. It is actually like I can literally point to the mistakes that I made. That if I didn't make them, I would have won. So it's not like I'm just complaining like I do about TCG Arena, which Victor for Decree Bellows. It is a very strong combo, but you have to draw it, which it is a 2-card combo. I do think like Singularity. I mean, the problem is if they have the Whirling Axe, then you need Stupefy to back it up. Like, I mean, that is probably the biggest issue, is you can't win combat through Fight or Flight and Rebuke, but you also can't avoid combat because they'll survive your damage spells. They can either Hard Bargain or Whirling Axe your damage spells. So then it's tough. Like, unless you're going to sabotage them and see their hand. Or Mind Splitter them and see what their hand is to know what to play around. How'd I do? Terrible. Hey, Billionaire. I think you're... Yeah, you're the guy. TCG. Challenger TCG guy. Played badly, but I need to go home and be on a proper setup instead of a laptop. That's my excuse. Guy played in Vegas, yeah. Guy that I knocked out of top 8, even though he was... You were X1 and 1, right? And you got tiebreakered out? Yeah. And I probably could have ID'd in because my tiebreakers were insane. But that was risky. How was set 2? How do we beat Draven? Is Victor the answer? What killed Ornn? I lost to a Draven and a Kaisa. The Draven I misplayed against game 1 and just didn't draw my cards before going into combat, and then they ride the winded to finish the game. And then of course I draw the cards after the showdown and then draw into Defy, which would have stopped it. And then the Kaisa, what happened against Kaisa? Do Kaisas play? No, he literally had a Watcher. I guess I played around second Watcher instead of first Time Orb. Was one of the misplays, and then one of the other misplays, I think... I forget what the other misplay was. But... yeah. I think the main thing that kills Ornn is like Bryn here Thermo Beam. MF Aurora. Is there no... I guess... Yeah, I guess they do literally have Thermo Beam Fading Memories is their only way to get rid of an Aurora. They could play Detonate. They could play... I mean, they're playing Thermo Beam right now, which is probably good enough. Did MF get any new units that are useful? I don't think they made any good Aurora units this set, did they? Fade Dragon if you want to do set Aurora. I guess Dire Ring is kind of real. If you want to do... you have Mind Splitter, actually. Hold on. You add Dire Ring into... Can you do that? MF Aurora, but more like E, where you have solid units? You do like Mind Splitter, Dire Ring, Mountain Drake. You still do Dead Bloom? Maybe you don't do Dead Bloom anymore. Is that card bad? Is it too easy to hold against the Dead Bloom? And you get Punch first. And you get hard bargain. You get react spells hard bargain. You do show of strength, probably not. Well, marching orders is not bad. He is Challenger TCG. That is Mr. Challenger TCG. To you. Yeah, you set up one battlefield and just hold it. And then as long as you can bullet time the other, which beats bullet time beats Whirling Axe. Called shot for consistency. 8 gold somehow? No. Put the metal legend cards on the line. All or nothing. Fuck, I wish I had a graded metal Timo. Feels bad, man. The pain. I don't think equipment is any good, is it? Or your boots and swiftness built in? It is. Choose a friendly move. No, you can't do that. I feel like this guy's gonna be good at some point. Maybe not. Maybe he is. Maybe he's already good. How do we channel rooms? We don't. Okay. You're very close. I mean, you've got 3 Gust, 3 Firefly. You could play Marching Orders instead of Challenge. Or in addition. Do you even play Challenge? I played Ride in enough Orders. That's strange. I don't like that. I think that's a regular card. Maybe I just hate it because it's so risky. Heist set 2 seems fine. Piercing Light's really good. And Ferris Forerunner's not bad. Time Warp got worse. Falling Star is still basically as good as it's ever been. And she gets Plundering Toro to replace Raven Doom Student because she never holds her spells for Raven Doom. Well, not never, but it's pretty limited to hold spells for Raven Doom Student. Triple starred and won. You shouldn't have won that game. The mech build? No, I don't think that's a good build. I would like Production Surge to be a good card in Kaisa, but she has better spells to play. And you can just play a Lecturing Yordle instead. Like, Kaisa is almost the original Spells Victor. I mean, she didn't get to play that many removal spells, but she was basically half removal spells, and then random trash units. And then accelerate units. Kind of. Yeah, this card is pretty good. This card's pretty good against Raven. Iterate on Ornn. Yeah, I'll do a bit more. I'll probably play him in the next Thursday night fights. And I'll try to stream some ranked Runes and Rift ranked. Gotta get my points back. Maybe Angle Shot is what Kaisa needs as a sideboard card. And it's kind of awkward to have this as a sideboard card specifically for one card from the opponent. And completely useless otherwise. And you can't even use it if they play it while they're attacking. Well, you can to win the combat, but they'll re-equip it to kill it. And then there's also the removal Rek'Sai that Gansfax are playing. Has anyone done anything with Rumble? I haven't touched him yet. But I feel like Rumble, at least when he goes first, does some stupid stuff. He might be good. Well, depends on what he does late game. Does he do anything late game, or does he just start getting bullied by fighter flights and rebukes? I'm just dreaming that you basically just like go 2-drop and then put a unit next to the 2-drop on next turn, and you're holding for like 8+. Kind of. This can't be all the mechs in the game. What? There's no way that's every single mech in the game. Is it? That's it? Oh. Never mind. Okay, I see why Rumble has some issues. 9, 12, 15. And then the spell. Some spells that talk about mechs. Ew. Okay, I see why Rumble has problems, because after that point you're either playing units that don't synergize, or you have to play non-unit cards, which, I mean, Stupefy is good. And against the odds? Maybe actually, hold on. No, you're gonna get a Whirling Axe traded into your board 5 times in a row. That's a problem. What do you do? You're a Rumble. You've put your first 20 mechs into your deck. What are you doing after that? Think of Azir. Azir's pretty good. I don't know if Draven just farms him for cards, though. We have to play Dangerous. I guess we have to play Dangerous Duo. Playing Blue Rainbow. It does say when he holds. It does say that. I already built it on the deck. Hold on. I think I already went through this process before. Oh yeah, I put Sundisk in. I put Sundisk in Drain. Watcher. Watcher's a good card. Hold on, maybe we can do this. Let's just avoid the rest of those. Put in the rest of the important cards, which is probably 3 Danger Zones, 3 Production Surge. And then let's put in the good cards, which I don't know if Bathhound is a good card. Let's say Stupefy. Let's say maybe we put in Falling Star. Raven beats everything. I don't know about that. Put in Against the Odds. That's a cool card. Where are the good cards? Thought Blue Red had tons of good cards. I mean, I guess Noxus Hopeful is good. Kaisa, we need card drilling here. God. Just put in Darius. Fuck being a tribal deck. I guess Brynhere. Brynhere is actually good. That's a good card. Put in some Watchers. We Sky Splitter. Not quite. Can't quite Sky Splitter. Everyone from Challengers here. How many cards is this? 34? Okay, we almost got there. Now we just throw in around 6 2-drops. Need more cheap cards for Dangerous Duo. Dangerous Duo is not a bad card. Hold on, let's see battlefields. Do you play the gold battlefield? No, you play Grove. So I do at least think that 2-drop into Chosen Champion Rumble is a good card. I am a believer in that. That's basically what Septim is doing. Yeah, Rain, Singularity, and Piercing Light. Kill every unit that Draven plays, and figure out how you deal with the Whirling Axe, and then you're fine. Hallowed Tomb. Treasure Hoard. Paper Tree. Varus from the Draven side not an issue. It is. There are no good battlefields for this deck, are there? You even want to be in here on a hold deck? That doesn't make sense. Doesn't even make sense. Oh yeah, this deck does not win, huh? Reckoner's Arena? Hold on. Okay, Reckoner's Arena. That's actually kind of something. You need your Rumble to not get traded into, I guess, but it forces them to trade with him. That's fake. Hallowed Tomb? Okay, Hallowed Tomb is actually real. Hallowed Tomb Vile Muzzler. How about that? Zon Warrens? Yeah, Zon Warrens would also be decent. Get rid of all of your non-mechs. You have some card selection forecaster. What do you even play after this, though? What are you even doing with yourself? 4-drop Rumble. Reduce its energy. May recycle. You must recycle another unit. Oh, but you can recycle any unit. It doesn't even have to be a mech. Oh, does he put them into the mech? I thought he upgraded one mech into another, but I guess he just puts them into a mech. That makes more sense. Okay, is there some way we can get a might buff? Recycle another from the unit. Maybe that can get built around? Wish that assault would work with that. Longsword. Yeah, it's basically just longsword, isn't it? There's some way you could be weird and do angle shot, longsword, and cloth armor. That almost sounds interesting. Take up these fingers. Now, what if we do this? Is this obnoxious, or does this run with cards instantly? Probably need some card draw. We have Grove and Zonrons. Could Hallowed Tomb turn into more card draw? Not really. Habergrim? They're not big enough for Habergrim. Scrapyard Champion, now that we have Clothern. We don't need more card draw, actually. This is fine. We have Ferris Warriors in the deck. We never run any cards. Could lose Breath Consults. What was I doing with the original Rumble? I was trying to Sundisk something. Or did I just run out of ideas and put in some random stuff? Take it to ranked. Maybe tomorrow. I need to go home. I can finally go home. I guess we have Dangerous Duo as well. Dangerous Duo Longsword. I think Cloth Armor might be real too. So there's like a reverse cleave. It almost looks annoying. Time Warps might be sus. I don't know if we can afford Falling Stars. Is this really the normal? Wait, that's the normal number. Or is it? That is the normal. Why does this one look fancier than this one? This one looks boring. Weird. Alright. Yeah, maybe I'll go run it down on ranked. In ranked with this list. Maybe that's where I go bring all of my meme decks, because there aren't enough online tournaments to bring meme decks to. Alright. Thanks for the follow, the Manland, MTGO, and Argons, and I'm gonna call it for the night. I'll be, well, probably not back tomorrow. I'm going to a skirmish. I'm gonna go win another skirmish real quick to get a bye. Go rep some more Teemo. And then, I guess, depending on how late it goes, maybe I could stream tomorrow night, and then otherwise, just be when I have time and I'm not scrimming or doing. I do need to record gameplay for the guide. For the Teemo guide. Did not do that. Ran out of time and then went on vacation. Unprofessional. Yeah. But we'll get it done this week. Me and Randy. Hey, and thanks for the Prime sub, Yuxi. Nice. Farming tonight. Alright. Nice. Longer than 6 hour stream. Yeah, it's basically like a 10, 11 hour stream. That's not bad. Alright, well, the next time I'm guaranteed to stream will be Thursday for Thursday Night Fights. But probably we'll try to stream some rank before then. So, thanks for watching, everyone. Did I even open my eyes when I looked to see if anyone else is streaming Riftbound? I didn't really. Gotta be honest. Okay, it's the finals. Alright, let's raid this thing. There's a skirmish getting streamed. That's pretty neat. So go watch this. There is Annie vs. Paisa. We got some ethical set 1 gameplay. That's not. Alright. Thanks for watching, everyone. Ta-ta. Have a good night.